All right, we're back from our lunch break. We have extension came back. I think you got some monies for us. We'll have you go first. We're back to page 18.
So it's overall a good thing for the county that we have one of your smallest budgets, but then when it comes time to get you money, I don't know that I'm necessarily going to make life that much easier for you, but we went back and reviewed our 2023 operating budget, and I was able to find $1,300 in line 211 for office supplies
Okay.
that we can comfortably give back without hamstringing the rest of our year.
This year?
Yeah.
Yes.
This year, yeah. And I have a letter here for all of you, but I want to reiterate that these funds in a typical budget year would have been used, and we fully anticipate using them. So the request for 24 is definitely the same. And then also line 323, travel. We can return $750 from that line, for a total of $2,050, which I know isn't a lot, but as a percentage of our budget, it's,
That's a big chunk for you.
so, yeah,
I was gonna say, the percentage wise,
yeah.
Take off. So. All right. We appreciate it. So,
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I,
thank you.
Yep.
Thank you for doing that.
You too. Thank you. All right. So now that gets passed down. We are to the Fair Board, page 91. This is outside of county general, outside of the max levy. Take one down, pass it around. 91.
Recommend we go with the 2024 budget request.
You good with that? Everyone good with that?
Said just use 24 budget, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, Bill.
Do you have any other comments on that?
What?
Who's the health
Trying to figure
insurance
out the
for?
increases here. So
I believe they have one
57.60.
employee.
Remember, it's out of our.
Right, I just want to write it
Are
on.
they in this or
So
no?
outside.
Probably not.
They get paid through the fair. Yeah, the fair pays that.
But we paid the health insurance. Or fund pays the health insurance.
Yeah. All right, cool. That makes that one easy. On to GIS. Kyle, you're up, page 29. I mean, you're up if you want to be up. All right, so you had nothing other than your salary. Cool, you're easy.
So we just go back to the
3,
23 level.
cool. Hey, thanks.
I'm probably chipper after lunch.
We appreciate you, Kyle.
Oh.
Did we go 2 for 2?
Okay, here we go. Next up is page 41. Get filtered to the
John
local-
Catino, Emergency Management.
So we have,
I got a note, salaries happen first.
Yes.
mm-hmm,
And the only change that we did, there were no increases. It was just, except for the salary thing. And then
yeah,
we moved,
printing.
printing up to a uniform line. That was the only other change aside from salaries.
Be cool with, the 24 requests then with the adjustments to the 23 salaries?
So total would just be the 23.
Yeah. It's the same total, but I just want to make sure that the monies are in the correct lines
Right.
for his printing and, or lack of printing and,
And what was it?
he moved the $1,000
Yeah. from
out
that.
of printing and he put it into,
I got that.
where's,
Salaries have increased, so it's not the same.
salaries go back to,
dollar.
no, they go back to 23.
Gotcha.
Basically, the only thing we're doing is moving that line item.
Correct. Printing up to a new line, which
There's
is the
uniforms.
uniforms. I don't even know what numbers those are.
Alright.
It'll go to 224
So
from
what's
like
the
3
total?
something.
It's the same.
77,043.
It's the 2023 number.
You just moved. You see what I'm
Yeah.
talking about?
Yep, you just moved that uniforms, you said.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, the printing line went to a uniform line.
Yeah.
So 300 to a 221 or 224.
I don't know if that was the easiest, the first one, but that was pretty close.
Well, pretty close.
Oh, this one we have to make sure that Tanya's ready on this one, so
Yes.
give her a minute or two.
Afternoon, Mr. Pennicott.
You good, Becky? Okay, we're good? All right, great. So we're gonna move to page 61.
Yeah, that's the right note.
This is outside of county general, outside of the max levy, and it stayed the same.
Yep. Correct.
So,
Done.
you're pretty easy there.
I've never been told that.
Whoa, hey now. Hey now. Megan, he's all yours.
Thank you, John.
Are we all good?
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you. All right, EMS is up. When Tanya's ready, are you?
Yeah.
Okay.
That one was easy for you.
That's real simple, right? Page 45.
You wanna do the give backs from this year?
Yeah,
I
just
got
give us a
it all
second to get situated and,
Do we, yes, never mind. Gonna ask them, do we need the line items or just the total amount for the give back?
line items, because they
Yeah,
have
you're right, the
to.
line item, if I gotta keep this.
So what'll happen is we'll have a resolution that's created for each of these funds, right, Tanya? And then we'll have to approve them, that we've agreed to do this, right? Tanya, is that the next step?
Yes, that's correct.
So yes, we have to, it seems kind of daunting, but it is what it is, so. Give me just a second. Okay. Are you good, Matt?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, great. All right, you said you had some news for us. What we got?
So from out of this year's current budget,
Okay,
let's go to line 321.
321.
Top of 46?
Okay,
Great.
Take that 150.
take out what now? The 150?
Yeah.
We all have that?
323, 500.
Okay,
391, 175.
all right,
394, 200.
all right,
393, I can give you 1,000.
all right.
And 331,000.
$3,025 total,
How much?
$3,025.
I got 1,025. What am I missing?
Well, he gave away two 1,000s.
Okay, that's right. I wrote that wrong.
That's not a lot, but I've still got 3.5 months to try to operate, so.
Yeah, no, that's fine, we appreciate anything.
2,025. 3,000.
It all helps.
So does that mean that we can strike those for 2024 as well?
Nope.
No,
No.
he just said, he.
Should we give it a try?
You were
I
still mathing
tried.
over there.
Well, you can do whatever you wanna do. You got the votes. I don't, but I'm just saying.
I don't know if I got the votes, but
Or, well, yeah, you know what I mean. But I do have some stuff to strike from next year when we get to that point,
Okay,
so.
all right. So we've been going back to the 2023 salaries.
However, yesterday I didn't strike, C-129 or F-125 yet.
Okay.
Those are the ones, I've got 2 medics coming out of school, that-
that actually brings me up to something. How many open positions do you have?
none,
None?
full up.
Well, let's just kind of start, would it help if we just started at the top and kind
Yeah,
of
let's start,
came top, down to the bottom, okay. So, on the top, there's a 108, but it hops down later into the budget.
Under A.
So we zero that 108.
Yeah, A108, so that's on page 46. Other than that, all of these,
All of them should stay the same.
okay, and then we get down to, holiday pay and overtime, you requested increases there.
Well, those requested increases, we didn't get rid of those yesterday, did we?
No,
Just take them back to 23, those were requested based on the 4% pay raise and
Okay.
all that stuff, so,
what's that?
Holiday and overtime.
yeah. I
195,
apologize. I missed that
196,
yesterday, I would've struck that yesterday.
195, 65,000, 196, 235.
I skipped a page.
We back up to line, item 126. For some reason, I have the requested difference of 14,357 circled. Don't remember why.
Wait, where are you at?
126,
Page 45,
I don't have page 45,
Oh.
I'm looking up.
it's a 126 paramedic, the 23 budget. I got something on here too, but I don't remember what.
I have a note that
I'm in.
says name, and Harry got with us and he let us know that is technically gonna be an advanced EMT.
Oh, yeah,
Oh.
switching the names back in the lines.
oh, okay,
So
so,
when we put in our budget requests, we was trying to get those to paramedics, so in the request, they were paramedic. Since we struck them all yesterday, we're taking them back to advanced EMT.
So that number should still be 4788.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we didn't change any of the, yeah, back to 23.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
So back to 197.
195.
We
we
just
just
did
did
the
95 and 96.
95, 96.
65 and 235.
2023 levels.
Yeah, sorry, I missed that yesterday.
You had a line of debt
I wasn't
this
trying to
year,
say-
right? So has that been taken out of that?
Yeah, that takes like a year and a half to do. This is the insurance premium you pay for that.
Okay.
You don't wanna lose that. So we've been paying that
It's not like
for,
it's a stipend to the family of
it's,
someone.
it's nothing to anybody. It pays into a big insurance
Got it.
state thing, perf and all that to help cover that, so.
So that stays 4,600.
Yep. As far as I know, I never got any notices of change.
198 part-time.
Yeah, that should be,
The same, and
that
it
should have been the
increased.
same as 23, we didn't
Yeah,
raise
the
it.
next increase
Everything else,
comes down
yeah.
at utilities.
Yep, struck that yesterday.
Before we go any further than that, can we cut that part-time? I mean, we've not used, as of the
Well-
halfway point of the year, we didn't use more than half? I mean, can we knock that back to 15,000 even?
Let's
What?
get the balance now before we make that decision.
88,840.
That's how much is left in part-time? 8,840?
So about half,
Yeah, about half.
we're more than
No, I
halfway
know
through the
that, yeah.
year.
That's the present balance.
That pays for, Bruce Dunn, who works part-time for us, but he also takes care of radios for 911, Sheriff's Department, us. That's right, he does some work for you guys too, yep.
Sanitary district.
I just, highway, yep. So, I mean, he's
Pretty invaluable.
about 10 times that amount. We're lucky to have him for what we got, so,
You plan to use those dollars.
I'm sorry.
You plan to use those dollars.
Yeah, there
Yeah.
may be a few left at the end, but we try to keep that pretty close.
Well, then, I mean, I think that would be close. If we went from 17,480 to 15,000,
Yeah.
it's not that big of a decrease.
That's only if he takes more time off. This pays him. It pays him. So we put that much in to get him through. And then if he takes vacation and doesn't work,
And you have
then
those
that's when
monies.
we have extra. We don't have extra if he doesn't take, like if he doesn't go on vacation, we won't have extra to give back.
Yeah.
So that literally pays for him.
I'm good with leaving it.
Yep.
All right.
Okay, we were at, 350 utilities yesterday. He did something with it,
Yeah, he went back to 36.
went back to
Yeah.
36, yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna roll the dice. The gas prices have stabilized back in the $2 to $3 range instead of the $8 and $9 range they were last year this time, so that's what killed us was gas. Through the winter.
What about the uniforms?
What line are you on?
224, second from the bottom,
On which page?
salary still on 45.
They've
We
used
were
it.
already over to utilities, so we were already on page 46.
Well, there's only $260 in there.
Yeah.
Appropriated. Yeah, tell them what happened with the 10,000.
So, yeah, we do budget the 10,000, but we spent 7,000 on Class A uniforms for the loss of our medic. We usually come pretty darn close to spending the 10,000. Sometimes it just, because we have to provide 3 pairs of uniforms, belts, safety vests, all that stuff, for them. And so if something happens, plus we also pay for uniform repairs out of that. We also pay for, sewing on of patches. We pay for any repairs to any kind of uniforms. We order coats out of it, hats, all of that. So we utilize it, but we utilized it a lot more this year.
And the guys don't get a uniform allowance.
They don't.
That's what I'm asking though is, you know, I know the sheriff, he has a uniform budget because he provides people with uniforms when they hire on. You just said you don't have any new employees or no open positions, so I'm assuming everybody's there's already got their uniforms. So if you go to what you're saying with sewing and all of that stuff, it's 10,000, could we knock it to 7,500?
Well, I
We,
was getting ready to tell you. I'll reduce it by 2,000 for next year.
Hey, there's a win. Turns out all you gotta do is
Got to that
ask.
point yet. I told you I had stuff to reduce and you guys are getting in a big,
Yeah, we were just,
big rush.
You guys said we're on the next page. What are you talking
I
about?
didn't say that.
we did, the council. We were just trying to go through.
I'm sorry, I'm over here making my notes on other things. What are you guys discussing lowering $2,000?
Uniforms
224
Uniforms,
for next year,
to 8,000.
8,000.
What is institutional?
that is what we, sorry.
That's toilet paper, paper towels, cleaning supplies, sanitizers, the stuff that takes to clean your house, more or less. And I got 4 houses to take care of.
Gotcha.
So in line 222,
Mm-hmm.
we can reduce that by 500.
Tires and tubes,
Yep,
make it 1,000.
yep.
Thank you, Lloyd.
We're not done. 331,
Printing?
I was kinda waiting if you went down the line, but.
Okay, that's fine.
So 331 printing, we'll reduce that by 500,
So the 1,500.
I'm sorry.
1,500.
Yeah, make it 1,500, yeah.
What'd you say it will be?
1,500.
And I'm gonna reduce line 397. Ambulance billing by $5,000.
Okay.
But keep in mind that that pays for our revenue stream. So, so far so good. You know, if we ever have to put that back in there, we'll find it somewhere because that pays the people that pays us. So,
Is it possible to reduce it by 10? I mean, we're getting, I'm gonna start squeezing
I
everybody who comes up to the podium.
I respect
so-
that, but no.
Now we want to make sure we're getting the revenue.
I'd rather, I mean, whatever's left in the year, you're getting it back, but I'm just.
But
I'm
we
just
gotta
telling
turn in a
you.
budget that's balanced. We can't depend on what all comes back at the end of the year.
I understand, I
You know,
understand.
because you had 67 in as, at the 6 month mark, almost 68,000, which is 68%. And theoretically, if we were using it all, it would have been at 50%. So that's why, in my head, there's room to wiggle there. I appreciate the voluntary give up, but
Here's what, I'm taking 10,000 out of it at the next council meeting. I'm going to the next council meeting for transfer. Take 10,000 out of that. I'm taking 1,000 out of 393, 2,000 out of 365, and 2,000 out of 363, just to pay our utilities.
we'll see, but you kind of just made my argument, though. If you're already taking 10,000 out for next month, that means to me that we can take 10,000 out for next year. Because I get what you're doing. You're going to have a little bit in there as wiggle room to transfer around if need be,
Mhm.
right? Well, I'm trying to,
We
Strip
also
it
want to
bare.
be
He does it, he's gotta
mindful.
raise his utilities 10,000.
but that's ifs. We can go, we'll be here all day if we're doing ifs.
I'm not doing this, I'm being honest with you. I'll give you 5,000. I mean, if you want 10 and want to take 10,
I would love 10.
well,
I just don't know how the hell we're gonna get where we need to go if we're not start doing this.
We also have to be realistic because we may not have the money for appropriations next year. So we need to, I mean, we got to start.
and that's where I'm at. Listen, we gave back last year $110,000, but that's kind of deceptive because 55,000 of that was from holiday pay.
Mhm.
The reason that we had that left is because we had people that either didn't qualify or we had open spots. So really, that, you won't see that every year.
Right.
So we average between $55,000 and $85,000 back a year over the past couple of years. That's only 2% of our budget. So trying to take care of, picture yourself taking care of 4 homes with 3 vehicles and 4 families that are there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, every day of the year, it never stops. That's not a lot of money to try to take care of that.
I totally understand what you're saying, but I've
cut
sit up
this
here for 2
thing.
days and I've heard everybody on this
I
council say,
understand.
we want to get to the real number. And if we're talking about the real number, you've only used, 33% of the budget at the halfway point. So if we're talking about using the real number, we can't then turn around and go, well, we may need that, and then what are we gonna do? If we're talking real numbers, let's talk real numbers. And the real number says there's $67,000 in here as of June 1st.
Well, what is it right now? Let's find out the, I don't know.
397.
7,
Who's on first?
I exactly.
397. I got a number of 59,668, rather than the appropriation that we're gonna
Repeat
take
that one
out.
more time.
49,668.
49,000? So we're at the halfway point and we're 8 months in out of 12.
But it's not, it's based on the amount of calls we pay a percentage of the revenue. So I don't know what that's gonna be.
160.
That's the only thing I'm telling you. I mean, if you.
I
want-
feel comfortable with the
Started out more
95.
and now it has to be-
Okay, I mean, I'm not here to,
I want you to make
just-
your case. I'm just trying to make my case.
I understand
I don't,
that. I
I don't
respect
find it
that.
as adversarial in any way.
no,
And I hope
I'm
you
not
don't take
either.
offense
No,
to
I'm
it.
not at all. I'm not at all. That's what we're up here for.
Yeah, we're gonna.
Damn.
I just don't have a crystal ball on that and we gotta pay.
So we're-
those people
are we
too,
on
Because
con-
if
Semi-consensus.
I took
Yes.
10 grand out of it, and all of a sudden, oh crap, I gotta find 10 grand somewhere else to put back in it to pay them to get our
I
money.
can totally relate. I'm trying to find 2 million in here to
I-
cut back, so I know
I
what you're talking
understand.
about.
However, I did get an email yesterday from the state, and, we didn't know this, and she just sent the paperwork in this morning. We're getting back, $42,991 for Medicare and Medicaid reimbursement.
That coming in this year?
Yes.
That's a give back, or that's,
I
what
mean,
is that?
I'm gonna put it in the give back column, and I'll
So-
put it in parentheses.
So our anticipated revenue right now, we're on track to make bring in between 670 and 700,000, not including that 42,000 that we just found out about yesterday. Because what they do, they go back and reassess Medicare and Medicaid calls. And this is actually from calls we took back in 2021, about 2 years behind. So just literally got the email at the end of the day yesterday, and she mailed all this, or emailed them all the signatures back for the acceptance of it.
What was that number again, 42?
42,000, hang on a minute,
I got 42.9.
991, I think.
42,991.88, and I'll throw in an extra $8.12 out of my pocket to make it 43 even.
We'll take it.
Don't do that.
He says don't do it, I say throw it in.
Yeah, I will, I'll care. So,
How are we
I
allocating?
mean, I think you'll get money back at the end of the year, but I can't tell you that. I got 3.5 months left to run this place, so, you know.
Fair enough. All right, let's move on. What's the next item you have for us?
All the rest of them are salaries,
Are they
correct?
all, yeah, that's it then? Cool.
Is there one new position?
I don't have one.
We haven't had any.
I didn't hear anything about the radio. Did I hear something about radio maintenance? Did I miss that on 363? Almost not been spent at all.
I do not have a note from yesterday on that topic. And what are we at now on line 363?
Yeah, we should be at 7,361, but that's slated to get 2,000 taken out of it to go to utilities.
Right, so we got that 2,500.
Got 53 what?
61,
50.
5,361.
No, because a lot of the, I mean, I'm taking care of,
I mean, to put down $2,000 in 2 months.
yeah.
Yeah, I think that one's
So we
fine.
pay for licenses, we pay for other stuff that normally comes to the end of the year. It's not Christmas shopping, that's just the way it is.
It's went down $2,000 in 8 months.
No, 2 months. This balance is actually 630,
Right, but
and it's went down $2,000 more as of August 31st.
so what's the total again?
5361 is what's in there right now.
Right, but it started at 7,500 as of January 1.
Well,
So that's
but in
2,000.
6 months, it was at 7361. Now we're at 5361.
So
That's
from
why
the
it's
end of June until this very moment, it's gone down.
Right, well, let's do, big picture, for the whole year, it's went down $2,000.
Yeah,
It's
but
a $7,500 line item.
everything's not spent. in
You make it sound
increments.
like everything's spent evenly.
Yeah, and it's not, it
I
doesn't
just
work
don't
that
know what
way.
world we're living in, guys. We gotta cut some of this stuff. We can't go to
Well,
every
when the
line
bill comes
item.
due in December, how's he gonna pay it if we cut
I
it
don't know
down?
how we're gonna get to December, because we're never gonna get out of this room, because we're not gonna make these cuts. We have to
I-
cut something. We've sat here for hours and hours. I spent $2,000 taking this week off, and I feel like I wasted my damn time. We've not done nothing. We've made no progress, none. We've added $300,000. It's time to get down to business. Forgive me for being so blunt, fellas, but look around the room. We gotta get down to business and do this.
At the same time, we have to be cognizant that we're not putting ourselves in a position to just cut for the sake of cutting, because then we're going to be in quite a bind next year when we don't have the funds to appropriate. So it's good dialogue and it's good conversation, and we're all, learning. We have a very new council, and we're all, learning. And this, we're not going to, Rome wasn't built in a day. We're not making every cut today and tomorrow. We all know we have to meet multiple times to get this done, so we will get there. But I don't think we need to continue to go over $2,000
Well, I
at this
mean,
moment.
Can we make, yeah, because we've been through the majority of a day doing it the way we've been doing it. So, Ryan, you want to change it now and start,
No, I've been
Doing it
through
your
all
way,
day. I've been fighting
but
this
we've already
all day
we've already
long.
been through a good chunk of this. So we're going to continue to go the process that we're doing? Or are we going to try to shift it and,
Let
We're trying to
let
get
me explain how it's done. I'm 3 years in here. the last two budgets we've done, when we went through this, we look for, I'm not saying eliminate it, I'm saying knock it down a little bit. That's how you add up to find the money that needs to be cut. We're not taking away nothing.
He's
You-
giving us money from this year's budget too, so you have to take that into consideration. It's coming from both places.
Thank you, I
So,
appreciate that. but-
Yes,
I'm not discounting that we need to get where we need to go. I'm just saying the process has been the process for today, unfortunately, or fortunately, whatever it is. Let's get through it in this way. Everyone's obviously coming up here, giving what they can, cutting whatever is available. We know we're line iteming everything out back to 2023, and then we're gonna have to come back around. I mean, everybody knows that, so.
I mean, what we get through today and tomorrow, then we'll have to give the auditor's
Disrupts
office.
every line, we're gonna be here
But
for
let's be
16 more
fair,
days.
we're not gonna have everybody tomorrow, we're not gonna have our attorney, we're not gonna have you, we're not gonna have everybody, we're here now. We're
Right.
here on this page right now. We know they've spent 2,500 in 8 months out of 7,500.
And
right?
2 of that was in 2 months, so, and it's not
Fair is what it
scheduled,
was.
it's
It's
not
been in a whole
scheduled,
year.
Ryan. You can't, I mean, if you don't know, it's not like it's $1,000 every month, and he's saying, based on his knowledge of his department, that this is the number.
They're all gonna tell us that.
I know.
Jessica, every
I-
person who comes to that podium is gonna tell us they can't live without losing a penny.
He's losing pennies.
He's losing
He's already
dollars,
been cutting.
and he was already cut before he ever darkened the doorway.
You guys-
I mean,
you
we
guys are a
know,
lot more
we know what the
optimistic than I
reality
am.
is here, Ryan.
I'm gonna ride this ship with you. We'll see where we're at by the time the end of the day is up. I'm gonna make a prediction. I guarantee we don't go backwards. We'll probably be at 1,000,000 plus before we're done today, because that's the route we're going. That's the
Well,
path.
yes, I mean, right now, we're just getting everything back to 2023. We're cutting what we can easily right now, and the auditor's office is going to need time to go back and make sure they adjust FICA and perf and all of those things, so we'll take a few days off, and we'll get a new number, and we know at that point, when we have to start making the tough decisions. We're not gonna have a number today or tomorrow.
Patient.
I've got patience. I live in reality. And
We've been through a few of these budgets. We
This
have,
is reality. This is
sometimes,
Government.
I mean, I felt like a Groundhog Day. We did this yesterday. Today's supposed to be the day where we get
We
down
are-
to business.
we are working on it. All right, so the rest of your budget's all salaries. I had a couple circled, these couple paramedics, 137 and A 137 and B 117. I had a few paramedics circled. And
It's 2 of them that are in school. They're
There they are.
currently in school
C
for their
129.
name to change to a paramedic. So that's what the 2 that he said, hold off on going back to 2023 because I need to discuss these with you because they're in school.
So that was C 129 and F 125, correct?
Yep.
And so those 2 salaries will now be at the paramedic level.
That's what I'm hoping, so I can keep them.
Is that the 5982? 59,082
5982 for which line?
for
129C?
120, yep.
What was the other one?
F 125. Which with those updates. I'm getting 2,467,921. So,
I have 2,527,762.
okay.
Say again.
Oh, we have different numbers, so stand by.
I want to correct them.
What about 177, D 177 and G 109?
45 for the paramedics.
Well, I had 2 reds, I had 2 adjustments to that.
What ones?
D 177.
That's the one we weren't sure on the name on that, and that's gonna be an advanced EMT at 45,495.
Yeah. What?
And what
What
was your
was the other one?
109, G 109,
Same thing,
it'll be at the 45, 495 mark.
yeah.
Yeah, same thing. Yeah, just back to 23. I don't have the 23 one in front of me, I got the one we submitted so far. Yeah, that's where you go back to 2023.
121, what do you have there?
E 121, it's grayed out. I know it's not.
No, it's blue. 22,9, 495.
Oh, yeah, so that's a blue, yeah, so B, I have 44, 195. Cause that was coming from the other 121 that is on page 46, A.
And utilities are gonna be 36, that's 350.
Can we go back to B 121? I'm curious here, cause A 121 was 40, I have 42, 495.
That should be right, on the 23, H 121?
On 21, 42, 495, but for some reason, on the B, I mean, the 41, 195.
It's 42, 495.
I got it here now, okay. Got it. Right. Alright, so what do you have now?
I have 2,527,762, 762.
Oh, yeah. 2, 467, 921.
Anyone else have a number? Too many numbers.
Let's start at the top. What do you have?
2,527,834.
2,527,834.
Give me your number
That's
again, I'll
close to
figure out the
mine.
difference.
2,527,762.
Why do I have
That'd be $2.
2,467?
That's pretty close to what I got, if you add in those two lines.
Alright,
252.
I mean,
All right.
without doing the math right here on a calculator, I can't tell you exactly, but that's pretty
Okay,
close,
that.
looking at it.
Right.
Yep.
82075.
Yep.
5937.
Yep.
6675. Blank 6675. 6675. 47088.
Yep.
1700. 1700. 1700. 850. 850. 850.
Yep.
6221.
Yep.
850. 850. 850. 1700. 65,000. 235.
Yep.
4,600.
Mhm.
17,480.
Yep.
2.
Yep.
65.
Yep.
1.
Yep.
1,500. 8.
Yep.
7.
Yep.
155. 1,500. It's 36. It's 5. 5. 75. 35. 12. 175. 33. 200. 95. 42. 495.
Yep.
59. 841.
Oh, nope. That's what I'm missing.
What do you have there on that one?
59. 841.
Yeah, that's good.
Well, that's from your sheet, so
That's
that's line
59,082.
It's
It's line
adding
865.
865. It's 59,841.
$108, where that 108A is pulling from, 59,841. Been on last year's.
59,841. Right here.
What's the number you guys are coming back?
A108.
No, I meant the grand total that you're coming back.
Oh, we're checking our numbers right now to see where we're.
2,527,762.
And mine was like 2,4 something. Oh,
All right, so that's 59,841.
59,841, yep,
59,082,
yes,
blank.
yep,
59,082, 082, 82, 82,
Yep.
blank, 082, 02, 02.
Yep.
45, not 495.
yeah,
42, 495.
Yep.
42, 4095,
mhm,
blank, blank, 45, 495,
Yep.
blank, 59,082,
Yep.
45, 495,
Yep.
42, 495,
Yep.
45, 59,082,
no, 45,495, and then 59,082.
oh, there we go. Well, yeah, that was the one that I thought we changed. That's the one, C 129 paramedic changed. you're wanting to budget C 129 paramedic as a 59082, correct?
Have that,
59082 is the next one.
Yep.
59082, 45495.
Yep.
59082.
Yep.
45495.
Yep.
59, 42495, 59082, 45495.
why is my number so much off? There we go,
This one.
2,527,762. Okay,
Yes,
there we go.
we were over here doing the same math, and that's what I got, I proved it right there.
All right,
Run for council.
762.
all right.
Correct me up.
2,527,762.
So you're up 1% currently at 25 grand, so against 2023. So there's work to do. All right. Is that it for that one?
Yeah, right?
Are you guys
Bear
caught
with
up?
me.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
We're keeping track, 25,174 on the increase.
You said 2527762. I'm off. Are you getting that, Becky? Ran on my total part. Oh, okay. I am not seeing this difference as far as like just standing out. That's not even a number that makes.
How big's your difference?
26,852. And I have more. So, I've missed something.
You wanna run them again?
Just, can you just read off the numbers?
82,075, 59,537, 60,675, blank, 60,675, 60,675, 47,088, 17,17, 17, 850, 850, 850, 60,221, 850, 850, 850, 1,700, 65, 235, 46, 17,480, 2, 65, 1,000, 1,500, 8, 7, 150, 500, 1,500, 36, 5, 5, 75, 35, 12, 175, 33, 100, 200, 95, 42, 495, 59, 841, 59, 82, 15 blank, 59, 82, blank, 59, 82, 59, 82, 59, 82, blank, 59, 82, 59, 82, 59, 82, 45, 495, 42, 495, 42, 495, blank, blank, 45, 495, blank, 59, 82, 45, 495,
Hang on. My ABCs, hang on here. And that's not all of it, but, okay, start with C-116.
45, 495,
So they reduced that one.
Which line?
C-116,
C-116 started out with more in 2023, but the 2024 is a lesser amount. So I assumed it was probably a new employee who wasn't getting as much as one before or something. I don't know. I don't know what I thought, but it's less.
Wait, which one?
B116.
yeah, the request is lower.
Where's that folder at? The blue folder.
Backpack, on the floor, both. What is C-116 this year? Like currently,
It was listed as 45,495.
what was it? I'm sorry.
45,495,
And it was listed at what?
44,195
44, 195?
for this year,
For twenty
or
twenty-four.
for 20, excuse me, for 2024.
Right, what is it currently this year?
It says 45,495.
See who, 116?
$1,300 difference.
So that would have been a B 116 on the ad. And it's 22, 23. It's gotta be a new employee. What is it saying?
This is the one
Tell me that again so my mind can process.
Your 2024,
That was your 23 request. That's your 24 request. Down $1,000,
1,300.
or 1,300, sorry. And there wasn't a B-116 on here.
There was a B 116 in 22. This is a new employee.
So maybe the B amount is being shown as the original amount, and then since it's a new person and they're not starting out at what the other person's rate was.
Yeah, because my mind's trying to picture who that is.
You don't have names in your system, do you? Attached to them?
No, they don't have them. Yeah.
it's all just
Because an EMT would be 3,000 less than an advanced EMT, so.
Who's on today? Crickmore? Hold on, let me find it. Hold on.
What are you showing there? B-116.
B was going, so like 454.95. C,
What'd you say it went to?
C is 454.95, B had 0 this year.
454. Oh, you're saying it weird. Okay, gotcha.
You should know that by now. $45,495.
Well, while they're working on that, will you go with the next line and read the rest of your numbers since we're close to being done? I mean,
Yeah.
you know, for
Oh,
me
no,
to
what
start
happened?
checking off on my computer.
You're at C-122.
Okay, C-122 is 42,495, 45,495.
Oh, I got 42 on that one. I have 42,495, which I took from B 127 and I wrote down wrong. Okay. So that is a deduction as well. So if it's a new employee and they're gonna make less, we need to get the lesser amount.
Where's the deduction?
C 127 is a new line for B 127. So if you look at B 127, they were making 45,495. However,
What'd I
they've
just
got
say?
C 127 coming in at 44,195.
No, we have it at 45,495.
Well, no, no, I see what she's saying, the 24 line.
Oh, I got you,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So that to me seems like probably same situation with the new person coming in and not making what the person before.
That shouldn't matter though. If they're advanced EMT, they make it that rate. If they're an EMT, they make that rate. So to make sure we don't go backwards on something.
See all these, they're at 44.
Yeah, they should be.
They were over here at 45. So like, she's saying B 127 was a 45, but the C is now at 44. You
They're
got another
basic.
one.
They're
They're
not, they're basic, so they get that 44. They're not the advanced, they didn't get that increase.
So 44,195.
Yes, right. So they're in an advanced EMT line, because that's just the way that it is. But that's their salary.
So should we just
They're-
make their name EMT?
You know what? We're gonna have to get with you and make that, but we need to do that with you if we can. And that would take a lot of confusion out. That's
Yeah, that'd be
for me,
great.
too.
And that was budgeted in at that higher level. And then when they got hired in the middle of the year, They did not get that extra
Right,
3,000, so they are at that
so
level.
those, it's just those two,
Okay,
right? So then,
and they're right next to each other, so that makes it easy. Okay. So we're looking at, true, 42,495, and then the other person was 44,195. That's what I show.
Okay.
Is that
Wait,
right, wrong, in between?
C 127 is 42,195.
I have 40,
No. Write it down right? Okay, B 127 was 45,495.
Mhm.
C 127 changed to 44,195.
Okay.
So I take it we go with the 44,195 because that's the new rate and it's less.
Yep.
The one before that was C 122, which used to be B 122. B was 42. That must not be the one we're talking
no,
about.
it's the one above it, 116.
Okay. And it's reducing,
Wait, but then in that case, C 122 would also be
which
that
they have the
41.
reduction, so that
195.
would stay the,
Yeah,
That one's
C,
gonna get
what,
down.
C 116?
No, the one after is C 122. You look in the 2024 column, it says 44,195.
Yes,
And that's
yes.
Could have been an increase. Though.
No, because before it was,
fine.
oh, okay, you're right, never mind.
Because they were
Never mind.
additionally.
Yeah, so it's just those
Yes,
two,
with the computer now and see where I'm at.
okay.
I need to adjust a couple,
Yeah.
I'm sure.
So C 122 should be what?
C 122 is 42,495.
Right, C 122 should be the 42,495.
C 116 should be 44,195. Correct?
C 116 should be 44,195.
C 127, 44,195.
That's
So
what I have.
you
Would
are
have
at,
been B 120. No,
525 is 162.
oh yeah, we do. What'd you say, the C 127, 40,
C 127, 44,195?
yes. And also that the numbers are confusing for 24 because we included that 4%.
Yeah.
So it makes everything off what it should be. Also then, again, what it should be minus with the line number changes coming in and them not being advanced EMTs, them being basic. So when they come in the middle of the year, it's still confusing because they're still budgeted at what that line item was originally approved for, but that's not what they're getting. Because they don't have that level of certification.
I definitely think having updated names in here will help moving forward too, so.
Yes. And then, like I said, we'll get with Tanya and I'll give her a salary spreadsheet of, I keep everybody if they're advanced, basic, or medic, and then we can go through that and what line they're assigned to.
What do you have for C, 146?
81,
59082?
Yeah.
140, you said 146?
Mm-hmm.
59082.
Okay.
Twenty-two. Let's see. Yeah, it should be the 59082. Because that was another
Sorry,
employee change in the middle of this year.
That changed what we already did.
No, that's what we have.
Two, 525162.
Yes. What Matt and I have.
What was it?
525,162. Is that right? Because earlier you guys said 760.
We figured out what the issue was there, so we're in agreement
okay.
that it's 2,525,162.
Let's say.
Right?
Are we, no,
What,
that was 22,574
you,
budget.
ladies all good down there?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, on to communications center, page 3. Perfect. 124.
That's the only
If we know paramedic is this, advanced is this, and a basic is this.
Yeah,
That way there's
like
no confusion.
base,
Yes.
base.
When I say it's a basic EMT, we all know it's 41, 40, you know what I mean?
Yeah, 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 yeah.
But we'll get together. You guys let me know
Yeah,
when you're free.
124.
And we'll figure this out before this goes into effect. Okay.
Start at the top.
So I went through my budget again last night after we had the conversation yesterday. I just want to try to explain a couple things to you.
Sure.
My 2023 budget was based on the fact that we wanted to keep the percentages pretty equal, and it was based on $800,000 from the city of Muncie, okay? When I crafted the 2024 budget, it was based on $1.025 million from the city of Muncie. Part of the whole premise behind the contract with the city of Muncie was we wanted them to pay more so that we could do some of the things that we needed to do, like raises and everything else, because we explained to them that the council was really good for 2023 in funding round one of raises for us, okay? Last year, I turned in $134,000 at the end of the year, on top of the $94,000 that I turn in at budget time, okay? This year alone, even though my 2023 budget was based on $800,000 from the city of Muncie, we actually received $1 million. Of that $1 million, I used about 50,000 towards the beginning of the year, which left in excess of $150,000. Okay? So when the 2024 budget was crafted, it was crafted with the premise that we didn't want there to be a huge increase to the county general budget, but we also needed to accomplish some things that we have been saying that we need to do. And one of them is raises. Some of them are contractual stuff for software and everything else. But we didn't want to put the burden on the county general budget, right? 100%, because that's what was happening for so long. Now we've entered into a 5-year interlocal agreement, And one of the things that was said at the beginning of this budget process was we want to go back to 2023. I'm going to stand here and tell you that for me, that's not possible, okay? Regardless of the salary increases or whatever the case may be, this budget was crafted with an agreement with the city of Muncie that we forged for the entire year last year. And one of the things that we mentioned to them is we need to give our people raises to make it competitive so that I'm not a revolving door. Okay, so I know you want to start with the 2023 numbers, but I want to be the one to tell you that I don't think that's fair. The extra money that we are getting from Muncie under this contract is not to subsidize other departments. It's being given to us specifically to do the stuff that we need to do in the 911 center, okay? It's no different than our statewide 911 fund. Those funds are given so that we can do some of the things that we need to do in 911, right? And I'm not saying that a lot of people don't have the same argument, but the whole premise of that contract and that interlocal agreement was so that we didn't burden the county and we put more of the burden on the city of Muncie. I personally have a hard time standing up here and having the budget cut from what we said we were going to do to retain people and provide a good level of service. Ultimately, that's your decision, okay? I don't know where you want to start with my budget today, all right? But from my standpoint, and with the numbers that I have written down, it's easier for me to go off the 2024 numbers and not 2023.
Dr. Cummins, how many people do you have currently open positions?
I have one open position.
What is it?
It's a communications tech.
Okay.
And it's actually in the process of being filled right
You're
now.
requesting, have you hired a person or you're looking?
I'm pretty confident that I'm gonna hire somebody.
And,
It's in the process right now. Now, the other part of this that I want to tell you too, if you look at page, I think it's 5, it's the total, requested increase, okay? I want to talk about that for 30 seconds. Total requested increase is $329,950, okay? From 2023 to 2024. If you take out the 43,000, which I told you yesterday, that I'm willing to give up the extra position, that brings it down to $286,950, okay? With the extra $225,000 that we are getting through this interlocal agreement, that leaves me with a balance extra 2023 over 2024 of $61,950. You can further reduce that by taking the $5,000 uniform line out, which drops it to $56,950. Now, if you give me a directive right now that you want me to find $56,950 to make it net zero for the county side of this budget, I'll do everything in my power to do that. The actual increase to the county budget for 2024 will be $56,950. Now, on top of that, I talked to the treasurer earlier because I was really curious about a couple things. The $1.6 million that we have in the 901 fund generates about $80,000 worth of interest a year. Okay? So if you take that into consideration, it's actually a positive to the county between the money that we have in the 901 fund and what we're getting from the city of Muncie.
I would make a recommendation to accept the 2024 budget as presented with the exception, strike the new employee, strike the $800 or you got 1,000 in there for the gas line that doesn't exist.
And strike the $5,000
You
for
said strike
uniforms.
the
Gave that
uniforms,
yesterday.
said the uniforms,
Uniforms, yeah, we already did that yesterday.
right? And then, the other one, too, is I would, to get you where you need to be, and I would say we need to put your overtime and holiday pay at your 2023 levels. You live within that?
I'm gonna stand here and tell you that I will say that I can live with that, but if I need extra money in overtime next year, you're gonna see me, right?
It's the way it works.
However, I can tell you that you're gonna see transfers this month. I'm gonna transfer some money into overtime again. I'd love to be able to stand here today and give you money out of my 2023 budget, but I can't yet.
That's just me. I mean, the rest of the council may say, no, leave it at that. I'm just making that recommendation.
So the thing that's tricky here is not every department has the opportunity to bring in revenue. And so we do, I think maybe Ryan even made the comment earlier that, or somebody alluded to about how we all benefit from these other departments who bring in revenue, right? It all goes into county general. And it's not like that money that you're getting is in a bucket specifically for you. And we've been pretty generous about making sure we do the best we can to help you out in everything you've asked for this year.
Right, but I.
The challenge is,
But I funded
is
that.
this falls under our county general budget, which is in with the max levy. And we are still, even if you try to, what you presented to us just now doesn't fix our problem of having to cut 23's budget to get us within the max levy for this new budget. So it's still, we're still in a, in a tricky situation here, because I think we all agree that we're thrilled that there's that contract and there's more money available, but you're one of many budgets in this massive chunk of our max levy that we have to try to manage.
And I don't disagree
And to
with you.
Ryan's point earlier, Ryan, you were just begging us to cut pennies and every little, a couple $1,000s to get to where we need to get going, and this,
Oh, I did
We're
say
lo-
that, but I mean, we haven't done it all day. I don't know why we're gonna start now.
but we've also started everyone at 23's salaries.
But I think that Councilman Cantz actually said it earlier. You have to take every budget and every position with its merits,
Yeah.
right? I
And
can't
we can do
speak-
whatever we choose,
I
but
can't speak to other departments. I can speak to my department and tell you that we bring in $1.8 million to offset the cost of running the dispatch center. Right? I can't control that. We signed an interlocal
I understand.
to improve the dispatch center. It wasn't to improve, and I just picked random departments. It's not to improve the auditor's office. It's not to improve the assessor's office. It's to improve dispatch and provide a level of service that we said that we would provide. My fear is and like I said, told you yesterday, I'm not using scare tactics. My fear is if we don't fund to this level and I start losing people, we're not gonna meet the obligations of the interlocal agreement, and you could potentially have the city of Muncie withdraw because it's in the interlocal that they can do that, and you're gonna lose $1,025,000 a year.
We'd have to look at those levels of service then, right? I mean, what does that mean?
If I start losing people and
No, what does the level of service actually mean? I mean, like, we have to provide a certain number of dispatchers per shift. We have to do, like, whatever the metrics are.
absolutely. We still have
They
an
defined in
whether,
that
like
local
I explained to Mr. Mokel yesterday, or in the pre-budget hearing, regardless of whether the city of Muncie pays us or not, we have a duty to provide 911 service in the county. It doesn't change. The number of people that I employ won't be able to change because we still have to answer the same number of 911 calls and dispatch the same number of units, whether Muncie's paying us or not. What I'm telling you is that the interlocal agreement says that we'll provide a high-quality level of service.
I know, that's what I'm asking, what a definition of that is. Just because.
It's not
if you-
getting
if you're gonna-
screwed.
Not you personally, but if we're concerned about a level of service, meeting a level of service agreement as part of that interlocal agreement, there's gotta be metrics tied to that. If there's not, then it's just well, we don't like it. It's not an actual thing. So, which, again, I'm just saying, that's, to me, a false dichotomy. Just like the amount of money they're giving us is a false dichotomy to what Jessica was trying to say. So, all else being equal, totally agree with what you're saying, because I believe our duty is to fund public safety as part of our level of service from a county standpoint. But I'm just saying, like, some of those things, they're arbitrary. They're not necessarily something you can measure.
Don't disagree with you.
You know what I mean? So you've made improvements over the last year and some change and been able to do more than what you did when you first got here, right? So, I mean, playing devil's advocate, that's the argument, that
And I would hate to see all that work go down the toilet.
I think it's worth noting that, the 911 center was pretty similar to the issue with the correctional officers. We were transferring money for new hires, 2 to 3 people a month, every single month, where the changes were made. So you guys are doing a good job over there getting everything turned around. I mean, I did what I suggested earlier, cut $77,000 off the budget. I think, just from the 911 agreement that's coming from the city with an extra, I dropped it down to basically 252,000 more over the year. City kicked in 225,000 this year. I just figured I'd throw that in there just for information's sake, but
So, all that said, I'll go the other side of my mouth, which is in agreement basically with Brian saying it. If you can get it down to those numbers that you were dictating before and bring it back and let's go through it, then maybe that's the place we start today, because that's
So come
really
up
where
with the
we're
other
starting with everybody else.
$56,000.
That's where we're starting with everybody else, is what can you do? Let's get down to those, what you consider that bare minimum, and then we're gonna have to come back and figure it out from there.
I don't think your understanding of what Matt's saying.
I
is the
don't
same
either.
thing. I think he's going back to what was originally said.
I can't go to 2023 numbers, Matt. Like,
But that's not what I said. I said what Ryan, what you outlined earlier about the deductions you were
Yes,
outlining.
the new position, the LP gas, the uniforms, and the overtime returning to, previous year's levels, which is
I
about
don't know, we count the
77,000.
new employee. I mean, we've been cutting, we haven't been including any new employee.
it was included in my
But it's,
budget,
we're
though.
looking at the 24 budget.
I
that's in there.
understand,
I just
but-
made that suggestion, if you
Yeah.
accepted it, 2024, take that employee out. And that's also why I asked how many open positions you got. I don't know if you guys been keeping score, but I've been asking everybody how many open positions you got, because graph it out, I think that's where we're going. When we get to the end of this, we're gonna have to look at what open positions are gonna need to be cut to get to where we need to go. I know nobody wants to hear that, but I seem to deliver all the bad news, so that's what I'm keeping track of for that. Not necessarily saying that's what's gonna happen to
I
you, but
agree.
I'm asking everybody.
And if you look at the 2023 budget, because I have it right in front of me, right?
Me
There,
too.
there's several lines that have to increase, right? So I can't take my 2020, what I'm saying is I can't take my 2023 budget and cut it. It's actually just the opposite. I have to take my 2023 budget, which again was based on more revenue, but there's a lot of stuff in the 2024 budget request that I need in order to operate, right? So I can't do what some of the other departments have stood here and done and start at 2023 and start making deductions. I can't do that.
But if you're not gonna come with us, if you're not gonna come to us with anything, then we're gonna have to do it ourselves.
I'm coming to you with something that, if you want to go line by line out of my 2023 side of my budget, I'm going to tell you every single line, minus salaries, that have to increase next year. Right?
Start there.
And I'm fine doing that, but I don't think that that's a true representation of what I need. And that's what I'm trying to make you understand. This budget was put together with the theory that we were gonna have $225,000 in extra revenue on top of the $150,000 that we brought in this year that we didn't use for communications. It was spread out to the county and used somewhere else.
But understand that the opposite is, if we agree with you, that that's your $225,000, that should be built into your budget. We have to take that away from somebody else. Because we've already included that in our general fund revenue.
I completely understand that. I do. But my
it's
only
apples and
job-
oranges. I mean, it's the same thing.
My only job as the 911 director is to advocate for my department.
I understand that, absolutely.
I can't stand here and make the argument for every other department in this room or in this county. I can tell you that if certain things aren't funded, we can't provide the level of service that we're providing now. We can't. And if we start losing people, the budget increase that I gave you for 2024, I'm gonna be in here in 2024 asking you to find hundreds of thousands of dollars to be able to provide the level of service that we're providing now. That's my fear.
Yeah, we don't find revenue, the revenue is given to us, and that's what we deal with. We can't go out and find revenue.
I agree with that.
What number did you come up with? What's that? With the overtime reduction?
So President Piper, I don't know what you want me to give you for numbers. I guess that's where I'm standing here in awkward silence because I don't know where you want me to start with this.
We've listened to, Fred, thanks for coming up. We've listened to you on a pre-budget, and you've done a wonderful job with that. We talked to you yesterday as well. I think you carry the same message. I don't know that we need to go around the barn too many more times with that message. I think that you, does the council, has the council heard the message?
This is one of our largest budgets. All our largest budgets, with the exception of the commissioners, are all public safety. They're all imperative to our community. I mean, that's where, if you take in the commissioners and all of our public safety offices, I mean, you're looking at like 96% of our budget. If we start cutting, we have to make cuts. We already know that we delivered the bad news yesterday, and it's going to hurt. It's not going to be fun. And these smaller offices that make up that other percentage of our budget, they're lean as can be as it is. And to Ryan's point, there's going to come a point where if you look at all of our budgets and you put them in buckets of what series they are, if they're 100 series, 200 series, 300 series, and you look across all of our funds within county general, there isn't a lot of fat to cut anywhere, because almost all of the budgets are in the 100 series. That means employees. So basically what I hear when you say these are your demands, that you are supporting the elimination of jobs in other departments.
Not what I'm saying.
But how are we gonna fund it?
I
mean, that's, when we're up here trying to do the math and figure this all out,
I'm giving
like,
you as much funding as I can.
I understand. And all the other departments are giving as much as they can bring in. I mean, revenues, like I said, we only have a few departments that can bring in any revenue. You happen to be one of them. Our hands are kind of strapped this year, and it's quite the challenge. You know, I mean,
How
and
far are we
then
up so far, Ryan?
all these, public safety is huge. And I don't know where we find the money. I feel like we're trying to, squeeze blood out of a turnip here.
So to answer Eugene's question earlier, because I think he asked somebody this, so I will tell you, if you look at the 2023 budget, I will tell you stuff that we cannot change. Right, I can give you those numbers because I have them in front of me. All right, taking the salary portion out of it, right, I will tell you what we can't change, okay? Starting on page 1, I will tell you what contractually we cannot change, all right? So starting on the first page, if you scroll down, I obviously can't change FICA, PERF, health insurance. I can't change the OIC because that we have to pay people when they train people.
Hang on, the health insurance, is that based on new or just this is the uptick?
It was 10% based on my last,
So it's just the uptick.
it's just the uptick, okay? So the officer in charge part, I can't change, the FICA, the PERF, the health insurance, the educational incentive.
And you're saying that you cannot change those 24 numbers?
Correct, yes, that's
All
what I'm
right, so-
saying.
So stand by. So I
That's
wanna
what I'm
make
saying,
sure-
sorry.
I want to make sure I'm marking these appropriately. So you said FICA, PERF, health insurance,
Educational incentive,
okay? And you said the OIC up at,
yep, the OIC. Now, training, if you bump that back to the 2023 number, I'll make it work, okay? Rather than 12,000 that I put in,
okay,
leave it at 10, that's fine, I don't have to change that. I will tell you holiday pay and overtime. If I'm staying at 2023 numbers, I have to have 80,000 in both of those, okay? I don't have a lot of wiggle room there because I'm already gonna spend probably 120,000 this year, right? So by the time I get done, I can't cut that back to 68 and 65 respectively, right? The lateral transfer signing bonus, that's a contractual thing. I have to keep that number
10,000 in there,
I
yep.
have to keep that number in there at the 10,000.
well, we appropriated the 20 earlier, and you have the obligation to 2 people, and those monies get paid out next year, which is at 10,000, correct?
That's correct.
All right,
So the part-time, in order to not increase my overtime and hopefully not get to the 100,000, I need to keep the part-time money because we have a part-time employee that saves us a lot of money, right? So that number needs to stay. Office supplies, if you cut us back to 6,000, which is the 2023 number, I'll try to make it work. Prices of everything go up. That's what we try to do when we do the budgets. I already dropped the gasoline line. Okay, as you remember, we do have 2 vehicles in 911, that didn't cost the county anything because we got them through grants and other avenues. The only thing that you guys pay for is gas and oil changes. I mean, the deputy director and I actually, pay for car washes out of our own pocket. We both pay the monthly membership fee at Clancy's out of our own pocket, so that doesn't cost the county anything either. Uniforms we've already cut. Maintenance supplies. I'm not comfortable with 2,500. If you wanna cut it from the 5,000, that's fine, but I transfer money in there
Comfortable
towards
with,
maybe 4,000.
okay?
I end up transferring money in there every year. The professional cleaning services, I'm gonna spend pretty much all of that 7,000 this year, and I kept it the same for next year. Transportation,
Could back up to uniforms, did you say you want the 5 or you down to?
no, I took that out
You took it
because
out.
Thank you.
I'm not gonna do it.
Okay.
The transportation, that pays for mileage when people go to classes and stuff like that, all right? I up that because we're doing more in travel. If you wanna save, keep that at $1,000, keep it at $1,000.
I think before you go any further, I think every single thing that can absolutely be adjusted, we should do it.
And that's what I'm doing right now. So
Yeah.
if you wanna keep that at 1,000 instead of 2,000, that's fine.
Yeah.
I can live with that. LP gas is going away completely. We've been over that several times. Utilities, I'll be the first one to stand here and tell you, I've never seen a utility bill come for the 911 center since I've worked here. So that's an arbitrary number.
Yes, but with that being said, and I know you're not the right guy to ask because you don't pay the invoices. You had 25 budgeted for the year. As of
Yes.
June 1st, it's still 20,000.
And last year,
What is
hold
it
on.
now?
Last year, I had $3,000 left at the end of the year, and that was in 2022, because I have those numbers too.
Can you guys check to see what's in there for, utilities?
And I can tell you, Ryan, that based on that number and the increase in utility costs, my number's probably not far off at 26,000.
Probably not. I'm trying to help you get to where
Becky?
you need to go.
Did we get the balance of line 351?
My utilities went up.
15,300.
First 3 months.
15,315.
Right, that's why I said I don't know what the true numbers are, because EMA pays for 3 months out of the year at our building, and then I pay the other 9 months.
You had 3,000 left over. You got it at 26. Can we go to 24?
I'd keep it at 25,
Let's keep it at 25.
I'd keep it at 25, which is this year's number. The equipment repair, I do need that to go to $1,000. Because we do have equipment break and I try to pay for it or transfer money or whatever the case may be. That's why I raised that to $1,000. The amount of equipment we have, that's actually not a lot of money. We try really hard to fix our own stuff, but some of the stuff we can't. So I would request to keep that at $1,000. The radio maintenance justice center line, I talked about that yesterday. I raised that $10,000 because our radio contracts are going up. That's a contractual thing. I know there's a lot of money that, on your paper that is sitting in there right now, but the majority, if not all of that, will be gone by the end of the year. Because all the bills come due in December. So I need that to be 145,000. The software, it's the same thing. We pay maintenance fees on all the software that we use. They go up yearly. I'm hoping the 21,000, which is what I budgeted, is actually gonna be adequate. We also split software costs into our 1222 account as well, but there's only certain things the state will pay to maintain out of that account. So some of it has to come out of the county general fund. And I've got those evenly split now. So the 21,000 really needs to stay. The next page, EMD maintenance is another one. We split that between the county and the 901 fund. You'll see that there's as part of the software in the 901 fund, that's partially paid for out of 901 as well. Okay, so that needs to be 11,000 next year. The T1 line,
Why is something like that why does that have to be split?
before I came here, they decided that when they were paying the EMD stuff, part of it should come out of the county and part of it should come out of 901, right? It was done to balance the 911 fund expenditures and not overdraw every single year. We had that discussion yesterday as well. The The T1 line, if you want to keep that at 6,000, that's fine. If I run over, I have the telephone backup line. I can always transfer money into that. The telephone backup thing, Eugene asked me in the pre-budget hearing, I'm actually comfortable keeping that at 54,000 and not the 56 that I requested, due to some savings that we've been able to achieve throughout the beginning of the year. Now, I am going to use some of that savings from 2023, transfer it into overtime this month. So, but I am comfortable, Eugene, at not raising that.
Can you lower it?
Let me get back to you. I need to run some more numbers, but maybe a couple thousand more. I don't know.
The reason I ask is you said you were gonna transfer money out of that into overtime.
That was from savings at the beginning of this year.
Sure, and we're raising overtime now, so hopefully we wouldn't have to transfer next
Hopefully,
year.
hopefully. So, actually, you know what? I'll give that to you while I'm here. I'll lower that to 52,000. I'll take $2,000 more out of that. I'm comfortable with that. The vehicle maintenance is exactly what it says. I mean, that's oil changes and tires or whatever we need for the vehicles that we have. I kept that at the same amount it is in 2023. Dues and subscriptions, that is a change. If you remember, this budget doesn't reflect it. If you remember, I came to you and transferred some money into dues and subscriptions to pay for our APCO membership for the entire staff, which saves us money in training. So I had to increase that line to 2,500. That will pay for the membership for the staff throughout the year, but we save thousands of dollars by having them members when we register them for classes. I already told you schooling. If you want to keep that at 10,000, that's fine. Miscellaneous equipment, I have spent that budget this year, and I kept it the same for next year, and I would ask that that stays the same as well. All right? The chairs are always a hot topic. There still shows $2,500 left. I have to buy a big boy chair this year. I have some people that are bigger than the chairs that we have. And so next month, they're coming out with the big boy version of the chairs that we have. I have to buy one of those. So that money that's currently in there is going to disappear. Next year, I budgeted to buy a second big boy chair. If you take that out, I'll live with it, because in 2025, I'm gonna come back to you for the new lease,
Well, let's take it out.
okay? So you can take that $2,500 out of next year, that's fine. Now, the rest of them are all salaries. When you get to the third page, H123. That's the position that we changed in January. That needs to stay at the 62,000 that it is. Because that is pay comparable to all the other supervisors out of the 1222 account.
One of those communication techs that come out then?
So we switched a communication tech in January to a supervisor's position. Funded it in January for the balance of 2023, okay? Knowing, and I explained when I came in, that this line would revert to the full salary for a supervisor in 2024. So that can't,
Previously G,
yeah, it was previously G.
and it's zeroed out on G.
So the 40,000 G123 would come out.
It was 40, now I'm telling you wrong, yeah, 40. It was 40 and it already shows zeroed out, yeah.
And the rest of them are, I mean, we've gone over all of the other ones.
So going by what all you just said, that knocks off 65,500.
What was that number again?
65,500 from what he just said.
65,500?
Mm-hmm, taking out that employee, all the things he just agreed to, and then, just for clarity, if we did what I had suggested about the overtime deal, that's an additional 27,000 on top of it. But it says
Again, without salary, I will tell you, I'm really skeptical about cutting the overtime and holiday pay members. Because understand that by cutting all this stuff out of the budget, I don't have the wiggle room next year to transfer money. And so I'm gonna have to come back to you for additional appropriations in order to pay people.
So, that was 137 that's going to zero out
Yes,
as far as
yes.
employee.
Yeah, that's the other employee.
Okay,
Yeah, that was the one he wanted to add.
okay, I just wanted to make sure I was doing the right thing.
Well, at minimum, I think it would be prudent to suggest a $5,000 reduction in the overtime and holiday.
Okay.
That's up to you.
That would give us
Using
additional
it.
10,000.
I put it over here.
That would knock you down to 75,000 each for those, which is still a significant increase from the previous year,
Well, it's a
10,000.
$10,000 increase, but I'm spending over $100,000 a year, so.
Yeah, but you've done such a good job turning it around up there. I don't think you'll have to worry about everybody.
It has nothing to
leaving,
do with it.
working
It's-
overtime.
It's filling shifts, and I don't have control over that.
So without, just making an assumption here, this is just math. With those cuts and without any salary increases, this budget is still $179,450 over 2023's budget,
There'd be,
just for math.
there'd be another roughly 60,000 in FICA and FERC. Because we're not increasing the salaries,
Mm-hmm.
correct?
No, I don't know that the number's that high.
Well, this year it was 110, 156, and you budgeted for 142 and 182.
Right.
That's 324 versus 266. Not quite 60. 56.
I'm not the perf in the,
Jessica, what?
Like a guy.
increase did you say you had?
It'd have to be,
With all the
we have to
cuts
figure it, but
he just gave us, and assuming no increases, the number comes up to, from the 2023 budget, this fund has increased by $179,450 from 2023.
At 120.
and just to give you guys a little bit of clarity, I put in $3,000 raises for each dispatcher. Right, so it's $29,000 for every $1,000 that you add on. My argument, if you go with the 2023 numbers with these cuts, is that even with the amount of money that the city of Muncie is giving us, we could at least afford $2,000 raises for every single one of them. And not be negative to the county.
So are you making that recommendation?
If that's what you want, yes, I am.
Perfect, 156.
It's one of those deals where
I go perfect
neither
off
side's
of
gonna be
all
happy when you get there,
numbers.
but
Didn't have that.
It puts us
A
further,
compromise in the middle.
it puts us further behind, but I am much more comfortable telling my
Yeah,
people that,
Yeah, but we have to wait till we get something to work with for them to go back
you hear that, Jessica?
I'm sorry, what?
He also suggested that his increases of 3,000 for each employee be reduced to 2,000. For every one of them.
How many employees are there?
29. Again, you can't count the supervisor, because that's different, so but
29,000.
again, that's adding in, what's 29 times 2?
58?
That's adding in $58,000 on top of what you've already got, right? So Jessica said it was a $179,000 increase or something, right?
Yes,
So if you add 58,000 to that, how much is that?
Add 58 to.
What'd you
we're
say?
taking it away from that.
No, add 58 to the number you already have.
Why?
So if I added in raises on top of what she just
237.
did,
237.
Because you were working off the 2023
because
numbers,
we're working off 2023.
Yeah,
so it would be an increase.
an increase of 29.
So 29 times 2 is 58, so
Increase of 58, which takes that 179 up to 237, 453.
which between the $225,000 that we are getting from Muncie, at least accomplishes something in the form of a raise, which hopefully I can retain my people.
I guess I would just like to make a comment. We've been at this for quite some time. We've asked everybody to help us with budget cuts. We need to cut close to $1 million, maybe 1.2 so far. We've added about $640,000 to last year's 2023 budget. Kind of not headed in the right direction, but we'll have to get there.
So the 1222 account is the other one that is, I'm here to discuss, obviously.
Give us just a second.
I don't know what page that's on.
84.
Well, I think we went over, yep, do this
They
one.
want this updated.
All right, I'm good.
I think we've got to a number. Do you want to go over it?
I'm still typing in.
Oh, okay. Good, then I'm gonna stand
Let's
up.
take 5 minutes real quick. We'll let you get caught up on that and
You'll be putting up a toll.
I was gonna say, all the fun happens over there. I don't know if we're back on yet. The cluster back there, I didn't even look. Do we have a thumbs up? Hey, Nancy? Nancy? Can you ask Mark if we're back on? You ask Mark if, oh, we are, okay, thank you. All right, we're back on,
2 million.
and then
Where we
we
stand
need to wait for
currently?
Tanya to get the recording going, all right.
500.
While we're waiting, we've had, several departments that have found ways to return money for 2023. I have a total so far of $79,075, and a potential from the Public Defender's Office of another $26,500, which would put us at $105,575 returned to 2023.
Can we go over those lines real quick?
I don't
Like
have that.
specific lines, cause I only have,
I only have 30 grand.
I have 35.
I have the clerk, 24,000.
Okay, hold on. So we need to go to the clerk's budget is on what page?
How much you got?
We're going through it line by line. The clerk is on 6 and 7.
6 and 7.
Bill has some that we haven't gotten to yet today.
And we haven't got to the.
Oh, we haven't even got to the clerk. Do we wanna wait till we get to the clerk to get those, or?
Right, that was yesterday's numbers.
You wrote that down yesterday, right?
Wrote down
Yeah,
yesterday.
I just started to keep track today.
Oh, you're talking about the other ones. Okay, well,
We had 7,000 from 198 part-time.
yeah, hold on. Let's get in there real quick.
They came to you while we were on break and gave you updates?
No, this
Oh,
was
okay, I thought
yesterday
this
that we
was-
just haven't put in yet, so for number purposes, what, this is 125.
Well, I don't wanna hold up the whole, if we wanna proceed with
Yeah, we should probably hit them as we go.
departments, I
Okay, okay, that'll work.
I can't really see it like you guys are doing it, just to let you know.
Okay.
My numbers are going to come off of the 2024 requests,
Okay,
okay? Because mine's set up for that, so
Okay.
I have to deduct from that. So my deduction amounts are gonna come off of 2024.
Sure.
You guys are kinda doing it off the 2023.
right.
So for this
We just
particular
separately-
department, we've kind of been going all 24. Just this one.
Well, you know, as far as how my negative numbers come out,
Mhm.
it's not gonna be necessarily off the 2020.
So do you have everything on this Department 124?
I did everything that I had marked other than salaries, because you guys didn't really come to an agreement yet on that, so I didn't punch anything in on salaries.
I
but you
mean,
caught up with the rest.
currently,
At this point.
Without the salaries, I'm at 2,541,500.
okay, then that's, yeah, it's a little off, hold on.
I had 27 on those salaries.
We had, I have 2,454,500.
2,545.
454.
454.
500.
What's that mean?
So 87,000.
That's the same number I have if we're assuming the 2023.
Yeah,
That's
lines.
2 lines, it looks like a 43 and a 44 maybe that I missed. Well, that would be budget, or that would be salary.
is that the 106 and 110 at the top?
Let's see. One oh six. Well, they're salaries, so I didn't do anything with them.
They're showing as 44.
No, mine shows as 47. I'm working on 2024, so I have not put in an
She has not put those
adjustment
cuts.
yet. You guys are still deciding.
Yeah,
as you grow.
she didn't put them all in
So
because we had.
that's the question. The number we have is assuming the 23 number,
Yes.
which,
I can't do it that easily.
right,
Okay.
right, which then puts this fund over the 2023 budget by $179,450.
So what's your number, Jessica?
Total is 2,454,500.
And that's with all the stuff that I gave you minus the salary stuff.
That's
The salaries of 2023.
Correct,
currently, yeah.
I just want to make sure I have it down right, so.
correct.
With the exception of that $62,000 one, correct? 'Cause you did
Yeah,
add
that's
that
in there.
You did add that in,
Now,
okay.
now that we're getting down to the grind and really scraping the bottom of the barrel, yesterday we asked about your, 911 fund. You had $1.6 million. I'm gonna ask you again, is there anything in here that can be put in the 911 fund, paid out of that instead of county
On
general?
page 84.
No, that's the next thing we're gonna discuss anyway, but no, there's not.
Nothing.
No, I mean, I'm already over budgeted from what I take in.
Okay.
Right?
All right,
All right,
So.
I just wanted to ask you again.
Yeah, so on this budget pays for 7 people.
so we're
Um,
switching to 84. This is the budget.
Page 84.
Page 84.
This is outside of the county, general, outside of the max levy.
These are all salaried positions. There are raises built in for these people, including me, and if you want to ask questions about that, Commissioner Henry can talk about that and what the justification is for raising these. It goes back to what, you know, looking at each department individually and what they do. This gets us more comparable to where we should be, but it's not there yet.
And this is all like your leadership, positions essentially, right? These
I will
are all
talk-
your highest paid
Correct.
salaries
These are
come
the
out of
highest paid
this.
salaries.
So these are people
911.
who are in leadership roles.
And this is also a
Correct.
911 fund. The
Correct.
money can only be spent on this stuff.
That is
Correct.
correct.
Then it's
So I
not
had
county general.
balance is 1,829,625.
Correct. Currently, they take 200,000 off that though, because I have 200,000
So that's
allocated. for the-
1,629,625.
1.6.
You got a budget of 815
Correct.
for 2024.
Correct.
Okay, so that's about half of what's there.
And he also brings
Yeah, but
in
I
675
bring
a
in
year.
678 and change.
Right.
And then an extra disbursement throughout the year, which last year was 147,000. So it would more than pay for if I spent all of that money next year. It just, there are placeholders, as I explained yesterday, that I won't spend that entire budget.
Are you comfortable getting raises in this account? If you didn't get them, if you can't get them in general?
I'll let Commissioner Henry speak to that about the justification for the raises for the administration staff.
I think, I hope you've all been to 911. We had a lot of issues there, some of you know that, prior to, Brad moving here. He did a tremendous job with dispatch. Everybody knows that he's got stole a deputy director from Anderson. I don't know if I should say that or not, but that's what happened.
Too late.
But things have just, if he was involved with the old 911 center versus what's happened over there, literally in the past year, right? Total turnaround. And some of you know it. Some of you know the old issues, and no, I think they deserve every bit of it. So.
But my question was, if for some reason we said, okay, great,
No to the
no
general.
to general and yes to this.
I think, again, as supervisors, it's not out of your general account. The supervisors over there have done a tremendous job.
And the other thing that you guys have to keep in mind, I'm just gonna throw numbers out there. Myself and the deputy director, I do keep track of my time. I currently have about 440 hours of comp time, and I've only used 1 day of my vacation. I have about 10 or 11 weeks of time on the books, right? We work a lot. We don't just work 40 hours. And somebody asked me this question the other day. These are all 40-plus hour week positions, okay? We typically work 50-plus hours a week. So even if you break this down hourly rate wise, it's not that much of a jump. To give you a comparison, because I know there's been a lot of discussion, the judges came in here and ordered an $80,000 salary for the court administrator. The court administrator does not have 36 people and does not run a 24-hour agency in public safety, all right? My salary next year in this budget is set at $80,000. If you work it out hourly to be equivalent in pay to what is being paid next year for the court administrator by judge's orders, you would have to pay me $98,446.40, because that's the difference between a 32 and a half hour week employee and a 40-hour week employee, or 40 or 50, whatever the case may be. These salaries, as they're set next year, are significantly less than the average for like-sized centers in the state of Indiana. We've gotten the dispatchers closer to where they need to be, but these positions are not the same closeness to where they need to be, right? We're lucky that we have this fund so that we can do some of these things. You know, my supervisors on average are responsible for 6 to 7 people and make life-saving decisions all day, every day, right? It's different, it's not the same job, right? I quoted Councilman Cantz earlier and told you, you have to look at each individual department on its own. And these people make life and death decisions all the time. So, me personally, yes, I think that we need to get these positions closer to where they need to be, right? Because I still think they're quite far off from where they need to be.
If I can expand on what you just said, I think it's important as a council for us to remember, part of the reason we're in this jam, where all of our county, wonderful 500-plus county employees are as underpaid as they are, and every one of them are underpaid. Exception of maybe Emily now, just kidding. But, just kidding, right? All of them, everybody's got underpaid because forever the standard was, we can't do for this department because it may be received or seen as unfair, so we're just gonna do $1,000 across the board raise. Everybody hated that. I know everyone is grateful for the increase, but I know, because I've spoken to many of you, everyone hated it. And we said, let's try to get away from that, and let's try to reward people each session, each year. It may be your department's year this year, you may get a significant raise, and then everybody else, not quite as much. But when the wheel comes all the way around, eventually everybody's gonna get hit at some point, right? And now we're in a situation here where, let's just say you don't get your raises for your people, right? I'm hypothetical. I don't want us to hold back on getting the people on this page up to speed, right? However many people are here, whether it's leadership or whoever, it's in a fund that can absorb this, just because it may be perceived as unfair that we somehow can't get everybody else. That's what put us here in the first place. So I know there's gonna be a lot of people out there who's gonna be really upset when they hear some people got raises and some people didn't. But we're all in the same boat, and everyone has to understand, if we get back in that mindset, you will pay the price down the road, I promise. So if it's not your year, take it on the chin, and hopefully next year's your year.
The final thing that I'll say about this, because it is a big deal, okay? Because I don't think a lot of people realize this. And I'm not knocking the way things were done before me, because I don't do that. But prior to me being in this position, the majority of the people that were the 911 director were collecting a retirement on top of the salary that they were receiving. Okay, so you could pay them $55,000 or $60,000 because they were making a retirement on top of that, right? When they hired me, and
Because they were retired for something else, or?
correct,
Yeah.
they're collecting retirement, right? They were cops, or whatever they were. When they hired me, I don't have a retirement that I'm collecting on top of the salary that I collect, right? I don't feel that these salaries for these positions are greedy, because like I explained to you, when you see the salary study next year, I already know a lot of what it's gonna say, because I get the salaries for the entire state of Indiana and the 911 centers. I know that they're underpaid, okay? But I think it's important that you remember that this is the primary source of income for not only me, but the other people that work for me, right? None of us are collecting a retirement on top of what we're making, so this is real money to us, and that never happened prior to the people that are in these positions now, right?
Fred, I have one thing. So in this budget, which I mean, if you're cool with it, I'm cool with it. Like, if we can do those raises here, great.
I'm cool with it.
I do have an ask. So on your your communication center budget, H123 has now been switched to a supervisor. That supervisor is not in this budget with the rest of the supervisors who are getting this perk. Is there an opportunity for us to move H123 and have them funded out of the statewide 911 fund?
No, and I explained that to you in January when I switched this position.
Okay,
It was always gonna have to be funded out of the communication at the county general. Because
Okay.
I don't have enough money coming into that fund to fund that position all the time.
okay.
That brings me to a question. You said you have basically 678 coming into this fund, and your current budget is 815, so do you have we can't get taken out 138.
Like I said to you yesterday, there's always an extra payment that comes in every year. Last year it was 147,000. So if you add
Okay, that's right. I forgot about
147,000 to that,
I forgot about that.
the fund remains solvent and we manage to save a little bit every year,
Okay.
right? So we're okay.
All right, so Counselor, Bill, you said you had a question, I'm sorry.
Well, I have the same question you had, and I'm still not comfortable with having a single supervisor in the county general budget when all the rest of the leadership is paid out of 911.
I brought that concern when I asked to switch this position from a dispatcher to a supervisor in the county general and explained at that time that this is something that the county general budget has to pay moving forward because we can only pay the 7 positions out of the 901 fund.
Why is that?
Well, I mean, if you went line by line, maybe that's not true, but
Yeah, but it is,
you're already over.
right? So, so do you want me to
You
add
could
62,000?
fine tune.
So do you want me to add 62,000?
No, I'm just saying that no, I'm just saying that, I mean, we could go through here and not do all the 2024 increase and try to find that
Right, so-
supervisor money.
So the only real things in here are training. So, I mean, I guess I could shift training costs to the county general budget, but I just cut it because I increased this one, right?
Mm-hmm.
I already pay for all of the benefits for the 7 people that are in this line. That doesn't come out of county general either.
Right.
Right? I mean,
Just playing devil's advocate.
no, I get where you're coming from, and I actually thought about that, because I think I mentioned it to Jessica or somebody, that it would be nice if I could put that position in here, but I don't have the funding. If the state raises the funding into the statewide 901 fund, then I'll come back to you the same year that it happens and say, okay, let's switch this position over.
How many have you added positions in the last 12 to 24 months?
No, I actually cut one, and I don't like to say that too loud, because when I came into the budget that I was presented, when I became the 901 director, it was actually funded at 38 positions. We cut one because we combined 2 positions, right? So I used to have 38 positions, but I'm honest, and I told you that when we were going through the budget time, right? I would have loved to have kept that 38 position, but I wanted to fund some other things to make the center better. That was one of the justifications for me coming back for a position this year, is that I still need 6 positions. But I cut the one that I asked for this year, which actually would have put me back to the staffing level that I was at when I got here.
We're not finalizing it today, so I would ask you to take a second look at seeing if that supervisor could be paid on 911, even if it requires transferring other line items back to general, so long as there is at least some benefit to the county general budget. Just take a look at it.
I will, I will.
My request.
I'll crunch numbers again.
All right,
Thank
thank
you,
you.
Fred.
then.
Well, where did we go on the other one? What did we come up with?
We're waiting for him to come back with some
Well, wait.
numbers.
Which one?
The first budget, never mind, they explained it.
What numbers I guess I'm confused.
Bill was just asking to see if there were things within 911 that you could move into
Okay,
your other
okay, I
one,
got
so
you.
we could put that position in here, so.
No, I was confused. We took a break when we were working on his first budget, and now he come back and moved on to
Well,
something else. and I
we were
didn't know-
kind of to the point where we were still just trying to decide what we were gonna
We let
do.
them catch up.
We were like,
That's what
yes.
I'm getting at, so we're letting them get.
So the way we left it,
Okay.
Ryan, is that I gave you what I need added to the 2023 budget, minus the salaries other than the 62,000.
Yeah, I got all that. There was not a decision made, so it threw me off because we moved on without making a decision.
As far as catching up with me, somebody shot out this number, and I don't know which one of it
52.
of you
Just kidding.
said it, but you came up with negative 65,500. Someone did. I wrote it down,
Not us.
and when,
I don't know where
I
that came
don't
from,
know.
Tanya.
Someone, I wrote it down, and when I put in the figures other than salary, and
Somebody said it.
you wrote it down too. Somebody threw it out, 65.5. So anyways,
Ryan, was that you?
I think, yeah, when we were adding up what the savings were before we started knocking off like the $1,000.
Oh, yes, you're right, you did
That
do
was
that,
what
yes.
the savings would have been off of this
It was the
2024
position,
projection.
the uniforms,
and I
yeah.
get done, I'm at 63.5 as far as off of 2024,
That's on
without
him.
doing salary.
Our spreadsheet's built differently, so,
I thought, well, I'm close. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's where I'm at.
okay.
I haven't done anything with salaries on it. I just did the other items.
And we have no give back for 2023 that anyone's tracked for communications, right?
Oh.
Okay.
Not for communication.
I will look to see if I can come up with something, but
That's probably a good idea.
I don't think that's possible right now.
In addition, since you brought that up, and I know Councilmember Hughes had said something earlier, he wrote down some of the ones.
Yeah, we
talked
did
about
yesterday,
earlier.
but we'll get those when we hit those budgets.
Okay.
Cause like there's some like in the clerk
I
and,
talked about last time that we haven't discussed yet, so when we get to the health department.
Yeah, yeah.
There's some stuff there.
yep, just keep a note.
Thank you.
Do you want a postie? Do you take a note?
Oh, I was sorry, you're talking to me? Yeah. No, I got it. Thank
Number
you.
12.
All right, page 12,
Save all the good shit for last.
right?
You look pretty serious right now, man.
We should have.
Actually, might as well go to 13.
Should have did the hard stuff early.
Yeah, this is all clothing lounge.
On an order of size of
Chaos.
budget.
We should have, today.
We might as well go to 13, because the first page is,
Yeah.
floating.
Well, I'm still just getting my
I
spreadsheet set up.
understand.
129.
Yeah, I didn't bring mine.
That's all deductions, and then it's added in. No, that's all. They did away with 50 line items and call it one line.
Hey, look, we're right at our lunch break. Awesome.
Right on time.
Yeah.
Well, we always know this day takes longer, so,
Or so, however many it was, and just made one line item out of it. Next year, it'll be one line item.
all right, so.
All right.
On your clothing. Says that 50 employees, but for some reason I have less than that in the calculation, see,
At 72.
Yeah. for previously, they had 72 clothing allowance lines, I think. So this covers 50, you have 50 employees getting clothing allowances? It is 50? Okay. 75,000.
Depending on what.
Okay,
So. All right. So the 2024 request 75K.
mm-hmm.
Got it.
I've got 51.
It says in the line, it says clothing allowance 50 at 1,500.
So we start at line 1 and mine ends at 51.
Yeah, but if you look, there's some numbers missing.
They're not, it's not straight one.
Oh, there's something that skipped in here somewhere?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, because
Well, I'm not
I
gonna take
checked
your word
that,
on
yeah.
that.
There's one that's missed.
I see 39 that's missing. So let me just start off by saying I'm kind of glad I followed Fred, somebody who's so passionate about just representing, his employees and the fact that they are public safety. And I've said this for years, and I know that so many of you are new. The public safety at least from my point of view, it's imperative that we're treated differently. You can't treat everybody the same, and it goes back to, the across-the-board raises, because you can. We do work 24 hours a day. We work in the rain and the snow and the slush and the cold and the 95-degree heat with all of that equipment on. And we sweat, and sometimes our shifts have been so busy that we didn't have time to even go through a drive-through and eat lunch. So it's just imperative that you always keep that in mind, that the dispatchers, the sheriff's office, that the jail and EMS, that we just, our jobs are different. And we should have, the benefit of being treated different by the county council. We are in a position, like Fred and like some others, that since the move out to the new Justice Center, we are able to generate revenue. I don't have the exact number, but I would say in the past 2.5 years that we're probably well over $1.5 million of money that we brought into county general just from housing other inmates. I just took on 14 new inmates today. I made a few phone calls. I found some other sheriffs that were in our vicinity, and we now have some more inmates because of that. So we're making money because of that. So I know that the whole federal contract thing, it's lagging. I'm very optimistic that it's going to come through, but in the meantime, we're doing what we can. Mr. Hughes, you said something a little bit ago that really rings true, that the money that we think we're going to bring in for next year, our anticipated revenue, it's included in the budget and it's spread out. So that money helps alleviate what every other office in the county has to cut. So the question is, the money that we come in, that we bring in, I just told you yesterday that we're over 300,000 for this year so far. At what point, what percentage of that money should be dedicated to us? Because if we say we're going to bring in $500,000 for anticipated revenue, then none of that money is dedicated specifically to us. It's spread out in the whole budget. So do we have to go in above that? Do we have to really lowball next year our anticipated revenue? That's the question. For those of us who are fortunate enough to bring in revenue, how much should be allocated back to us? And that's a question you have to answer. But I don't think it's fair, just like he doesn't think it's fair, that he brings in $1 million, that we brought in, $600,000-700,000 a year. Next year, we're hoping for $500,000 or whatever it is. And that money is poured into the swimming pool, and it's just evened out with everybody. So that's a question that you have to answer. As far as our budget, I mean, we gave back a lot of money yesterday. I've really been reconsidering the statement that I made yesterday and the sacrifice that I made with my mandated salary, because you guys are adding a lot of money on, and it seems like everybody's kind of scared to rip the Band-Aid off. I know it's going to get ugly at some point, but if I'm making that sacrifice from my wallet, not my department, but from my personal wallet, and other people are getting raises and ours aren't, some of our corrections officers and our deputies, then I absolutely have that right to rescind that. So just keep that in mind. It's not a threat, but I think that if I'm making a personal sacrifice and our people, are getting overlooked, then I'm gonna have some heartburn over that. So I feel it's fair that I have to put that out there, and I don't wanna have heartburn. I know it's gonna be a rough year, and I'm just waiting to get to that point for it to get rough. So, where do you wanna start? Can't you?
So let's just reiterate what we took out from 2023's budget, so we make sure that we have that all documented. The first thing I had was in line 198.
Yep.
For part-time, you took out 20,000 from there, right?
That's correct.
I don't have anything else.
Mine says
Is that it?
6,000.
6,000,
That was it.
that's 6,000 was for next year's.
6,000.
We reduced it.
Oh, we're talking about give backs?
Yeah, we're talking about 2023 give backs,
Okay, sorry.
20 grand.
Okay, so that was the 20 grand there. And then, just to make sure we all had the same,
That's only give back I show
Yep.
on this one. But
Yeah, there was one from
he
the
personally
jail
changed it.
part-time also, another 5,000
yeah,
for me.
we'll get there.
Yeah, we'll get there, right.
And then if we just kind of start at the top, outside of the salaries, the, educational incentive pay had to go up to that 39, correct?
Yeah, and I'm still don't, I don't know, I still showed on my budget from, it was 36 last year, so maybe that difference, that 6,000 is something that was rolled over into something else because somebody left and it didn't go to them, I don't know.
Okay. The 39 stays.
Right.
We'll address pension here in a bit. We'll skip that one. Overtime pays the next big ticket item,
Um,
and that increased by 25,000.
Where are we at now, Tanya or Becky, with overtime for the year?
194, 197.
No, hold on. Oh, the line, I'm sorry. That you're giving her.
44,611.
What's the percentage?
Pardon?
What's percentage?
Percentage of
Go up
what?
to the far side.
We must have moved money in there because,
69%.
Yeah, I put money in there last month.
yeah,
I'll say you just did that. I know.
Yeah.
to
And I'll
prepare.
put again in October.
So 125 is a pretty accurate number.
And that's with us putting money in it already this year, right?
I mean,
I'm just curious, did I miss something on the last one on the page before the sick pay? Have we talked about that already? Went from 0
And
last year to 6,000.
we've talked about it in massive pre-budget and yesterday.
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday.
I don't have any notes, I don't remember it, so.
Pay the overage when people are maxed out on sick time.
Once you max out on sick pay, our sick pay bank is 480 hours. This year is the year that people who don't use any sick time are
That's right, I
gonna,
remember.
are gonna max out.
I remember that now.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Take a note,
Sorry to slow us up.
because I had asked the same thing yesterday.
I wrote it on there this time.
I remembered he said something, I couldn't remember what it was.
So,
Everything else is 0 through body armor.
He's trying to get a grant for that, but he's not having any luck.
they applied and were denied, so that's,
It's a little over $1,100 for one vest.
mm-hmm,
And vests have expiration dates. So,
5
yeah,
years.
they do, 5 years.
And I eat my food after the expiration date, I can
I
wear a
know.
vest.
But you're not getting shot at.
But do you wanna be
That's
the one
right.
shot at wearing an expired vest?
I don't know, you get food poisoning, it's probably similar.
So,
I'm
botulism is
100% sure there's a state statute that says that we shall provide body armor and that the body armor shall not be expired.
Guess it makes sense.
so that's
Something to
a,
that effect, yes.
so the 15's a hard, you need the 15.
because technically we should be replacing with 44 people, you should be replacing about 15 a year. That's not enough money to replace 15
At
a
that
year.
1,100, right?
So,
Wait a second, what, you said 44 people?
44, yeah.
Yeah, if you had 45 and you divided by 5, it's 90
That's
years.
about-
That'd be once, once every 5 years, but
Yeah, but they expire every 3.
oh, I thought
Five.
Tony said 5.
That's
Oh, I thought it was
Five.
3.
I mean,
Yeah, so
the
you're
sheriff-
still, you're still at
But the question was-
No.
9 per year-ish.
Yeah, 9 times 1,100, 9.
And that's if it's equaled out. It's not equaled out now. There are years that we may have to do 15 and years that we have to do 4.
New
So in
hires
those
and stuff,
short
yeah.
years, that money's coming back.
Mm-hmm.
Hey Nancy, when they expire, I'd like to get one of those expired vests.
Okay, I'll tell
I'll go
them.
it out,
I'll work it out for you.
Besides
I'll
medium,
buy it from you.
just medium.
Medium.
Yes. I'll take my chances with expiration.
Oh,
Wow.
so it'd be about the right size.
All right, so the next contracts,
Vehicle maintenance.
that one went up.
Uniforms, body armor.
I feel like we went over contracts. You may have to refresh me on that one,
That was
Tony.
for the New World,
Software,
software.
tax one,
Software.
office
Tax
Oh, it's up
website,
here.
cell
I've got
phone,
it up here. Sorry.
Cams,
cell phones and my phones.
Cell phones is the big one.
Body
on that.
cam.
cell phones and body cams, what I wrote.
All right, so that goes up to 76.
We've already almost depleted that fund from this year.
Mhm.
Well, we're already on this one.
Your schooling went up.
And that's something, if we're just working off the 23, if we have to keep it at 15, then just keep it there.
Okay. Thank you. It stayed the same. The vehicles, I know you're asking to increase this for 2 vehicles.
If-
But you're okay with 1 if that's all we
I
can do?
mean, that's what we've been for years.
Okay.
I just think I want you to keep that in the back of your mind for
Yep.
the future.
I'm making a note.
When, times aren't so lean, because it just doesn't make sense that the fiscal body provides us 1 vehicle a year. There's no world in which that would make sense.
And then we're
So is
into,
that going to be 10,000, is that what we're?
Per vehicle?
no, it's 52.
2, rather than 104.
102.
I don't know, 442?
Can't buy a Yugo for 10 grand anymore.
Oh, I was on equipment.
And you still gotta use
My bad.
It'd probably still be
Maybe
on the
in
road.
Go to Yugoslavia.
Hitting the delirium stage here, I think.
All right, then you go in salaries.
And it's all salaries the rest of the way down, so,
I'm on the wrong one.
And right now on paper, we are fully staffed on the merit side.
okay.
So no open deputies, right?
We just recently hired 2 to bring us to that point, but when I say recently, I mean like Tuesday.
So, okay. Didn't we have one line item that was changing its job title? Or that you were wanting to change somebody from? Or am I imagining?
We did, and that's because of the ranks. I have asked for you to allow me to change 1 corporal to a sergeant position and 1 lieutenant to a captain position. Our ranks right now are really screwed up. And it's just happened over time. They've added a corporal, they've added a lieutenant, they've added a corporal, they've added a lieutenant. We have more lieutenants than sergeants right now. And for those of you who don't understand the rank structure, a lieutenant is above a sergeant. So you'd think as the further you go up the chain, there would be less of them. And that's not the way it is now. We have 7 corporals, which is our first promotion above a patrolman, and then only 4 sergeants, and we have 5 lieutenants and only 2 captains. So if I move a corporal to a sergeant and a lieutenant to a captain, it'll be a nice streamline. There'll be 3 captains, 4 lieutenants, 5 sergeants, 6 corporals. It is the way it should have been.
I've seen that when you were when you were trying to get your pay increases last year, I noticed you were heavy on lieutenants.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure about that. Now, how's that work? Are those people who are currently in those roles?
I mean, they're filled, yeah.
So how are you gonna go from, so
Because both of those that I'm asking for would be moving somebody up.
it's a promotion?
Nobody would
Okay.
get demoted, but 2 people would move up, only 1 rank.
What are those
Captain
line
double
items
lieutenant.
that are moving up, which I wanna make sure we account for those?
You have names on them?
I don't have names on any of these.
I remember who they were, but I don't remember.
I'll probably have to get back with you on which one it is, because
Okay.
I'm not positive on the names.
Because just for, congruency throughout the day, I have a column here with 2023
Okay.
numbers, and I wanna make sure
Yep.
that those 2,
We'll have to figure out which 2 line items those were.
I get
'cause
them
we
in the
did
right
put those
bucket.
in,
right, okay,
but this one just says deputy sergeant, could just have rank instead of names.
right.
Yep.
So if you can let us know what those are, I just
Okay.
wanna make sure I document those properly. So someone remind me again
Right now, we haven't identified those, so we haven't made any changes to the
to
figures.
those two.
So if you
Those
don't
two
approve of
promotions.
that, then they'll go back, on the budget, they'll go back to their previous rank.
Right.
Yeah.
But I'd like to try to get that in order for you if we can, so at least that's my opinion.
I don't know who they are here.
I know, that's what I'm saying, but those are the two.
All right, let's talk the big boy here, that pension. So, I know someone has the paperwork. What were the three, like the Cadillac and then like the different?
Cadillac is what the sheriff has listed there, the 1.798 million.
Okay,
We always put the Cadillac down,
The
the Chevy,
minimum amount is 1,389,218. Then there is a number in between, but you're probably not interested in hearing that one.
yeah, just let me write it down anyway.
1,389 what? 1,389,218.
Okay.
And have to ask somebody else. I didn't write the other one down.
Someone else have that sheet with them?
The middle number?
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
All right, so for everyone's memory, we also have this budgeted in our county council public safety lit fund, which is on page 71.
The department number.
Department number, it's Fund 1170, Department 157. We currently, for 2023, have 580,000 coming out of the sheriff's budget, plus $1 million coming out of our county council public safety lit fund. The 2024 request for council increased by 100,000. And obviously the sheriff put in that full request. So I guess the question is, one, which level can we fund at? And then two, how we want to divvy that up. Because I know we have to have some savings within our lit fund. We need to find those as well. This could be an opportunity to maybe go like halvesies or something.
Didn't you say we had to cut 720,000 from lit?
It's big, something, yeah,
Yeah.
from the 2024 proposed budget.
Yeah, I got 720,925, so I
Yeah.
wrote down.
Well, yeah, we've got it in our big.
I would think halvesies at a minimum,
Yeah, 729.
You say halvesies?
at a minimum, yeah.
Yeah.
And the
Absolutely do that.
prosecutors has already went down, 379, 161.
And this, I guess I'll be the bad guy, as much as I love Cadillacs, I think it's a tough year, we're gonna have to
Do the
get
Kia?
by. This is one of those, you got a
The
30% credit card rate, interest, and I'm gonna make that minimum payment this month.
The difference is 341, 764.
Repeat that, 341.
341, 764. Still needed, I guess you could say.
From what?
From lit.
Public safety.
The budget request,
We had to, remember I had to drop that down because we went in the
One more time,
red when we went to go publish it. Are you talking about our county council one? Yeah, we scratched that out yesterday. The request should be 1,100,000.
I'm looking at lit public safety.
Yeah, page 71, right?
Tanya rattled that off first when she
Okay.
went to apply it.
So
The gateway
as
deal.
that 300,000, was that taken off the,
Yes,
That was reduced by the council, by Jessica, before advertising, because if we used the 1.4, we were showing a negative on that.
so that was taken
So it was
into account in
reduced
arriving
prior
at the
to
700?
advertising, yes.
Yeah, that was
And-
taken into account in figuring the 700,000 that we needed to.
yeah, that's right.
That's already been accounted for, yes.
Yeah, and you'll see
And-
it here, like in this sheet.
Say it right here.
Yeah.
And after that, it's
Thousand.
still 720.
After what?
After that,
After what you just showed him?
After that $300 reduction.
On this? Yes, he does.
That's, yeah, I got it. I just, when,
This,
I
right
thought she was
here.
referring to the
Gave
halves.
you the
No,
whole
that is
spreadsheet.
dropping that.
Yeah, I got that, and then, and that there.
So we still have to.
We still gotta cut
that.
half.
Right, and then she just said,
Prosecutors had today, 379, 161. So if you take that from 729.25, that makes a difference of 341, 764.
That's
The
the number I
cut.
was trying to
What was
get.
the prosecutor number, sorry?
379,
379,
161.
161.
That's the one I heard you say that I was trying to get repeated, but I wasn't sure the context of what you said it. Okay,
So we need to
right there.
reduce, we need to try to take that one number and reduce it by 300 and some thousand.
we can take our, I mean, we can make that reduction.
We gotta put it back.
Can we just make it
General.
0, make the difference we need out of lit and the rest out of the sheriff's budget? That'd be less than half, but it would be the 0 we need to get
Well,
to.
hold on, let's do some, I need to do some math here. Give me a second, I'm sorry.
While you're mathing, I noticed that the rest of the six of you didn't get the flowers that I sent earlier, so can expect those maybe at some point. Sorry about that.
I'll take a little more than that, Bob.
Gift cards, like, for Mountain Dew,
I'll take it.
at the truck stop.
Oh, my goodness.
79 cents.
I must be.
You know what, I need laughs on occasion, so thank you.
I don't wanna hear the bribery. I'm the sheriff.
Okay, so if we take the,
Just sitting right
the
there.
minimum
arrest
contribution
me.
and divide it by 2, gives us
Something I was gonna say, there's.
6,000,
But you can't arrest me. You can't
694,000,
arrest me.
609,
I'm not going to SAG in my own jail.
with the halvesy of the lowest contribution, right? So,
But we don't need that.
well, I don't necessarily, if we take him, and then if we take him back to his,
Can you take the middle number and cut it in half? That
well,
might-
let's start.
That's the difference between that.
That's my vote.
Oh, yeah, oh, maybe, stand by. Stand by. I'm just,
Don't wanna go backwards
I
on,
don't, I
on the
don't, I
progress
don't
you've already
necessarily
made.
want to do
on where
that
it was
either,
shortfall.
but let me just math for a second.
Yeah.
If you don't mind.
While Jessica's doing that, I have a question for Bill. You have a lot of experience with that. The number of left to cut is 341, right? 764. We have to cut that, get that rid of. I don't understand why it would make sense to cut more than that if we only need to get to 0. Like if we split it half and half, right? Why couldn't we just cut this out of that and then the difference out of the county general fund?
We're trying to cut kind of general
I
altogether.
was gonna say,
Yeah.
my perspective is that our greatest challenge is county general at this point.
But that would put 3/4 of it in the county general. It would take care of that lit. What I'm saying is not do a half, more like,
I know you can't get.
like a 80-20 towards county general and the 20 in the lit. Whatever it would take to knock out that 341.
And
But I
that,
don't think that's our biggest challenge at the moment,
Okay.
to bring lit into balance. It's really a county general that we've got the bigger challenge.
So you're saying there's other opportunities where we can pull that down?
What I had written down was take the same million out of lit that we did last year and take the remaining 389, 218 out of county general. That's gonna save us about a little less than $200,000 on county general. That's just the numbers I wrote down.
All right, now I'm gonna do the middle plan, stand by,
770,
for the half of a, what's that again?
770, 411.50,
774,
11.50.
1150. All right,
So that means-
so that would increase his contribution though, in county general. So, but that's okay. All right, so let's try this. Let's not do halvesies then, so 1, 5, 4, 8, 2, 3, 5. Oh,
We only gave 580 last year, is that right? In county general?
yes. Minus is 580. Three. Could reduce ours 9.
Conservation officer.
All right, so if I'm mathing right, if we do the middle plan at 1,540,823, keep the sheriff's 580 in that 23 budget, that would take our lit contribution to 960,823, which is a little bit of savings,
But we're not
but it's not huge.
pulling out of general at all.
We're not changing the 23 general number at all in that case,
I'm
so
gonna be honest with
I
one,
would agree with what Bill has suggested. Let's do heavy on council
lit,
lit or portion and try to cut the sheriff's portion, because our biggest number that we're trying to cut is that county general number.
right,
And I would recommend at the minimum amount, if we come down to the end and we have extra money, I'm sure there's plenty of opportunity for us to put it somewhere, and
Right.
it could be. an
so the question
option.
is, which plan are we going with?
Like
So
you
like if we do the middle of the road and keep the sheriff's at 580 in his 23 budget, that also allows us to reduce what we did in 23 at 1 million down to 960,823. So that saves us a little bit more out of lit, which gets us closer to being where we need to be here too.
It does nothing for county general.
So you wanna try to do the whole million and cut a little bit more out of his, cut that,
My suggestion was to make the minimum contribution
okay?
$1 million out of lit and 389,218 out of county general. That saves us almost $200,000 out of county general.
The rest of the council agreeable to that?
If the numbers work,
My question
I'm
is-
barely following.
And we can come back,
If we
this
do
is just,
that, where are our other opportunities to cut that lit down? 'Cause
well,
that leaves us with what?
if we, there's a lot of employees in that proposed lit budget, so if we're sticking with 23 numbers, you're gonna see a big drop right there.
As long
So
as we have options for it.
let's start there. This is not the final numbers, and if something happens, I would be happy to address moving up to that middle of the road
So
plan.
I'm gonna
389,
defer to what you
218.
guys are saying on this one. So if that's what you guys think, I'm good with it.
All right, so on the sheriff pension, for now, not our final number, but we're going to put in, change that to 389,218.
And then $1 million in there.
And we're gonna keep the million in our, yes, in our lit. We will stick with our 23 number when we get to our budget.
Lost that page.
Does that sound good to everyone?
Line.
71 is ours.
The hell did I get that far off? Okay, okay.
So 71, we're gonna put what?
We're gonna keep our 23 numbers for
All right.
council.
What about that board members, that $3,000 stays, right? The sheriff's, merit board members,
What number is that?
129,
196.
or excuse me, 196.
Page
190.
14.
Well, that's no change from the 23.
Yeah, I just didn't. Okay, so with that,
Assuming 2023 numbers and such. Sort this. I have to sort this by. Beautiful. All right.
Madam President,
Yes.
if we do go off of this handout and we use $1 million for lit, that is reducing the amount from council by 100,000.
Oh, yes, you're right, because this is the 2024 proposed budget. Good call.
Say
So
one more
that-
time?
If we, Eugene just called out the fact that this number, that 729.25 is the 2024 request. So to Eugene's point, if we're sticking with our 23 budget, we will reduce, our council lit by 100,000. So we can take another 100 off of that.
So make it even million?
No, yes, Yeah, so but this number that we're trying to get down to for lit now gets us at 241, 764 left to cut from lit.
Okay. Good catch, Eugene, saved us $100,000.
So if, the way I'm reading, or the way I have this tallying right now with the department, sheriff's department, Department 129, I have 4,246,53, which is a negative 137,782 currently. That's if there's no salary increases and sheriff's pay stays where it is, or, he doesn't take his thing.
I have 4,252.
4,252. How did you get that?
2,053.
Nancy, I have one more question. Well, I've had time here, I've counted every single one of these clothing allowance. I only count 48 of them.
4,246,053.
Sheriff pointed out line 39, I went on down there and line 46 and 47 are also there, not there, I mean, take those three off of the
Yeah,
employee
I was
numbers
gonna
for
count their employees
51.
first.
$6,000. Did you not put his,
$6,000?
is his sick pay not in yours?
I have sick pay at
It
$6,000.
always
Back to
is.
50, Eugene, you saying what's like 48, 49?
It's 48, I mean, I went and counted every line and
Why are we-
twice, just to make
$6,000
sure.
bucks.
And then I went through, employee number 39, 46, and 47 are not there.
Good catch.
Are you higher than me?
You take,
Yes.
and that's $3,000, but I wanna make sure that my numbers are accurate before I
Let's start at the top here.
You're right.
Well, hold on, Eugene, just
46, 47.
really changing numbers.
I found that too.
That's correct.
However, I feel like
I apologize, Eugene, what were you just calling out?
I just asked Nancy a question on numbers of clothing allowance, and just wanna make sure that which is an accurate number to go with.
For some reason, I had 72 written down.
They're saying 50, but Eugene was able to find that there was actually 3 numbers missing in that 1 through 50.
Which would be my 72.
Dude,
72.
I've got,
72,000.
72,000.
now I'm with you.
Okay, sorry.
How'd it go from
I am
50 to
with you,
72?
yeah.
Cause I had that called out on here and that's why I was asking about that number, if that was correct. Cause I went through, I think,
48 lines.
yeah,
You knew you were right, we just had to figure out why. you were
why I
right.
was right.
We can, so.
I can do this. Let's auto sum. And we'll auto sum all of these.
So did you put 75 or 72?
And if you auto sum all of those that are in the
Yeah,
book, it's
absolutely.
72.
Yep,
I
did
just,
that, no
well,
problem.
I know, but I'm also just very, like, I like
He's a savant.
I like Excel.
Excel.
I just excel at life. So,
And I suck at math, so.
I was just making sure what number we were gonna have to use to make sure the clothing allowance is
Let's change yours to 72.
And I saw that as
We
well,
will.
but I pulled her Form 1, which is what I go off of, and her request on the Form 1 is 75. I don't know if I came up with the 50, or if she gave me 50, I don't know on that, maybe I put I don't wanna short her if she really does have like,
Yeah, I don't want to either. I just
If you're
wanna know
going
what's
off
accurate.
just the lines that are in the book, it's
I know.
72,000. Okay.
I know,
I guess
and
that-
I feel like.
Not
I
everybody
ran-
gets clothing allowance, though. I, for example, don't get one.
right, but we went through, because
We're going by the ones you
previously.
We're only seeing 48 lines.
Come here.
This will be easier in a minute.
I don't think it's that hard, I think it says it all right there. That's
It's
the number, right?
39.
72?
72,
46 and 47. So if when we're
Yeah,
looking
we're
at
done.
that would really be like
Where are we offset?
47.
Let's figure this out now.
You said 72,000?
48.
That's what,
Because it looks like it's 48.
looks like,
We've
48.
asked for an additional 3,000, which makes it 75,000, which at 1,500
Did I
gives
not?
50 people.
No, that's right. His request is
I
actually
request for
75
3,000.
more
Okay.
That's the difference.
than last year.
That's
Okay.
not gonna-
So you get 72.
Did you hear that?
it's not a
Okay, we knew,
exact
I knew
exchange.
there was a reason.
He's asking for 3 more.
Okay, got it.
Okay, you're asking, right, that makes a lot more sense.
Yes, sir.
I think
We're only giving
they
him
have,
72
she
anyway.
said there's other people that are not, say, patrolmen, and maybe I didn't show their old line
Oh,
as I should have. You know what I mean? When consolidating the,
Mhm.
balances, so that could be. because she just counted off 3 more people that aren't really like these people that get,
Board members
that
at
she knows
3,000,
there's 50.
Yeah.
overtime at 125.
I don't want.
I just thought I'd heard we were taking all those.
That jail.
Part-time at
One
Ain't even the
54.
jail.
You're actually asking for
Yeah,
an increase.
well,
Video of it.
the 72,000 plus that 3 we've requested is a perfect match.
There's our difference.
That makes sense.
So we going with 75?
Yes. Yep.
All right, 75 is the number.
And maybe scroll that out for
Were they
nothing.
Yep, I got
new?
it.
Were the 3 like new? Where I wouldn't have had an old line?
Well, we've hired people last year that this year will come into, they'll hit their 1-year anniversary, or next year, yeah.
That's
People that we've hired earlier, yes. That's what
They're
it
not
is.
new,
They're gonna
they're not
gain.
gonna be a new hire, it's a new
Arrow.
employee, it's already there. but
It's hit their
hasn't got
1-year
there.
anniversary,
Exactly.
correct.
A
I
new
got you.
line for them.
I
Of course,
follow you.
before they didn't get it,
Have had an
I
old
got you.
line. Okay.
and all that money was gone, because either we gave it back to you, or we had to move it into overtime before.
Before they had to use
Where's that
Tony's
old man in
recycled clothes
Kentucky?
that he gives people.
Right.
We're trying to save
I'm
money.
gonna recycle you an orange jumpsuit.
All right, are we done here? Can we keep moving?
I've got some back there.
Somebody order pizza. All right, 32.
Yeah, I think we're good here. Look at you, Sheriff.
What's the bottom number? I don't even know what it is now.
So,
All right, so jail lit,
Can you
30
give that, hang on, that 129, what's that total number
What's
again?
the final
4 point
budget?
what?
the final,
4246053.
One more time, Matt.
4,246,053.
053?
053.
I guess,
What'd you say, Tanya?
Oh, shit.
are we doing 2023
Yes, at-
salaries?
at this time,
At this
yes.
point.
Which one are you going to?
053.
Tanya, which one are we going to next?
Say it again. We're going to 32, page 32.
Next one would be,
I forgot what the difference is.
Oh, wait, yeah, Sheriff Lit, sorry.
no, jail.
Jail
You wanna
lit.
go ahead and do 145?
We're
Okay.
going to page 32.
We're just doing jail.
6053.
There's
Let's get this honker out of the way.
Yeah.
This is where she's consolidated.
All right.
All into one line.
Hear that.
So it saves money.
Another page.
That's what I was saying, way to go, Sheriff.
Good job, Sheriff.
Hey, thanks.
I'm not
You-
sure.
You did it. You have the biggest cut so far.
Oh,
Congratulations.
well,
Yeah,
That's fiscal cut. not
Well, it's really,
percentage.
it's
Whatever
really the
happens.
pension moving around. That's all that is.
I gave you no credit. All right.
Hear that, Dave? Make sure you put that one in there. Yeah, 137,000 less, 782.
All right, so the first is a line.
Should we get this clothing allowance out of the way now?
Yeah,
so we
let's
don't
do
have
the
to keep going
clothing
back to it?
allowance. So that one actually needs to be the 87.
correct.
Okay.
58.
I'm sorry, but can someone give me a total on sheriff,
87.
because
Yeah.
mine's not done, so
Yeah.
at some point, I'm gonna have to.
To
come back
validate, sure. Are you ready for the number?
Yep.
4,246,053. Great.
All right.
So I see, like, on your educational incentive pay, that actually went down in 24.
What page?
Well, technically
34.
33.
32, 33.
Yeah, we're actually on 34 by now,
34. That's all
because
the
it's
stuff with
lots of clothing
Gotcha.
allowances there.
Two trees when you're on that.
What do you need?
So we've got sick pay on here. This is the same as
Right, and I'll be
described in the
honest,
sheriff.
there are not that many people in the jail
Yeah,
that will ever max out their sick time.
yeah.
But I got
There are
paper.
2 people this year, and there'll
Can you just-
maybe another one that'll make it next year. And from there on, no.
Sorry.
Out of 50-some people, there's,
Mhm.
so I only went with those 3, the 2 we already have, and the chance that one other one will make it.
Okay.
I did not try to pad that one at all.
And the holiday pay is increasing.
Yep. And-
Part-time pay, you took down 5,000.
I'm sorry, what?
Part-time, you took down 5,000. Oh, no, that's this year. You gave
Right,
Yeah, we gave you back
You wanna give
5,000.
back 5,000.
Oh, that's right. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you on that, because I need to add that here. So we got, in the 2023 cuts for right now, they did give us 5,000 out of that
Was that it in the jail?
part-time.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's the only one.
All right, so the part-time
But you're wanting to keep it the same for next year
Is the
because
same.
you just can't tell, correct? It's a guessing game.
Yeah,
I
it's a
know.
guess. I have no idea. I mean, we have some of the full-timers that are leaving that they want to keep working, but they just can't do it full-time. So they're willing to work part-time, which is giving us at least
Some
3 days a
bodies.
week that we can not have to pay overtime to somebody else. It's cheaper that way and no benefits, so.
yeah.
All right.
So those two are at the 24 level. Office supplies are staying the same.
Wait, what did we say about holiday pay and overtime?
They have to go, they are requesting that they go to the 24 level.
How much did you have to, put in OT this year?
You know what,
I mean, just roughly.
Say that again?
Becky, I don't remember what I'm
Did you have to
just,
move into, we didn't appropriate anything, but
We
you had
just
to move?
transferred.
no, I just transferred.
Okay.
Out of all the people that have left, I transferred money between, split it between the overtime and the holiday pay. And again, we don't use it, it's coming back to you,
Right.
so.
We've discussed inmate meals multiple times, so that needs to go to the 24 level.
And that one does concern me, but that is something, I mean, we gotta feed them,
Right,
you know,
But that's a combination of the food cost increase plus
that's,
expected increase in people.
what I give you in January and July are true food costs, so that is food and the cost and, the cook, all of our cooks combined, what their salaries are, including their perf and benefits, all that. So that is a true food cost,
That's true, total cost.
a total cost. That's not just food alone, that's total everything.
Okay.
But I break it down into food cost, benefits, and salaries,
Put all the overhead in there included with the actual,
short of electricity and heat, yeah.
that's the right way to do it anyway.
I feel so.
all right, so inmate clothing goes up, gotta dress, keep them clothed.
Well, and honestly, the
Right?
cost
I
of
mean-
all that stuff has gone up on us too.
Yeah, your
Even if we didn't go to
uniforms.
people, the cost of just getting the same stuff has gone up,
Uniforms going up to 20, is that correct?
correct? And that is uniforms to outfit the COs, not the inmates. After they get their probationary period and pass everything and.
First year outfits, you said.
Yes. Then it's on them after that to buy their own uniforms out of their clothing allowance.
What are other supplies with lit?
And their lit budget.
241?
All the cleanings,
Yeah, all cleaning supplies,
Supplies, okay.
toilet paper,
rubber gloves, any PPE stuff.
Okay.
extra things we need for bugs or anything
Bug,
like that.
yeah,
And
bug-
I don't mean the Orkin or anything like that. I mean anything else we have to treat for or anything there.
Sometimes bad guys come in with critters on them.
Yeah.
So that goes up to 70.
Yeah, so they also have, little over almost $8,000 in lit for supplies as well, in their jail lit. So it's actually in two places, so they are trying to,
Disperse it out.
a little bit, yeah.
Hospital services, you kept the same, and I was amazed.
Says
What we
40.
had to put money into.
I thought that's the one I went and put money into. Hold on a second, I'll tell you. No, it's the same.
Okay.
I will tell you though, hospital services, we do put money back into that fund. I am coming to you, as a matter of fact, this month to appropriate money out of that fund from where we've collected money from the inmates for their prescriptions, dentist bills, whatever, because we've already gone through that entire 40,000. and I have 16,000 now laying on my desk waiting to be paid after we get this. Unfortunately, I only asked you for 16,000, so that means I'm gonna be coming back to you the following month to ask you for more money. The problem there is also that there was only 42,000 in the account, and I've already requested 16 of it, and I'm gonna end up probably needing at least that, if not 20 to 25. So it will be zero by the time we get done with this year.
Well, everybody has to remember also for all these appropriations requests that continue to come the rest of the year, that's gonna come out of our operating balance for
But
next year.
this is money I put in there.
It's money,
I put this money in there every
I'm
month.
I'm just using
So-
your opportunity discussing it to make a reminder. I'm not
Yeah.
necessarily criticizing what you're saying. I know you gotta have it.
I wish we could collect more, but you know, I think somebody used the analogy, you can't get blood out of a turnip. And here we are.
Right.
So,
medical contract, you're looking into that, but you're pretty stuck on that 679.
that is mandated by them. They've. I
What is
gave you
hospital
the
what's
exact
the
number.
comparison, hospital services versus that medical contract?
Medical contract is actually our nurses
Yeah,
and all
and then
of
hospital
those,
services is,
just medications and the dentist bills. That's all that is.
in the medical, that's a contract.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, he answered his own question.
I'm lucky I can read this at this point.
It's also, we have it in like tiny font. So, all right, so your equipment repairs stayed the same. We go down, let's just go down to,
This one, we're really down
well,
to
actually, now we're down to just employees.
employees.
But hold on, what about the schooling? It's 18,000, you still got 15,000 in there.
Actually, we do not. They've already put a lot of schools out there. They've already got them signed up.
Okay.
Unfortunately, that's all on my MasterCard bill. That has not come in yet, so I
Right.
haven't pulled that money
So
out.
it's happened since these were turned in.
Yes.
So you'll use it.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, stand by.
You gotta understand, there are a lot of things that used to be free to the Law Enforcement Academy, recertifications, all those kinds of things. Those are no longer free. They now charge us $50 for every recert.
Really?
And we have to maintain all the, between the DTs instructors and the, I don't know, I can't even think
So
of all
that's
the
the
other
kind of
ones.
schooling you're doing is really just updating what they already pretty much have to do.
All that, and then you go and do CPR and all those now all used to be free, now are $50. And we have to keep our instructors up, which is over $100.
What do you pay $50 for CPR?
Huh?
What do you pay for CPR?
That's just an
CPR
example.
guy.
I'm just
of the
giving you
kind
the
of training that
research
we
and those
do.
kinds of things
I
that we
got
have
you, all
to do.
right, sorry.
Some of those also aren't within, an hour and a half or 2 hours of drive. If we have to send somebody to Evansville for a 3-day school, you got gas, you got hotels, and you got food.
So I'm certified. If you need me to come in and teach folks,
I'll remember that.
a lot cheaper.
All right, folks, what are we doing here now?
We're just doing the math,
Okay.
because the rest is salary, so stand by.
Nancy.
Yep.
On C-135, if I take that back to B-135, the amount was at a higher rate, so I assume we're gonna go with the 2024 amount of the lower rate.
Correct, because if that person that was in B has already left, they've been there longer.
What are you looking at, Tanya?
That would be C-135, you're gonna go with the 2024 amount, because it's less than the 2023 amount.
See 145 or 35?
35.
135.
41, 238,
See B-135 up there? B-135 right above it, right there.
it's the row 690,
That's 42.
692,
C-135 is less because it's got less seniority.
690.
90, and you said it's C-135.
Yeah.
And it
Oh,
goes,
41,
less than B.
238.
I got you.
boom,
But
all
there
right.
again, you'll also have to use, well,
That's all I need now. 41, 238.
I think
Somebody
you
got
may have
promoted?
changed the name on C-135 though. Or one of them's been changed. Let me look at something here.
Oh, we already had all the correctional officers above 40. Or is that the merit deputies or?
30, correctional, I think correctional officer pay is.
It's in 38.
38.6, yeah, 38.6 is some change.
Yeah, 166.
It's important for me to get it above 40.
Well, there's several that are 166, and then next up is 666. Yeah, we should at least change that.
And then Tanya and
Round
Becky.
it up
Tanya.
to
Did we-
$1.
I think we talked about this yesterday, the 101 being used twice.
How the hell do we agree to that?
Did talk
Okay.
about that.
Okay, thank you.
We matched Anderson, remember?
Yeah.
They're a bunch of devils.
Yeah, we should have copped that.
What about 101?
Becky,
Oh, it's just that 101 got used twice, that's why I have it in the warrant.
C
It was,
135
clothing allowance and,
needs to say
Correctional
corporal.
Or was it right to have?
yeah, no,
final
no, yeah,
number?
yeah, it's just, because the one's a D 101 and the
It's
other
on,
one's just a.
on payroll.
Well, I may have changed it in the book though,
What do you got
according
so
to,
far?
I may have typed it up wrong according to the, Form 1. You know what I mean, like when I'm doing the book,
Hey, if we,
This is 4,346,251.
you know,
251.
yeah.
when we get caught up,
I bet it's stuff, non-salary stuff, but I could be wrong.
Start from clothing allowance.
87,
Mm-hmm.
36,480,
Tanya, are you talking for the, clothing allowance line number? Is that what you're talking about?
60,
Yep.
Yeah.
150,
Yep.
285,
Yep.
10,
Yep.
550,
Yep.
30,
Yep.
20,
Yep.
70,
Yep.
45, 679, 506,
Yep.
15, 30, 18,
Yep.
15, 53,
Yeah, I think you
52,
decided it's
53.
okay.
53, 520,
Yep.
50, 256,
What else we
The
do?
only other thing you can do is go to
397,
170 and make it a line 170.
39,
Because I think my last CO is
166,
a 168
39,
or
666,
something like that, 169.
44,
So we could change it to 170 if you wanted
44,
to.
Yeah, we don't use
45,
that. We use
797,
172
39,
and we use 173.
38, 666, 40, 06,
Yep.
36, 38, 16,
Yep.
38, 66, 38, 16, 38, 16,
I don't even know what's happening right now.
42, 738, 41, 238, 38, 66,
Yep.
38, 916, 38, 6,
Yep.
38, 6,
38, 166.
and 155.
I'm not waiting here.
I'm on 56, I'm sorry. Okay.
Yep, 38,
Oh, that's
I'm
where
down
I
to
have
my
one.
last pack.
payday, you know.
Oh, dude, those were a good one.
Okay.
you don't have,
I didn't have C 147.
Find them though.
All right, so C 147 is the 38, 66.
Sheriff,
yep.
well,
Okay.
they're running some numbers.
155 is 38, 6,
Uh-huh.
38, 16, 38, 6,
Yep.
50, 250.
Yep.
47,
Question
1,
is,
38,
is there anything that you can take out of
38, 1,
your budget
39, 1, 38, 9,
and
38,
pay
6,
from the
38,
commissary
1,
as a one-time expense?
38, 6, 38, 1, 38,
Good question.
We do that weekly.
6, 36,
I understand,
38, 6,
and
Yep.
once again, I'm
41,
trying to use
41,
a scalpel here to
38,
get a
1.
little bit more off of our number.
6, 39, 6, 38, 6, 31, 1, 38, 6, 38, 6, 38, 6, 38, 6,
20.
41, 5, 36, 38, 6.
Give me a second.
Sure.
When they get done, I
Like
do wanna,
36, right,
I do
on
wanna
that
reduce
second
the
allowance.
jail part-time by, because we gave you back 5,000 for this year, and I think we can do it for next year also.
Okay, so do you have
They
4,
get done.
384?
That's always good news to hear.
I know, right?
Okay, we're in sync.
I've already got that wrote down. Thought you already said that.
That was for this
That-
year.
this year,
2023,
For jail?
a give back.
Yes.
That was 23 give back, not 23 off the budget.
Dude, I didn't scribble it out, so we're good.
They did it.
But yeah,
Line 195, the jail part-time,
Gave back.
Where we gave back 5K earlier?
yeah,
we did a give back for 2023 of 5,000.
Yep.
I think we can do that again for next year. So,
Good.
55,000.
yeah,
Okay. Cool. All right, so that,
Even with that, you're at 437,917. So you're over 276.
836, yeah.
Okay, where are we at? What was your total?
I got the total.
Okay.
Give me just a second.
I understand.
I was in the middle of something else.
This one don't have a lit to bail out or the thing.
Well, there is jail lit.
There is. Not a pension.
Yeah, but there's
Yeah.
no pension.
Yeah.
So the final we have on the jail, assuming 2023 numbers, and then the additions we just made, brings it to 4,379,917.
And mega stuff.
It's up there.
That was an increase from 2023 of 276,386.
And all that is medical contract and food.
But they don't need to go on a diet like me.
Bread and water, right?
I don't think it'd be fair to characterize all of it in that, but a lot of it.
Close on that.
Those food costs are crazy.
Well, and then the.
And it's still like $1.50 per person or something, you know? Like it goes up crazy, but even on Patriot Land, it's 2%. You know, but it goes up with these numbers.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah. You know, that'll.
We'd have to go back different month, plus 276,386.
Oh, that's right. I'm gonna add it here in a second.
We're coming back with food, yeah. And I don't think we've got,
No pay, that's just.
Sure. So that's why when she said it was just gonna refresh service, I was like, oh, that's. I don't think you're even saying.
All together, give them 23 budget.
Okay.
So that would be a report.
Well. There's that.
When you look, I mean, they say 5 there, but we added 150 there.
Meals,
And inmate clothing went up, and uniforms went up.
50 there,
You know, you just start looking and it's,
100, yeah, you're right.
it's frustrating, but it is what it is.
There's 200 easy right off the bat, and then you start doing the little ones. Yeah.
You know,
That is no salary.
Tanya's working on her numbers.
I mean, you look at, 647 to 679, so,
Where are we going next, Liz?
you know, that's 37,000, 32,000, excuse me.
And Matt?
Huh?
That 276, 386 increase, that was no increase in salary, right?
Correct.
That's all. I was wrong at first. Wow.
what about the uniforms?
And that's the last one, can you just come back? That's 140.
How many more have we got here? My God, just in general, yeah. Still gotta go to the courts and public defenders. At least I'm not. I know.
Welcome to your first budget.
67.
Told you it was Wednesday through
That's where we're going
Friday.
next.
I already have to spend before we start the meetings.
It's the same every year.
Is that number still the same that you had for our final jail budget? Or did it change?
Wait, I'm sorry, what was that?
Is it still the 4,379,917? Is that still the right amount?
The jail?
Yes,
Okay.
unless you, why'd you
I
change
just want to make sure I
something?
hadn't missed something.
Eugene,
Yes,
to
sir.
answer your question, we're looking at it. So for office supplies, inmate clothing, uniforms, other supplies, and equipment, every year we already pay for stuff in those lines out of commissary, the overages in those. So I mean, we're already doing that, yeah. Like, not just once either.
I guess my question wasn't whether you're doing it, it's whether the commissary could cushion the impact of more.
Raise your prices.
Inflation.
Well, there are limits on the telephones, but,
And Tony,
Yes, sir.
Take time, think about it,
Okay.
really look the numbers over.
Yep.
Don't try to make a quick
Yep.
calculation right now.
I think
And it
that's,
looks like we're gonna have to review this
I think that's
more than
best.
just today.
Okay. All
If
right,
you would, please.
on both sides.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Plus more out of that.
Tanya, you just let us know when you're
Okay,
ready.
I got it on paper, now I'm putting it in here.
Okay.
Good TV. Where we're at right now.
People are probably loving this live stream right now.
Somebody's just turned on right now. No wonder we're wasting money.
Well, I mean,
Cut this
I
back.
can tell you, it's got 28 people watching right now, so.
And they're probably all employees who are sitting at their
Probably.
desk.
Yeah, Clinton Gavin, who keeps texting.
Are you forgetting like after work, you're watching
They're on.
It's riveting, right?
At the office,
Uh,
nobody.
Dave counts for one of them.
You count for another one.
Oh,
Technically, he.
I'm
counts for
on.
two. He's here and there.
that's true.
Oh, that's a good point.
We're gonna get these numbers up. Everybody go ahead and log in.
Yeah.
I'll justify it forever. Still a lot more than the 3 people that was said to have tuned in. I did it last year for my council seat, and I had 1,000 people watching the video.
Well, like, it literally 3 seconds counts as a view, so.
Yeah,
Like, they could accidentally scroll and pause and count as a view.
When I wrote that note, that you sent that email about wanting handouts or whatever, I think that's the only thing.
okay, thanks.
I teach Zumba while we're waiting.
What is it we're doing right now?
Waiting on me.
Okay.
We need to do some calisthenics.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm about to. Oh, look alive. I'm gonna hop ahead real quick and do my math. Some cells and stuff. We DJ Gavin in here playing some tunes for us.
Hold music, we can kick in.
Yeah, something.
This would have been a good time to take a restroom break.
I think so. If you need to, I probably will here in a second. That's a big savings right there. I'm working ahead.
All right. Thank the Lord.
Did you get the same number? Yes. Woo!
I'm sorry, I have to go back.
No, it's fine.
We want it to be right. We don't wanna have to come up here and figure out where you screwed up.
We are A-okay
later.
with that. Like
I'll
that's,
tell you, I didn't get the
lit
sheriff.
dog safety
I got you
area.
guys' amount. I
wait,
didn't
next
get
one's
that.
67.
Well,
Oh, I'm on,
maybe
yeah.
You've got a lot of,
I'll go back.
there's a lot of line
Which,
items.
jail's easy. I mean, sheriff's easy.
The jail.
What's the number?
Let me hit save. 4379917.
Are you doing, are we
And I
holding?
just feel like I need to make
Oh,
it
this
notes in my book.
Well, I'm sorry, we're
Go
on sheriff.
back to that.
We have to do
That's
sheriff
where
first. I'm
I
sorry,
really
67.
find, because I
Damn, why
make
did it make so difficult?
notes on everything.
sorry.
You know what I mean?
Alright.
Exactly. As
Works for you, that's
All right,
fine.
let's look at page 67. This should be pretty simple. It's basically the 24 request on page 67.
It's not that one, it's this one.
The 24 request was down, so let's move on. Well, wait, oh, there is a pay raise in there.
That goes to back to 23.
Okay. However, I mean, if you go back to 23 on everything, it's actually up. So, I mean, you gotta take each one went down with insurance.
Well, right, I said we take 24,
Okay,
but with the 23
Now I'm with you.
salary.
Okay.
Yeah,
so that number will be a larger decrease, and that will come off of lit
Yeah.
just a little bit more.
well, let's do the lit math.
Just say that
67.
again,
It's
20,
the 24 budget, but the 23 salary.
for the deputy B 101.
Yes.
Okay.
And this is in the lit. Sheriff
So basically 2870 off of the 2024
is
total.
minus
Yes.
that.
And it becomes 78,313.
So that's a savings of what, 5,000,
78,313.
414, 419,
Yes.
5,000, 419.
But that whole number doesn't come off of lit, only just what you reduce the salary.
Yeah, I only
Yeah.
got 2,549 savings.
25.
The only change was the difference in the deputy salary, right? from
No, we're
424.
using the 24 budget
Right,
and then minus
The 2870. Remember, the 24 budget's 81. See it?
24
Already
budget's
less.
already lower.
Minus the 2870.
right, which I got 78,313.
Right.
78,313, which is a difference from, of,
23.
from 2023 of
But
$5,419.
when you're looking
That's right,
at-
I see, you're saying difference in
Yeah,
23, that's
but
where I
when
got
we're looking
confused.
at the lit.
I did the
we're
difference in
going off
24.
of
The 24,
2024
I'm sorry,
request.
you're right,
So that's a difference of 2870.
The 2870,
2870, thank you.
that's coming off the 2024.
All right, so,
Change the insurance, though, the health insurance, if you see that.
we
Because
can't,
when I you see in my 2024 request, it's down from 19,284 to 13,775.
yes,
When I had originally have to budget this last year, we didn't know what this person would take, so I have to go as if it's a family plan.
mm-hmm,
He actually is only at the 13,775, so it can be reduced down to
Yeah.
the 13,775.
yeah, we're using the 24 budget except for the salary.
Salary, yeah.
Yeah,
Why would we only calculate it? Why would we still not calculate it off the 2023 number?
Because the
Because
chart
this is-
I gave you
is
for the
for-
lit, that shows the difference that you're trying to shoot for.
Oh,
Is
okay, well, that's,
based off
yeah,
the
okay, well, that's different than just the overall.
Yeah,
amount.
yeah, the
I'm tracking
general.
overall now.
okay, so
You guys
now,
handle the lid.
yeah, we're looking
There'll be
to,
a little other difference with FICA. or
well, yeah, there'll be a little bit, so now we're down to only needing to cut 238,894 from lit.
Okay, moving on.
Yeah, cool,
Say one more time, 200 what?
238,894.
69.
Age 69 boys. All right.
I'm sorry, one more time, 238,
238,894.
and that's after the prosecutor, that's after this 2870, and is that counting anything else in council lit?
So we have the prosecutor,
Yeah,
prosecutor's cut, the council cut 100,000,
okay,
and then the sheriff.
I think I forgot to write down your guys' 100,000.
Yeah. We did that the same time we were addressing the
Right.
pension.
I did it in my book, but not over here on the little piece
Yeah.
of paper.
All right, so we said page 69 in the lit jail.
$19,500 clothing.
All right, so clothing allowance, 19.5 stays, let's see. Increase in FICA and perf, but if we're not adding the salaries, that should stay. We'll just assume at 23. So the next increase then,
Decrease.
excuse me, is in insurance.
Reason in this one, this is where most of the young kids are at.
Yeah,
They're not married, they're still young enough, they're on their parents' insurance, so I tried to be a little more accurate with it rather than hedging a bet as to if someone came on with kids or whatever.
What about life?
Life insurance.
Life went up.
are they taking life insurance
Yeah.
now?
900.
Most people take it.
Yeah,
Okay, so for the 20, you wanna make sure we increase for the 61,928, for the 1,445, and then,
624.
yep. Now,
3,000.
is the number in 2023 here says $3,008, I'm assuming it's supposed to say 3,000.
Yeah, that's a weird number, ain't it?
yeah.
So, I mean,
probably
we're
was.
going with the 3,000, but,
Overtime.
overtime went up, does that need to go up? Yes.
Yes.
Yes, okay,
It does,
just,
at this point.
Same with holiday.
Yeah, I've moved money into those already too.
okay, fair enough. Supplies stay the same, and now we're into salaries, so,
Contracts.
Contract.
Oh, my goodness.
Contracts. We had given that back last year, we didn't,
it's
Right.
new.
we talked about how I didn't ask for you as much in the regular budgets. this is 5,000 that I can use towards those overages on the contracts to help cover that.
Okay, so that's a yes.
Guess what? Keeping it or taking it?
2024's number,
24 of the 5,000,
5,000.
putting it back in.
So you do need it, all right.
Yes.
Excuse me a minute, going up to, 175 LTD. That's gonna be at this
614.
624, down from the
Yes.
15.
Yes.
Okay. And the rest of these are salaries.
E12 needs to be G12, that's it. You right.
Well,
That's,
then,
man, I don't know what it is now.
no, I have 750, 465.
Come on
No, what are we doing here?
We kept up till the 5,000, so all the salaries, you get all of them?
Oh, maybe I'm missing one. Yep, I'm missing one. All right, let me refresh. 789, 131.
Yes.
Okay.
What was your all's number?
789, sorry,
You're fine, go ahead.
131.
131?
Correct,
Eight,
which from 2024,
274 minus.
Mm-hmm.
104, 167. Say,
Savings of 48, 143.
2024,
So if we, yeah, so if we take out 48, 143 for the jail,
here's the total.
238, 894 minus 48, 143 gets us down to 190,751.
19751.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. It feels good. We were closer,
That's closer.
yeah.
You're welcome.
It is appreciated. I
What's the
know it
total?
stinks. It's really,
789,131.
All right, so now what? Are they done?
Yeah.
Getting there.
Damn it.
104 what?
Oh, man, look at all these. 53,
Where we at?
am I right?
right now.
I did. Are you done with us?
I think we're done with you. Yeah.
Done for now.
Oh, wait.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah, okay.
Yeah, we're done with
Sorry,
them.
sorry.
This is all mine, right? Yeah.
Lunchtime.
it's after. We've already had lunch.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
That was before sheriff.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot. Goodness. Community corrections.
Jane's not here.
Oh, can I just leave it?
Yeah, Jessica.
So how about if we don't have a DCCC,
Dan wants something.
We got an email from him, by the way.
who's him?
Correct.
Her.
Her, them. Wait a minute. Somebody gave me one. I got another look at that. Oh, no, that was probation. My fault.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
We can take a look. I don't think there was much to do with, let's go look. Back to page 53. I don't think we had a whole lot going on here, so. Yep. I don't think we did that, but I agree. The community corrections, they are outside of the max levy, they're outside of county general. This is the project income, this is the one we talked about yesterday. And they feel like this is a good budget. I think all of theirs I think we're pretty good with what was presented, but we can go through each one, so.
D 106. What?
76, 72.
We're still working on jail.
That's okay, I
Lit.
don't think there's any changes.
We
for-
have a question,
Okay.
because, when A 106 used to be 38,666,
Okay, hold on, let me get back to the, what page are we on?
Page
69,
69, yes.
and when you jump down to D 106, the increase was 45,838. So what I have to put in, since I'm taking off of 2024, it's a negative 7,172,
Stand by,
which just seems large, you know what I mean?
yeah, stand by. Stand by. Yeah. And it's line what?
Well, I show it jumps from A 106 to D 106. Is that what you show, Becky?
Supposed to be one time.
Okay,
It's only up around this year. and
but
been moved up
nothing in
4
them,
times.
but nothing in them.
D 106.
Just worked a month and left.
I get, so like when Matt and I did the math, we went off I have a formula that's looking at the A 106
Mhm.
and using that number.
And are you coming up with the 38, 666?
Well, I mean, I'm using, because I was using the 2023 number to put in that position, so what? I got the math again. So,
I mean, I see it as 38,666.
yeah,
However, you know, when I have to put in the decreased amount,
yeah,
it's a decrease of 7,172. It just caught my eye. Most of them are like 2,172, not 7,172.
But if it's a 45, like you said, that would be correct.
I just,
A lot of, the whole pile of the others were at 40,000 compared to 38, the current, move them up to 40. This one would be basically 38, moving up to 45. So
Right.
You are correct that it would catch your eye.
okay. So what total did you guys get on the lit jail?
38,
What total we get on the lit jail?
Mm-hmm.
79.
789, 131.
yeah, because that's even higher than a 4% raise, that number down there. I counted it for the 38,666. Matt and I both did. Oh, that's right. 38,666 times.
Yeah, and you even put shafted in writing, because I remember seeing it.
2572.
Okay. Matt and I both went with that 38,666 when we did our numbers.
Okay. I'm off from you guys by 2,572, and I have two deductions of 2,572 in there. I don't have another one for that amount.
All right, you gotta I go back to that. Again, sorry, I keep moving.
Okay, which third one? I got C 104, and I got,
A 113.
where's A 113? Oh, hang on.
Okay.
Thank you, Becky. There.
Did that give you the number?
She had it.
Okay. All right, so all of the DCCCs are all outside of county general, they're all outside of the max levy. I have arrows pointed on my page that we're going with the 24 requests on these. Some of them appear to be brand new, but as Jane informed us yesterday, it's part of how the DOC wants them to now manage those monies. Do we have any additional questions on any of those? Are we okay with?
Where are we at?
53,
We're at
54.
53, 54, all of these DCCC. It's the top of, page 2 of your agenda.
Going with 2024?
Yeah, I mean, they're all funds, she can only spend what she has, and they're outside of all of our other, unless you all have other opinions.
Nope.
And I'm open to discuss if you do, that's fine. They're on multiple pages.
55.
Just goes back to what I'd said earlier that, yes, some people, I mean, you know, we shouldn't pass up the opportunity to keep moving forward on people when we can. just
When,
because
yeah,
we
when
can,
they're
right? But-
outside, yeah, I mean, they're totally outside the levy, it's a totally different ballgame when we're working with those, so. So like those pages, like I said, I mean, they're all broken out now into those different, that's why it appears that she has so many.
Why is this DCC vet court project income say Department 000?
Because some of them have department numbers that mean nothing, to tell you the truth. And with the newer numbers, it kind of doesn't matter to have a department number on there anymore. Like some department numbers are so old, I mean, they don't mean anything.
Okay.
Your department numbers on your general mean something, but your department numbers, most of your department numbers on your non-general don't mean much. True?
Plus, those are the old state numbers that make the
Yeah.
numbers go from 3 to 4.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just trying to sort here too. And 24s on all these.
That's the note I had. I mean, like I said, I'm open to discussion, but if there's an easy peasy, if we're all in agreement,
Yeah, I'm with you. Going to 2024 and keep it moving.
Not the old budget sheet stayed the same and reduced, and the new budget.
Yes.
New budget, so
Right.
half an increase. Would that be a?
yeah, we can hop over. We can hop over to Kelly. That's fine. We can skip forward to public defender with.
27, isn't it?
Yeah. Page 27. Do you guys need any more time down there to keep the 20?
No,
Okay.
I love people with 20.
You're like, that's great.
No, that's not job security. That's not job security.
page for Kelly?
27.
Thank you.
So we're skipping DCCC.
We are going with
We're just
24
okay
for
with
all of
20
those.
all- Okay, all right.
That whole chunk, you can just
Now
enjoy.
you're depressed about that.
Yeah,
I know.
I'm so happy.
Most of it's I just need to stretch out, like, I'm just tired. The dancer in me, I'm sorry. All right. County General.
40% reimbursed from the state. Right?
You knew I was gonna say that, didn't
I'm gonna
you?
help, see, I told you I'm an advocate, but I gotta be an
I know you are.
adversarial advocate.
There you are.
I don't know if
That's
those two things go together.
Let me clarify, that's as long as we stay within their standards, correct?
That is correct. We've got to comply with standards.
Includes something that is that something that you handed to us, is that included in those?
O is new,
And
and
that's
so I've got to present that to the advisory board. That has to do with pay parity for support, non-lawyer support staff.
But is that included in the metrics then of maintaining our 40% match?
Yes, if the advisory board includes that, amends the
Okay.
comprehensive plan, then yes,
And they're meeting tomorrow.
they meet tomorrow.
Well, that don't mean anything, because this budget's not finalized until a little bit later. But whatever we do here has no bearing on that.
Yeah, it's just, I just wanted to call that to your attention.
Let them know it's going great.
I don't know about all that. It's moving. I don't know about great, but it's moving.
All right.
Hold on. We're mathing real quick.
We've learned a new verb since this hearing started, Kelly.
We did?
Math.
Mathing. Yeah, we've been doing a lot of mathing up here.
Mathing.
I thought it was called ciphering.
Good.
Oh, so in order to be in compliance, what, was it just one position that we needed to be concerned about?
We actually had two. Shelley was one. The other one was Diana
Position is,
Carmen.
And then the other two.
That's,
The
line
other
134.
Shelley, tell them.
Well, we have two other staff members who are legal assistants, who would be along the lines of an investigator in the prosecutor's office.
Right, right.
He's legal secretary.
Right, the line, the B 173.
Huh?
And,
180.
oh, where'd it go?
Up here.
For 144.
There's
No,
one.
that's Diana.
At 180,
180 is, our administrative assistant. And she would be more like a receptionist, paperwork doer, so that's why we were asking to get her to 30,000.
Yeah, and I agree with that one.
And then,
and that's for compliance? Is that one for compliance?
that was not for compliance.
That's just to get
That's
it
so
to
we're not
30.
paying poverty wages and paying anyone under 30 grand as a county. We tried to make that commitment
Last year.
last year to get everyone above 30, and somehow that one got through.
And then B 134 is me,
B 134.
That's a compliance,
Yes.
right?
okay?
B 140, or 173 is one of our other staff members. We did it 4%, which would still not be up with, the investigator salary, but I think we could get away with the 4% for this year
Mhm.
without getting in trouble with the commission.
All right, so just to confirm, so you at B 134 would need to be at that 2024 number. And B 173 would need to be at that 24 number.
Here's what,
Right,
34, and giving some thought to the standard O. Talks about support staff in similar position with similar experience within the prosecutor's office or elsewhere within the county. And I took a run through the budget to try to find something comparable. It's almost impossible to do. The two I came up with, one would be the CASA director, who's currently at 43,423. The other one would be the drug vet court supervisor, who's at 47,459. And I just took an average of that, would be 45,441, which would be a 16.5% increase. I just throw that out for consideration. I was trying to comply, trying to meet the standard that the board is going to be taking a look at. And again, I don't know the individuals in those positions or the number of years they've been there. I don't have job descriptions, but just intuitively, those seem to be the closest I could find to match this position. So that was my thinking.
I think that's a pretty good kind of compromise. And thank you for doing the research for it.
On Standard O, it's not only comparable positions within the county, but it's comparable positions outside the county too. And that was on the chart where we took office managers from the most similar counties. That was on the chart we handed out yesterday.
Yeah, and I looked at that, and we were obviously the outlier low. Floyd and to extent Allen were the outlier high. But the other four positions, Lawrence, Vigo, Tippecanoe, and Washington, were all in that mid-40 range.
And if you go by the one that I had said that we were closest to yesterday, that salary is pretty close to what you just said as well.
We'd be slightly above Vigo County at the presently, although it says it's being reevaluated.
I mean, that's,
You probably all are being reevaluated during budget time.
Okay, Vigo's 43,352, and that was the one that was really similar to us.
And Vigo is currently being, evaluated by Wagner, Irwin, Shealy and Associates,
Well, we are.
as we are, yeah, as we are.
Yeah, we will know, we'll be a lot smarter in a couple of months.
Right?
That's true. After
Speak for
this,
yourself.
Yeah, with that, household medium income, they were within, like $800 of us. I like your proposal, Bill.
so are you proposing, Bill, that, 45,441 on,
Say proposal, it's I'm throwing it out there for anyone's, thoughts. I came up with, in my thinking, 45,441.
okay, well, what I was getting at is if that's your thinking on that line, on line B 173, now that we know that that needs to be included, are you agreeable to that? You think that 4% is in line at 37,741?
I'd leave that up to the council. I mean, you have to take into,
Well, obviously, we're all going to, I'm just getting your,
is it more important to look at this office independently or to consider what we're doing with all other offices at the same time?
Yeah.
Yeah, because like what he said, on one hand, they're requesting $1,400 to be what they consider to be in compliance. That's not that big of an ask, but to Bill's point, it's a special, I guess, a little different what we're doing with everyone else, which I guess was what we said we've been gonna do all day. Not every department can be treated the same.
I do agree with raising the administrative assistant to 30,000.
yes, I'm
That's a
100% on board on that one.
I honestly wouldn't be opposed to 30,000 on the administrative assistant, what they're requesting for the legal secretary on 173, and the dollar amount that Bill proposed earlier, or didn't propose, but made us aware of.
Not to
I
interrupt,
think it's a little bit of give and take, because we're giving you a couple of what you're asking for, and we're meeting in the middle on one of the others.
well, our other legal secretary is B 144. She's an,
Office
entitled
staff?
office staff, but she's a legal secretary. Those two girls do exactly the same work. They each have, 2 or 3 courts apiece and, that they take care of. So the B 144 is kind of an, misnomer. She should be legal secretary, and they do make the same amount of money.
Would change that to legal secretary.
yeah, it should be.
I would think. I would think that for anybody who's been watching these budget hearings, if you've got something in there that's not, because these matter, these titles matter when we're making these decisions. You just see the lady in tears almost, she almost missed out because of her title.
So we wanna move 144 up.
Well, if we're doing, if we're doing 173,
Yeah, well, that's where I'm at.
I'm good, but, yeah, I'm fine with it.
I'm fine with it as long as this keeps us in compliance and we're still able to get that 40% reimbursement.
I agree.
And I wanna know what your opinion is of that
My opinion is,
that will keep us in compliance.
my opinion is that will keep us in compliance. But to some degree, it's apples and oranges because and we've shown what Shelley does exceeds what, comparable positions in other counties do. It will, to answer your question, yes. Yes, that will keep us in compliance.
Thank you.
And then maybe we could just wait and see what the Wagner report comes out. Does that make
I'm
sense?
agreeable to that.
Yeah,
What do you think about that?
yeah.
You know, if
Come
that
back
makes
next year,
sense.
Hopefully we'll be
Like I
better.
said, we're all on the same team here.
And that goes back to what I was saying yesterday about, you can't go 21-point touchdown, you gotta get there little by little. So
37,741.
I like that idea, and I hope
41.
we eventually get to the number you're hoping to get to. I know you definitely deserve it.
And the 441, just so I'm clear, that is just the line of B 134.
Yes.
Yes. And Kelly's is the A 148, is that also the 2024, because that's public defender, right? So that's
Well, I
mandatory.
shouldn't say that. That's not
Yes,
true.
that's Kelly's
Yes.
2024's
That's me.
mandated salary.
Okay.
So do we want to start as?
All right, so I want to start up at the
transcript
top real quick, just to make sure we're all on the same page now that we've got those particular salaries. All the other salaries remain at 23. So want to make sure we go through the FICA actually reduced, so I've marked that number in my final.
Right.
The perf went up,
Well, those just have to be recalculated.
and they will, yeah, but I just want to mark those and go with the numbers, just because
Which numbers?
the 24 numbers.
FICA will
The
go up.
FICA, the perf, I
because we
mean,
gave
well,
us four salary increases.
well, but others went down, so we will get an updated number after the auditor's office has time to rework numbers.
So for the sake of doing this, we're going with 24 though, on those two?
For these particular items I'm listing off, yeah,
Okay.
so the FICA, the perf, then we just adjusted line 180 to 30,000, get that individual up. As a reminder, line 186, we have to pay that salary.
What about
No, I'm sorry, that's not the right one. I'm looking at the wrong one.
Attorney fees is Kelly, right?
No.
No.
Attorney fees, what's that increase for?
85 and 186.
It's line attorney fees.
Is that your contract, defenders?
Yeah.
Yes, that's contract.
Yeah, that's contract.
Okay,
It's when they have conflicts and have to hire other deputies or other public defenders who are not their current deputies
Okay.
outside the county usually, or even within the county.
all right, so that one, we need to go with the 24 number.
I have a quick
It's the
question.
same.
It's the same, yeah.
It's the same as, what do you mean?
185 is the same, but 186 isn't.
Now, 186 increased by $8,411.
You're right.
The amount
I was
left
talking
on
about
that
185.
185 line is
No,
well more
185
than
is
half.
transcripts.
For the transcripts,
And
yeah,
we're
that
leaving
one,
that the same.
Right,
One
is that some-
eighty-six. I mean, we can take it back. I hate to take it back to the 186 because we're in the same boat as the prosecutor with all these,
I think he's
diverters.
asking about 185.
Yeah, the
Oh.
185,
I
we
am
kept
asking
the
about
same.
185.
185
Transcripts.
still had, at least as of the end of June, still had quite a bit of money in there.
It does not now, I don't think. Becky, can you help me?
Okay.
And I just turned in another 7,000, for next pay.
So attorney fees, that needs to stay at the 115.
I mean, can you meet us on that? You don't think we can do the 2023 number on that one?
I think we could try it. It just, I'm like,
About 110.
yeah, well, let's stay at the 2023 number.
Leave it at 2023? All right.
For what one?
The 186,
All right, health insurance, we need to keep that at 250.
Life insurance?
Life insurance has to go up. Disability is an increase. Longevity is an increase. Then the next 2024 number we need to address is A 148, which is state mandated.
About 441.
$1,700
Oh,
computers.
I would say
yeah.
that would kind of go more of a want than a need, wouldn't it be?
well, I've worked for the public defender's office I'm going on 8 years, and we've never budgeted for any computer replacement. And my computer died, and I bought a new computer, and I took that out of our supplemental fund and kind of got in trouble from the commission because they said that they'd let me get away with that one. But that the county should be helping us to replace the computers in our office. And that is also at the 40% reimbursable. So what I thought I would do is, since they are at least 8 years old, try to replace one for
Wait
the
a
next 3
second.
years.
I've heard department head after department head tell me that they have to replace their computers every 2 to 3 years or they just don't work anymore. You're telling me you've made it 8 years with your computer?
I'm telling you that we've bought one computer since I've been there, so that's
Yes.
all.
She wasn't, she
Yes.
was doing all of her
That's what
right
we're
to know
telling you.
training
Yes.
and, or whatever
So I kind of wanted to, since
Not
we
clicking on
do
any
only
links.
have 4 computers in our office, I just thought for the next 3 years, we better start replacing them, or I'm gonna be in a jam when one of them dies.
Well, I would say you've made the best argument then.
Yeah, I agree.
I am an advocate to, cycle those out so you don't have to place all 4 of them at one time, so.
Yeah.
I think if anyone deserves a new computer, it'd be you guys after 8 years.
Well,
we
yeah,
appreciate
like I
that.
said, we do only have 4 computers, so we are fortunate in that case.
All right. Chief public defender?
So we keeping that computer in there?
1,700.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
State mandated 106,901.
Yep.
Yeah. What about the deputy? No.
nope.
They're all going back to 23.
Okay.
And then we changed the
134?
134, 144, and 173, so let's run these pivots.
Deputy there. Public defender's office.
1,978,575. Yes. We got the same. All right. That makes the total 1,978,575.
And I did, just in that, on a high note, I did, estimate next year's revenue at 752,500. That won't be quite as high because, we're keeping our attorneys at the 2023 rate. But I would expect that to still be, probably in the low 700s to 725 for our revenue for next year.
Does that include the reimbursement for the build out, maintenance?
That
No,
does not include
no.
reimbursement for the build out.
You indicated you thought that maybe there's potential to return as much as 26.5 this year.
I would hope so.
Okay.
I would hope so. I've just got to get the utility bills and all those things put together and then run the, like I said, the chief of the Public Defender Commission, the director, he was hoping that we could get it done for this last quarter and things flew by too fast. So I'm hoping to get it done for this quarter.
Thank you.
All right.
247.
Page 79.
Yeah, you just read it. 1987857.
Now, in this case, the FICA per
We're on supplemental, right?
Right.
Yep.
The FICA and PERF would have to go at the 2024 because one of the legal secretaries, we do fund out of that supplemental fund, which is not in county general.
Same with
But-
insurance.
We do pay, yes, we
on
do
79?
pay,
Yes.
her benefits out of that supplemental fund.
This is outside.
This is outside the max levy, outside the county general.
Correct.
So we going with 2024?
So that's 100% coming from the state.
Except for the one employee. Oh, no, these are just the benefits?
Yes, this does come from the state. It comes out of our supplemental fund budget. And, we have money in the supplemental fund budget. And then, we get 40% of our what we spend on this, we also get 40% of that back to put back in the supplemental fund.
What's the balance of this fund?
Was hoping that Becky could find that for me because that's the one thing I forgot to look up before I came here.
My only request on this fund, and you've heard me bring it up before, is that rental storage. And I know there's really not much can be done about it now. It's $1,680. I'm requesting that at some point you guys ask the commissioners if there's space in this building that you could use to do that.
And I will tell you that after we spoke about that at the last council meeting, I got a call from the building manager, or manager of buildings, and we talked about that. And we decided that we would wait until, high-tech crimes gets set up
Build out.
and everything, that built out. And then we would also have to basically find a moving company or whatever to move, because community corrections, I don't think does that anymore. They did that when we moved to the storage facility. So it's not been put out of my mind at all. We're just kind of waiting to see how this, space shakes
You
out.
guys are working on it. That's all I wanted to make,
Yeah.
that there was some sort of communication trying to come up with
Yeah.
a resolution.
Yeah,
Well,
and we're,
thank you
we're
for
trying
that.
to figure out where might be a space.
Thank you.
I think you share the cargo container with the clerk.
Computer in the last year.
Clerk is looking into getting a cargo container on site at the Justice Center.
And I thought that was a good idea. I have no idea how much those, I forget what that was gonna cost.
21,000, or, a brand new one's like 21,000, or pretty brand new one.
If
You
maybe,
can get it cheaper.
if they're not gonna fill it up, could we rent space from them, I
There you
wonder?
go.
No, we
Yeah,
want
there's-
it free.
Hell, we got room out there. It's build a pole barn out there. Put it
I
all
mean,
everybody's stuff.
They should build some kind of storage facility, a secure storage facility where people could, but everything's going digital.
problem, has to be secure.
Yeah.
You could
All
rent,
our
I got
stuff's
2 rooms here
confidential.
listed on Airbnb right now, so I'm.
Hey,
making
put
money.
it in the pool.
Yeah.
I know, but build out the pool.
I
Secure
do have a
storage.
gavel. I do have a question. The revenue expected for 2024 is in our paperwork is 53,500. You've budgeted for 29, almost 30,000. Would there be anything that you could pull from the general budget for a one-year expense such as the computers to put into that?
She just got in trouble for the
Yeah, I
computer.
got in trouble for that. Honestly,
Okay.
this budget, the supplemental budget was, put into effect before I started here. And I have met down at the commission about this budget. And the things that reoccur are not actually supposed to be allowed in this budget, like the storage rental, the cell phone, postage, office supplies. Those things are not supposed to be in this budget, but because when it was set up, before I took over the office, part of those things get reimbursed into the supplemental fund. So they ended up being okay with it and they grandfathered us in because we were one of the early counties that started with the commission. And so they said, we don't know why it was ever started that way, but there's like 3 counties that do it this way. So really, they don't want any kind of reoccurring expenses or anything coming out of that budget.
But what can you put in here?
But these
They don't want
things-
anything in here.
Um,
What can you put in there?
No, like witness fees, that's not a reoccurring expense. Postage is budget, it's,
But if you could put like FICA and PERF from one employee, why can't you put more?
It would violate the standards. They have standards and they told us not to do it. It's like when she replaced her computer out of took supplemental money, that was a violation. So they let us, because we're typically very, very, very compliant, they gave us a pass on that one.
And when we bought the public defenders, we bought them all, Surface Pros.
Everything in
I remember that.
And
Everything in
we,
here is
we used
a
supplemental
recurring.
funds to buy the, because our attorneys didn't have any kind of computer provided by our office or the county, so we used supplemental funds to replace that. When we moved out to the Justice Center, we used, only supplemental funds to buy office equipment, office furniture, because those are one-time expenses that won't be reoccurring.
Okay, so, all right, office supplies, witness fees, postage, I guess traveling expense, and what's file maintenance?
That
Scanning?
is having to try to organize files that have been, we're going all digital, but we're organizing files that are a mess in our office. In the past, that had been done on outside of county time and somehow paid an hourly rate. Honestly,
So that's a non-recurring expense.
that it is a non-recurring expense, but honestly, I end up usually transferring that over to somewhere else in this 247 fund to help cover expenses.
So everything else is a recurring expense, except for those 5 items.
The publication fees are not reoccurring, they are just when we have meetings. But yeah, those reoccurring expenses, the supplemental fund is supposed to be to pay or provide things for the purpose of indigent defense. And
Right.
so, outfitting our office, when we lived in a closet before, that was pretty much a necessity. We bought a bunch of desks, and we have individual offices, we bought desks and everything. So we have been using our supplemental fund to where,
But you can't then in turn use it for like transcript fees,
no,
something that's
No.
That
non-recurring?
indigent defense, what about court interpreters or psych testing would,
psych testing that has to come out of county general, and Emily's in the same boat with that.
sure. All right, thank you.
I mean, I'd be
I wonder there's a
happy,
balance there.
I'd be happy to talk to the commission and,
Well, I mean,
kind of go back
At what
over.
point
to
do
what
they,
Matt just alluded to, if we continue down this path, you guys are gonna have a bank account. I mean,
that can't be spent?
yeah.
Right, what is I didn't hear our balance, Becky.
155, 226.
155, 220.
And you bring in, what was the revenue number?
53,500 is what it has on our sheets here.
Like what we were talking about with the tourism bureau earlier, but their big bank account fee, but theirs is just the opposite. They got the freedom to do whatever they want with theirs. These guys can't.
Kind
really do
of.
Obviously,
anything
there's a
there.
lot more rules here, but
I know
I
it's a
mean,
totally different deal. They're a 501c, but
you see where we're going.
You know,
Yeah, oh, yeah.
I would be happy to, I mean, obviously,
I would walk in with this county general list and say, what is it we're allowed to put in there?
right, that's what I will certainly, I have a contact at the, commission who is the fiscal analyst that our office
Investigation
deals with.
fees, some
So
interpreters, like you said.
I will be happy to send her our budget and see if any of the line items could be moved to the supplemental fund, but there again, if I go moving a 37,000 line item, like transcript fees or something, this fund would be depleted
Well, we
and,
could deal with that if that happens, but it's worth an ask.
yeah, I mean, I could let them take a look at our budget. I mean, they do look at our budget because they reimburse, but I will ask her if there's anything else that maybe could be moved to supplemental. I certainly will, before we meet again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
all right.
29,860,
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
going with the
24 budget,
Yes.
29,860.
I'll go to them.
who's up?
Commissioners.
Thank you so much.
So we can go eat supper now?
You can, congratulations.
Well, somebody can at least.
Thank you, Kelly.
What's our plan? Are we gonna reduce commissioners next?
Yeah, and then we'll We can call it we can recess till tomorrow. If that's agreeable with the council, get through the commissioners and then
Agreeable to me, I gotta leave, I gotta drive at 4.
My baby will be leaving soon, so.
yeah,
that'd be
let's take
nice.
5 minutes for
Here.
the bathroom real quick or excuse me, a bio break.
2.5 minutes.
Oh.
Page 42.
What is this?
It's the
Was,
traveler.
the liability insurance.
850.
Ain't as much as I thought it'd be,
Oh,
not as much as I thought it'd be.
what pages are we going to, commissioners?
42.
You think by the many times I've opened these pages, the pages turn a little bit easier, but. not
No,
really
eventually
working
your
out.
book will get so worn out that the
Yeah,
binding gets
you know, you like,
stuck
just
and,
go right to it, and it's not happening yet.
yeah. All right.
That's okay,
We'll
what
work
it's
it
there
out.
for.
Yeah, we'll work it out.
Otherwise we'll roll it on the floor.
Well, 42.
Yes.
Okay, so this insurance is at the top of 43 and 342.
The question? Third one down. Keep saying line item 342 on page 43.
Okay.
We didn't budget enough for that. That was an oversight.
Wow.
But you can see what the total is, 804,000.
850.
Or 850,000. When we spoke with, the carrier this morning, he's figuring, that may go up 5 to 8% next year.
Above the 850?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and obviously he's going to, he won't know until he goes out on the market to see. He said, as long as nothing major happens between now and then, that's what he would figure.
So does this, like, in your guys' world, does this immediately kick off, we gotta shop this around?
And that's what I say he's gonna do in March, our broker.
So if we did the 5%, that's an additional 42,000.
But you have like a broker or somebody, this is Travelers, the actual insurance we carry, but you're not getting it directly from Travelers, is what you're saying?
Yeah,
It's,
correct.
US.
USI.
Yeah.
So are you, when you say additional 5 to 8%, are you saying that we should add that to this 850?
Yes,
Which 5% is 42,500. 8% is what, 62,000 somewhere, give or
yeah,
take?
yeah,
Six is,
68,
5% of 852.
I think 8%, 68,000.
892, 861.
Well, which one should we do?
Hold on a minute. I have to digest this first. Where are you?
What was that number again?
Knock Jessica over with
I
the six
know,
figures.
like, it was 6 what?
What'd you come up with?
Well, I have above 850, 344, 5% is 892,
65,000.
861, 20.
So we make, round it up to 2. We don't do change, so 862.
The base amount is
850,
even.
850, 344. And then what Shannon is saying, 5 to 8% on top of that.
Holy shit balls. All right.
And I think 5% was like 42 something, 42,000.
Yeah, I'm sure there are.
That's probably a lot better.
They're middles.
See, that's why he's the commissioner. I could have done that too and didn't even think of it. Why didn't have them together?
You will probably still.
So that's it together? Which one is that? The 8%?
About
5%?
above, better figure for the world.
Do what?
The 8% comes up to 918,372.
8%, where we get
I
that?
said 5 to 8.
I said 5 to
Oh,
8%.
5 to 8%.
So shouldn't we just?
Well, if we're shopping around, we gotta
We will shop around and we're getting ready to do that.
hope we can have
Wait.
But I
a
mean,
minimum, keep it.
I just
Wait, now,
put it up.
what line are we on now?
Same line.
Same line.
Wait,
342.
okay, right? So we're,
342,
okay,
insurance.
We haven't never determined what percent would go. We're just throwing out numbers of how much.
I went with the worst case scenario and others went with the best case scenario.
I mean, it's such a big number that if we're off, it's gonna make a huge impact trying to make it up. So we'd almost have to err on the side of caution. I know that sounds weird to be saying that, but
You saying that, yeah.
but it's just such a large number to overcome if we're wrong. If we're wrong, then we gotta come up with 60, 70 grand, whatever.
What number are we going with?
Well, the current,
Six ninety-two?
No.
no,
Oh, God, no, that would be great. So
look at your paper. The 692 is
irrelevant.
wrong. Look at your invoice. We under budgeted.
Oh, okay,
No wonder you're confused.
okay.
So you were looking at the book?
Yeah, I'm like,
Yeah, mark that out, make it an 850, and you'll be caught up.
thank you. Oh my gosh.
918, you said? 918.
918,372 is, 8%.
I'm sorry, what was that again? I'm
918,372 is the 8%, which he said should go up 5 to 8%. I'm putting the worst case scenario in.
Yeah,
And if you did 5%, it'd be about 892.
Right, 892, 861.
You have almost 300,000.
Difference between the two is 25,000,
Repeat that again.
511.
So you have $275,000 you have to make up, because you're not advertised for that.
mm-hmm,
Oh,
in this budget.
I didn't think about that.
What's that?
We didn't advertise for that, so we're gonna have to make that up, and, so then we need to go with the lowest one then.
Doesn't matter.
I was saying, we're gonna have to make it up somewhere, right, so if we gotta make it up, I would like to make up the lowest amount.
What was the lowest?
Sure, we have to make it up. We'll have to
892,
appropriate
800.
next year.
861,
Or just understand that they'll have to appropriate next year.
861,
That's when you get to your,
Eight,
I mean, they
nine,
can
We
go
don't
with
have
the
to
lower
appropriate
amount,
because they're
but
gonna
they don't
negotiate us a really
necessarily-
good
They're
rate.
gonna have to appropriate.
that's 5%, Justin.
Yeah.
Pam's looking at me.
five.
They'll have to understand that they're gonna have to put an extra 300,000
Yeah.
in next year. No, what's the
All
number?
right, so we realize that we have to find this difference somewhere else in this budget, right?
What is the do? Anybody do that math yet?
25,
No, between what's in the
Oh.
book and this.
Between the 691, 152,
With the lowest amount,
yes, please.
what'd you get?
200 and some grand.
201,709? Yeah, 201,709.
200, I'm sorry, repeat that,
201,709.
okay.
Oh, goodness.
Why you left the best to last?
Thanks for pointing it out, Ed.
way to go, Ed.
Yeah, we're all shocked by the number. He found the reality of it.
He found even a worse.
Glad he said it, though. 'Cause
But what if we estimate for the lower one and then it comes in
We'll
at
see.
the higher?
That's another problem.
Did you say,
Yeah,
do we
but
have a solution?
what would you say the difference was, about
Ed does.
$30,000?
yes, you may not like it.
25, 511.
Just have to come up 25 grand somewhere if that happens.
Maybe now, maybe later.
Could take 25,000 of the
You can stay
unemployment,
with the-
line 176.
Yeah, you can stay with what
January,
you've
you have to
advertised.
have
Okay.
Hey, what-
Uh,
Bill was doing.
We can take,
You're saying now?
He's saying you
yeah,
can
now.
appropriate the lower amount now, but then you'll just have to come back in 24 for the appropriate.
Yeah.
Are you all listening? Within your-
No, we're in a conversation about this number still, I'm sorry.
Trying to
But,
find it.
let's finish that
Numbers
conversation, which is,
that-
we don't know that this is the number yet. We know that it's,
We know it's at least
Us.
850.
right. And we're doing 892, 861, assuming that it's gonna go up
Only
5 to
5%.
8%, whatever. Which, I mean,
I think you're being pretty optimistic that we can get a better.
As long as
rate.
you advertised at 691, you
Those
can.
guys.
from other vendor or something
Prove
else.
Yeah, man, this is
Matt.
the government, they just stick it to us.
We advertised at 691, we can prove that. But no, in January, you have the additional appropriation for at least the 850.
Right.
So that premium doesn't come due until May. It's gonna be paid in May.
Whatever that difference ends up being, you'll have to reappropriate.
But we don't know if we'll have the money to appropriate.
April,
That's why you get,
18th.
you pay me now or later,
So when
Yeah,
you
about
pay that,
4 months.
is that gonna come out 20
of cash.
or?
Okay, so sorry, Bill.
It's gotta come off of 2023.
Just wanna make sure.
Okay, you said there was money from somewhere, and that's why I didn't hear.
Well, we've talked about it, obviously. We can take the 25,000 from unemployment.
That's page 42, line 176.
Yeah, 176.
Oh, yeah, we have a bunch of givebacks
Yeah,
from the commissioners. Let's review those real quick, if you don't mind.
yeah,
Is
go
that
ahead.
okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
I feel good, thank you.
Because we have in line 322 postage, I have marked that you gave us 50,000 back for 2023. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Let me let's talk about postage. So far, we've spent 74,000 this year.
Mm-hmm.
I think, don't quote me on this, but I believe he said there was, $15,000 left on the machine. We still have, I think, 38,000 left from what was,
Appropriated.
yeah. We have $38,967.39, left of that. I feel comfortable we take 10,000 of that and put towards the insurance as well.
The postage,
Yeah, I actually talked to Mike, and, I think 10,000 would be a safe number, and you'll probably get, unless somebody has a huge mailing. Is Rick still here?
His absentee ballots.
When, coming up?
It's gonna be coming
For the election.
And I'm saying.
No, I'm talking about this year.
Are we talking two different things?
Yeah.
We're talking about cuts in 2023 right now.
Give back. But when he says I can take it from postage, is that to offset what Ed said we had to find in this budget?
It could, yeah,
Yeah.
it could. Any of these
That's
cuts will,
what I'm
but,
talking about.
Yeah,
I'm trying to come up with
but-
this money for the offset of the insurance.
So is the give back on postage 10 or 50?
10,
10. And that's in this current year right now.
yeah.
Okay.
With what we have left, we have $38,000 currently left in that line.
Okay.
Sarah ran the report this morning. We can put 10 towards, the insurance too.
In addition to the 10 you're giving back already.
No, that's
no,
that's,
This is why I'm getting confused. I think we're doing two different things.
we're
doing
talking about
give back
right now,
we're just
2023.
doing givebacks now, don't worry about the rest of it.
right
You
now.
said towards the insurance. That's why I'm getting lost on it.
Because it all, we
Because that
have to-
insurance
where it's
pay
gonna
is
go.
due.
Because we have
This
to
year.
raise the insurance line, so we gotta reduce other lines.
because
whether
it
it
can't,
I know, but I thought we had to reduce the 2024 line.
this all plays in. Do cuts
We
in this
advertised
year?
in 2024.
Right.
So if he's giving back 2023, that's not affecting that.
Yeah, I think your advertising line is,
That's
your
true.
issue is on
So it does have
advertising
to
is
be in
different than your
24.
issue on max levy.
Right.
Those are two separate things.
That,
But
that,
it
that's
helps
where I
you
was
on your
kind of
max
getting lost
levy,
on
but
that.
it doesn't help you on your advertising.
Okay.
But it does help us back this year, though, as
Okay.
far as give back.
Were there any other opportunities in this current year that that you came up with, or no?
No,
Okay,
So 60 grand.
so we're back to the beginning of our 24. Let's start at the top here. We're going back to 23 salaries. And so 116 is a current employee, even though it shows 0 in our book, correct?
yes.
All right.
Real quick, the 2023 amounts, can you give those to me, please?
We only had the 10,000 cut in postage 322.
And a 25 in unemployment,
Oh, and a 25?
And unemployment.
Where was
Thought he said
unemployment?
50.
176.
You only had 25 in it.
I'm saying.
I heard you say 60,000.
He gave
so I
back,
thought
he
I
said
was
he gave back
missing
50,000 and then 10,000, is what I wrote down.
No, I was asking if it was 10 or 50. It was 25 and 10.
25 and 10, okay,
20, all 25 came back?
something. 35 altogether.
okay.
Oh, okay, great. All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're done.
Is that right?
You're taking the 25,000 of unemployment, right?
For this year,
Yeah.
23. Okay,
25 and 10, those are the two numbers, you agree? Okay.
Yeah.
all right.
My
And so
mistake.
then, assuming all salaries stay at 23, we hit to FICA that there's an increase. So we need to increase that. An increase in perf. Is this health insurance number going? I mean, we talked yesterday, Shannon, that this looked pretty good at a 10% increase. Do we still feel comfortable with that?
I do.
All right, so that, use the 24 number there. Life insurance increased long-term increased. Unemployment increased. Pre-employment and medical increased.
Pam, is that your, drug testing and stuff?
Yeah.
Can we stay at 1,500?
Yes, I think so.
Let's,
Do 1,500?
yeah.
I can do that.
Anything's gonna help.
We've screened nobody this year?
No, we do spring every time someone retires.
I know, when do we pay the bill? The balance, what's the balance?
I just sent you the bill today, Sarah, do you know what that was?
Balance on
Approximately.
184.
Yep, monthly bill.
Didn't we used to make them pay for that themselves?
We did,
We
yeah.
switched that. 'Cause we went- I remember that.
It's still at 15.
Oh, they just got the bill, so it must,
Probably $150, $200 a month.
okay.
What are we doing with unemployment, 176?
Unemployment, yeah, we're staying with the 24.
25? 25?
No, 26,250.
Oh, do you want to keep that at 25 then? For,
No, I just want to make that clear that it is for pre-employment, but it's also for DOT.
we're on unemployment right now, 176.
We backed up.
We backed up.
Okay,
Damn free-for-all.
I'm sorry.
that's okay. So is it
Think any of it
25
is-
or 26,250?
So if they're not using it, you're not using any of it to Bill's point this year, can we cut that number back at all for next year?
That's something that we don't know about, but
Can we keep it at last year's number?
I don't think we're gonna need it, because my cases are really down. I mean, I don't wanna keep my own horn, but since I've been
Right.
in that office, we've only had 2 cases that we had to pay. I think we've tried them all. So, I mean, I would like to think the rest of you go the same, but I'm not sure.
If
20?
you paper trail, you don't need to worry about it.
Yeah,
Don't do it the right way.
Go down to 20?
Yeah, you made the case.
I don't,
That's up to Shannon.
Yeah, let's, she is really good at that, I'll be honest with you, and the only 2, out of the 2 she paid, she only lost 1.
Yeah.
One of them, the supervisor requested that we go ahead and pay the unemployment, so, yeah, take it to 20.
Wonderful. Thank you.
All right, now back to the drug testing, so that was 15.
100.
1,500, yep. That's the same as our previous year.
Overtime?
The custodial help overtime?
Yeah, this was overtime, we was trying to pay our custodians instead of them getting all the comp time.
You want that up to the 24 level, 15,000, correct?
That's what he wants, I mean, he put it
But,
in,
well, that's up
but,
to you guys.
I mean, that's
Yeah, I
our
mean-
decision, so,
I guess I should have phrased that, that's
Well,
what he's asking for.
Can we pause at this moment right here, because I
Yep.
think it's relevant to another one. When we first started this, the top 2 positions, I thought you said something about that was a new employee. My notes, what I have, is that it's currently a part-time employee that they want to make into a new
That is
full-time
correct.
position.
That's correct.
Correct.
But that's at the jail, correct?
Yeah.
That'd be for out there, not here, yeah.
Or Justice Center.
Justice Center, but yeah, but to Ryan's point, so it is, in all case and purposes, a new
Full-time position.
position, not a new person.
Correct.
So, and that's why I said it's relevant to this part-time dollar amount, because if we deny that position, then that part-time money would need to probably remain where it's at, because he's gonna need it,
Correct.
right? I just wanted to touch on that, because I felt like
No,
we kind of moved past that earlier.
Thank you, Ryan.
Yes, sir.
Well, we haven't added anyone.
Well, that's clear, that's the second one down, where he's wanting to do that, we kind of glazed over.
116.
You guys said.
Well, because I asked if it was a
yesterday
new
that it
employee, and
probably-
yeah,
You guys said, well, it'd probably reduce, part-time to like, by 23,000 and would up that to 33 as like a difference of 10. And,
yeah, but then you gotta figure in benefits and stuff, so.
and then you went on.
Yeah, because he's been there like 7 years. I wrote that down, that he was talking pretty highly of his guy. I remember that.
It would be single coverage on it.
All right, where are we?
We're
we're at
on
part-time.
16, that
116 and part-time.
This case is-
custodian, supervisor, and overtime, because they go hand in hand. In a previous example, to Ryan's point, we eliminated the full-time position and kept the
Mhm.
part-time pay for, I believe it was the plan commission. Are we going to do the same thing here?
I think got a problem out the jail, so I had to take it.
Fine.
You stay busy going out there, huh?
Yes. You know, back to this employee. I mean, like I said before, he's been there for 7 years. I mean, like we talked briefly yesterday, this, after I leave at night, obviously now, I mean, this person would be in charge of everything that side of the jail. I mean, it's very important that I have somebody out there that when the courts are late at night, that they can go to somebody and say, you know, this needs clean or that needs clean. And, I mean, right now, there's 3 guys out there that all paid the same amount. This guy's been with me forever. And, you know, like I said, I've already replaced 3 employees at $14 an hour. You're not retaining people. And if I don't get this guy, if I don't get something done for him, I'm gonna lose him. And, you know, I got a good foundation. I got a good group of guys out there. And if I lose him, I mean, the foundation's gonna crumble. And that just means the whole justice and everything's gonna suffer out there. I mean, ain't it nice? I mean, your bathrooms and everything relies on them guys. I mean, it's just, and like I said, there's people here that I know I can get judges come in and speak highly of this guy. There's 2 people here I know that works with him on a day-to-day basis. He's deserving of getting, and like I said, he benefits. I mean, he's well-deserved to get a full-time job, in my opinion. I mean, we have everybody here asking for this, that, and that. I'm just asking that guy that's been dedicated to this place for $12, $13, $14 an hour. His time's due.
For 7 years.
Yeah, for 7 years.
So will that reduce our need for part-time next year?
23,000 was the number.
Because we're dealing with it.
So if we bring this guy on, can eliminate, 196.
The overtime,
Yeah,
so
Steve will just deal with it like he has been. And I just want to say something.
kind of washes out then.
I have to say something. He's on vacation. He's been up here, I don't know, off and on, last 2 days, but not just because of this, but because of problem. So, it's the kind of guy we got working here.
And when he talks about that overtime, for an example, I've got 160 hours of comp time. That was the only reason we got the overtime. Other guys do too, but I'm willing to sacrifice this to get this guy a full-time job. This is how dedicated he is. I'll deal with my comp time. And like I said, when I leave here, I'm getting ready to go and plug a toilet out the Justice Center. That's fine with me, because that's the kind of employee he is. I'll do that, and I'll just deal with comp time.
I will say, I've spoken to Steve several times about this, and I think we're in a situation, it's not really a want, it's a need. Because we really don't have supervisors at both locations, and when Steve's on vacation, or, you know, like he's on, here now, you really don't have anyone out there to help manage the place. You know, if there's an issue, water leak or whatever, there's no one to go to. So, I think it's probably really needed. I'm in favor. Anyone else?
I am.
116 then becomes 33,000.
Yep.
And then
Overtime,
overtime is 0.
Yep.
we do part-time, can we do 150?
I have in my notes that we're cutting it to 147, reduced by 13. Is that correct?
Are you looking at me?
I don't have a note
Yeah,
like that, but
yeah.
I mean, I like,
Somebody from
See, you're out there, you
podium.
can't see your face.
I like that note. I don't have that note.
Is that about right?
I think that was because that's probably how much he's making out of that part-time line.
Yeah.
So if you're moving him to his own line, then he comes off the part-time line. I
But
heard
Shannon said
23
instead of the
thrown out,
full-time.
but with that
Right,
number, it'd
so
be
he gets paid part-time
21,
too.
so it's somewhere in the 20 to 23 range.
Well, just for the record, just to keep it by tradition of not adding any new employees, I would vote against that, but I know that he's definitely wanted, and I think probably more likely congratulations on the new full-time position, and I'm sure he's more deserving of it. I'm just trying to stay consistent with what I'm doing, but I would say if anybody needs one, it's probably a pretty compelling argument, so.
All right, so we're saying we can take 20,000 off that part-time
Yeah.
to make it 148?
I'm working on it now.
Jen, you're gonna have to tell him to schedule his vacations, not budget week next time, too.
Yeah.
You don't get trapped up here.
It's always Wednesday through Friday after Labor Day. Mark your calendars ahead, reoccurring.
He's moving, he's gonna be out of his
Busy
house.
next
for
year.
3 months.
So back to part-time, where are we at?
148.
48.
Steve?
Yes.
Thank you for
Thank
being
you.
here.
Yeah, thank you for your
Thank
commitment,
you.
sir. Part-time's 148.
Yep.
Supplies, 210.
Can we keep that at 10,000? Can
it
we
at
keep that
10,
last
yeah.
year,
Yeah,
right?
restrooms,
Looks like we're darn close to needing extra money. I need to keep it at the 10.
Yes.
I
I'd
mean,
like
everything's
to.
going up so much on
Yeah.
that. That's brilliant. I mean, is that for both buildings?
yeah.
Multiple buildings.
That's not a lot of money.
Yeah, I thought it'd be a lot more than
Of
that.
course, they got
Invoices are
clean
usually
file for
pretty
everybody.
hefty.
You got single ply?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna, maybe go to Rock 10 and get some magazines.
2 square meters. 2 square maximum.
Half fly.
Yeah, I bet you gotta have to bring it.
Yeah, bring your Sears catalogs and corn cobs, everyone.
Cleaning supplies, you gotta get through this.
All right, cleaning supplies, can we go back to?
Yep, let's go to, I'm sorry, what we doing?
Cleaning
supplies,
supplies,
can we-
Just, let's stay at 23's budget.
Okay. We've got 5% increases on your cleaning supplies, operating supplies, gas and oil.
What's operating supplies?
Well, currently I've been using that to pay some of the, like, the restroom, like cleaning supplies and stuff out of, just because.
Those are all very minimal increases. I think probably just a percentage increase.
Yeah,
And you
5%.
got decent amounts in there, so could we keep it at 23 level?
yes,
That would be better on math for us, too.
yes,
I
it's
like
fine.
that kind of math,
Not
especially right now.
So gas and oil, same, grave flags?
Yeah, grave flags, same. Contractual services.
Yeah, let's talk. Cause I have here, it's like pest control, Baker Tilly, additional attorney fees are the notes I have.
Yep,
Yeah, that's the, one of the invoice, or the ledgers that I sent you guys.
Thank you for that, by the way. Giving us that information. That's really helpful to see it. So that has to be 250, right? Based off, I mean, when Mr. Brook told us yesterday, it sounds like he's pretty busy, you know, and he's gonna be building that all.
Well, there, he's got a different line item for himself, right? Or, but he's representing the attorney in this line
His-
too?
his-
Contract's different.
Okay,
yeah.
Yeah.
I think the contract was is it 50?
I
in
think
that line,
something like that. No, actually, his
Probably
23 budget was, 31,965, so,
Is that what it was?
mm-hmm.
Wasn't mine. This one goes to 250 though.
I think so.
Yes,
Pretty stuck on that, okay.
Baker Tilly is still getting paid out of your budget as well as the auditor's budget.
I think depending on what they're doing. Is that correct, Ed?
Yeah,
It kind of depends on what they're doing.
because they got different specialists that do different things. They got taxing and
Economic development. It showed me a couple of contracts. I mean, it's kind of it's basically on an hourly basis. It's not a fixed price contract, so.
Yeah.
I guess that's all well and good, and they certainly have the expertise. I think we just have to be judicious about how many times we call them and how much we ask them to do.
I agree.
Every phone call is gonna cost money.
Yeah.
Your maintenance agreement for the Justice Center?
I can tell you that we've requested, and I'm sure Shannon has, they give us a very detailed report of every communications, everything's very detailed, as an itemized invoice.
They're good. I don't,
I understand, yeah. Oh, yeah, you pay for it, but they're good
Yeah,
at
you
the
gotta pay
job.
for it, but
You
they're
don't have to pay for it twice.
they're good. Justice Center maintenance agreement. Maintenance agreements, we'll keep those at 23. Building maintenance agreement,
Both of them.
yeah, we'll keep those there too.
What's that juvenile contract?
That's the YOC.
Mhm.
Is this a contract that's been signed?
I haven't been in.
It's not been signed yet.
Is the contract going to be signed at 673,152?
Yes,
Now,
and listen, I know that's, that number,
So,
yeah, honestly. But versus, we kind of figured it'd be around 3 million to take that whole operation over.
No.
And so, I mean, you know, I told that to Jessica on the meetings. I said, I'd rather, you know, do 163 than 3 million.
that's what I was gonna ask you, is the reason for this so we don't have to go down that road?
I hope we don't have to go down that road.
And the team there is very passionate to keep it functioning, and they don't
Absolutely.
want us to have to take it over.
Yeah,
They
don't.
really, really want, I mean, they've been great partners to work with. Our meetings have been really great. They've been, any ask we've had for any information on numbers, I mean, they've had it. We haven't given them any salary, any kind of increase to this contract in what, 12 years?
Yeah, years.
12 years,
Boy, a lot's changed in 12 years,
it's true.
money-wise.
But again, it's a tough one. I mean, it's kind of one of those, I guess, it's like, Meridian, honestly. I have a hard time with it, but versus taking that over and you guys having to come up with a budget and find that money somewhere, I'd rather do this.
Where does the balance of their money come from? I'm just asking.
I'm sorry.
Where does the balance of their money come from?
Well, this is like the detention center part, it's not the whole campus, is that what you're asking about? It's just
on the entire
detention center.
detention piece, right?
Yeah, this is just, but it's just, if you go past, drive out there, it's
Yeah.
not,
It's a whole complex. isn't it?
yes, it's not, it's just the kid jail.
Just the east side.
Yeah, just detention.
Your postage?
Postage, like I said, we spent 74. We have 15 still in the machine. I'm keeping 28 handy.
What about next year?
You heard what Rick,
You're the,
Okay, hold on, are we still on postage?
yes.
Because who was it? Was it the
Rick.
assessor that came in and had,
25,000.
and we put it in, so if he put it in his budget, we
Right.
can cut the 25 here, right?
That was what I was thinking.
I would think so.
He also mentioned, wasn't it you, Ed, was also having a little bit in your budget? But not as much as him, but you were having some, like 10 grand or something like that.
And you know what Rick told you, I mean, he's gonna have a large mailing for the election at some
All
point.
right, so if
Rick
we
didn't
had,
put it in his budget, did he, as I recall?
hold on, we gotta go look, I gotta do some numbers here. We've got the assessor, he had,
Yeah.
I don't think I did.
So what I was working towards with that is to just keep it at the 23 level, because you only increased it 15, right? And then if they're shouldering 25 and he's taking 10, that's 35.
wasn't in that, is it maybe assessment? Was it reassessment?
6 to 7.
For this year, so
We asked you guys this year for 50,
That's right,
remember,
yeah.
to get us through the rest of the
to get us through the rest of the year.
But then you came in
And,
back
and now
25
I'm
level.
giving you, I'm
It's,
giving
yeah,
you
it
10
says
back.
reassessment.
Okay, I
I'm
wrote
giving you
25.
10 back, and that'll leave us with 28 to get through the end of the year. I'm guessing,
so
when Mike and I
that's
talked this morning,
25.
I'll probably give a little more of that back.
So you
The
feel
auditor.
solid on the
What did we
165, or
have?
you think it's 150's doable?
One of them's edit jurors, I
I
think.
mean, you've been very generous in working with us on it, so I wanna know what you think about it.
The auditors was there for 2023.
It was there?
Mm-hmm. And he
I thought-
reduced it for 2024 by 2,000.
Oh, the auditors.
Yeah. So he already had that there. So really
So it's not like new.
what about the reassessment though? Was that new?
I think that one was new.
Yeah. So we could cut that 25 since the assessor put it in his reassessment.
Yeah,
Guys all good with that?
Oh, I'm not. What do you want to do?
Cut the postage here
Of what?
by 25,000.
Cut it from 2024,
24.
Extras for the courts. Courts don't have.
So 140?
140.
Okay, so 123 is getting cut by 10,000.
2020, yeah.
Recovery court grant.
24 has
But
been
we're
cut by
cutting
25,000.
Right, I'm making all my notes on the 23 side.
Okay,
Because that's a user fee.
I mean, 10 on that side, I'm sorry.
yeah,
So it's 140.
140.
Certain methods, yeah.
I think that's probably okay,
Good.
Okay.
yeah.
I'm gonna make a note because,
That's all it is. Just tree fee. I have no idea. I don't know. I think it's just where the account is. Fix the spelling on this one.
the travel, what,
I don't know why it's its own, but I mean, here it is. I don't know why it's in its own. But it's a general fund, most of it. I think we fund it.
I know.
We went over this.
all right, so mileage and travel expense, can we take that back to 1,000?
Yeah, keep that at 1,000.
Fund it. It's not a user.
Let's,
Well,
let's keep telephones at 198.
Okay,
I feel like there are fees to pay jurors.
utilities, we feel like that's pretty accurate on that assessment there? With the 787 for 24, or do we think we can cut that any?
I don't,
It's hard to know with that one,
Yeah,
honestly. I talked to Kita and she said, you know, we pay for like the towers and the sirens as well, and I, just like everyone else said, the bills come in, I take them down to Kita.
I don't even know how it's this much, because every time I'm over there, I see Sherry Reagan turning off all the lights in every room. So I don't know how it's this much in the first place. God bless her. She is on those light switches.
Yes.
let's keep it at least, just get to 787.5.
keep it there,
Mm-hmm.
I think you probably have to be right on that.
Let's,
publications,
yeah, let's go ahead and shoot for the 6.
okay?
Hey, real quick before we turn the page, on those utilities, it went up pretty high. Last time you was here, I mentioned something about solar out there, and you guys said you were looking into that. You have an actual plan to like actually do some, or you just kind of kicking the tires and getting an idea?
We're kind of getting an idea, honestly, Mike and I talked, he would like to, he's kind of investigated a little further than we have as far as getting the EMS stations, panels put up, because almost in every location, almost every station, there's room to put panels up. So I told Mike, maybe we should go together as a package and see what we could come up with.
Reason why I brought it up, and I remember we mentioned something about the roof.
Yeah.
And you said, I don't know if some of those roofs could handle it, because
Yeah.
I know when people think of you, think those big panels. I drive a truck, I'm all around all the time, and when I was in Grand Rapids the other day, there was a building along the interstate that had a ton of rectangle, about the size of my tabletop, all over their roof, like ton of them. So they're much smaller, you just gotta put a lot more on them.
Yeah.
So they do have them available for structures who may not be able to handle those big heavy duty ones. So
Yeah.
I remember I wanted to mention that to you.
Yep, absolutely. Mike and I had the conversation after the meeting the other day.
Oh, ever since we talked, I see them everywhere now, so. Yeah. All right, thank you
All
for
right,
that.
so seals went up just a smidge, 23 bucks. Can that stay at,
Keep it at 450.
okay?
Keep the bonds at 3,000. I think we're okay on it.
Probably skip right over that.
Skip over that number, I don't wanna look at it.
Okay. Just won't even look at that.
Not much better now.
Right.
Fourth comp, Pam.
25 from last year.
Are we good on 23's budget?
Keep it.
I heard it.
What about the
Is that money for Matt? I mean, they both have.
equipment repair? We good to stay at 03?
It's a $25 difference.
Yeah, it's fine.
Same thing with,
Over, no, never mind.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of these are just like a standard percentage increase, it ain't that much.
I think you're right. Leave,
Vehicle maintenance has an exceeded balance than this year's.
you've obviously moved money in there.
Yeah.
If transferred.
Probably just a fluke thing that happened.
did they do transfer or is that,
I did a transfer.
so what level would you like it at?
Something else, was that this year?
Yeah, I don't remember. I think that might have been like that year.
Okay,
I wasn't really handling the invoice
okay.
at that time.
So do you
So
want
someone's,
the 2,000 or 2,100? Which? Leave it at 2,000. Okay.
Same thing with mowing. It only increased $25.
Oh.
This one's a biggie.
Yeah, this one is a biggie. Well, this goes into the heating, cooling and everything, is that correct? Yes, this is
Yeah, any
just,
maintenance
this is
on
just
this.
any maintenance, of here.
I also get like things for like monthly for like the elevators or,
There's a lot, there's
Yeah.
a lot.
You guys should have Otis elevators, you probably wouldn't have to worry about
I
that.
still don't even know what that is.
Probably is the name.
And we gotta make some tough decisions here, cause we've got that big number I don't wanna discuss, that we've gotta make up some difference here. Can we make those like 60 instead of 100? Both on the county and the
That's-
Justice Center?
That's, you know what I'm asking for? I think we'll use it. You tell me what you're gonna put in there.
You think you'll use the 100?
The way we're going.
Well,
And
Yeah,
let me back
I
up, and if you're really trying to crunch some numbers here, on the, workman's comp, and so far, you've not quite used half of that as of the June 30th, is that something that will deplete more through the last half?
Yeah.
I mean, if we're really trying to come up with a cut of that 201,709 just within the 24 budget, that's one that's a large number that you could work with, possibly. I don't know, the one underneath that.
No.
What's the balance?
343, line 343.
And what is the balance on?
Yep.
thanks, Ed.
$254,215.
Hell, that's more what my paper says.
So we've moved money in there.
We've made money.
Made money.
I'm saying, I don't remember moving any money into that.
I don't know how we do that.
I'd like to know how we do more of that, please.
We accidentally made 20 grand.
It's cause the Skinner's back there got 100 grand, so,
Oh.
yep. There we go. We're good to go.
Dude, you got 100 grands back there?
In the form of payment, we cut that.
Trade you some M&Ms.
So is there an opportunity there to Eugene's point, like,
I don't know that we'll use the 352, but I do know we have
People,
Yeah.
people injured right now.
We have-
that's going
yeah.
to surgery. I have 4 or 5 surgeries that are active right now.
And my invoices that I usually get are around like 15.
Yeah.
No, I mean, if
Not
the
higher,
answer is
depending
no,
on
the
what-
answer is no, I just asking the
Yeah, I know what
question.
you're saying, but, I mean, I don't want to.
Take 50 grand out of it?
how much?
50?
Yeah.
302,800?
So,
Out of the current balance?
Yeah.
Oh, well, the current balance, or out of the
Out of the-
budget amount?
out of the budget next
budget.
year.
Of the
Next year's.
budget. Yeah, out of the 352.
No,
Yeah, up there.
no,
Like-
out of the 370.
no,
No.
No, out of
Out of the-
352.
out of the 23?
302,800.
Okay, I'm sorry. 302,800.
Think you can go that low, Pam? I know, it's a guessing game, I know.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that it's I mean, if you wanna put it there, and we'll just come back and get it.
Can I ask a question out loud?
No, you're not.
I asked this question a
Yeah.
minute ago when Ed made a proposal, and he said that, I don't remember hearing all the details, but if we left it alone, we'd have to come January and appropriate it by May, right?
If we have the money to appropriate.
Right, but he was floating that idea, so these are kind of a similar deal. If what they're saying is they can make the cut, but worst case scenario, if we don't have enough, we'd have to appropriate it, but instead of having to do it by May, we now have all the way up until the point they would need it.
Right, well, and the thing is, I mean, just the way this is trending, like, I think we probably will be okay, assuming, but that's just a trend, right?
They
Like,
already be there by
You
now.
just
Let me
don't-
ask, let me add a disclaimer to that. If, and assume that you don't have the money in January, that means you have to borrow. Okay? That's at 7.25% right now.
No, I get that. What I'm saying is,
Okay.
what we're asking them to cut, and he says, yeah, you can make that number, but I think I'll need it. By the time he's gonna need it, we'll already be in August, September, October is what I'm getting at. We would have more time to come up with the money versus May, or like you said, January.
How are we coming up with it?
Yeah, it's gotta be
Yeah, that's
there.
the problem.
I don't know, I just remember when we were talking about before, that if we went that route, it would have to be done by May, and I was just throwing this out there.
I was just saying that the delay's the inevitable.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely gonna do that, but what he's offering cuts, we may be there already. I haven't told her it all up, but I just wanted to throw that out there when we were talking about it.
Okay, 367, we were kind of stuck there and we backed up.
I'm not even sure, have we agreed on 380, 343 yet?
302,800.
We agreed on that?
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
Well, some of us,
I don't know that he's happy about it, and maybe he's right to not be happy.
two-thirds of
about
the finance
Well,
committee
they-
says it's
they-
okay. I don't know if Bill's on board.
it. Anyway, onto your county building, which, you know, like I mentioned, was air conditioners and elevators, like,
Get it right back.
If you need the 100, I mean,
you need it, you need it.
and I,
Well, I mean, they're both dramatic, so we're up, 150 grand
think
total
we're
for
there.
both.
are we there?
If my, I don't trust this calculation unless I do it again.
Okay,
But that's
But,
just on the difference of the,
I think we are, including, remember we brought the Meridian Services down
Yeah.
already by 23,203.
okay.
So, I could redo it because
you're
I
just
did
talking
mess
about the
up.
difference in the insurance amount that went
Yeah,
up.
the
I mean,
advertised amount.
Right,
we still
right.
got a long way to go on.
Oh, yeah.
All the other stuff.
Right.
So, I mean,
I'm just talking about the
Yep.
insurance.
Just to touch base on what you said, yeah, we've added 441,000.
right.
So,
I
yeah,
mean,
we have a
I'll-
long way to go.
Do you think you can drop the building maintenance to 80,000, what your requested difference is? I know it's a
He's
big
basically
ask.
leaving it up to us.
Yeah, I mean, you guys,
Well, I'm just asking your
yeah,
opinion.
well,
Trend,
This building's old.
the building's old, and I don't know when the air, how old the air handlers are and stuff.
Let's,
There's just a lot of problems with it, yeah.
$10,000.
Yeah.
Plus
Guys,
crane rental, plus the guys to put it in.
117,000 building repairs out of edit.
That's what you used last year?
So, that's all we used, and then there's another, 98,000 has come out of our this year.
let's keep it at 100.
Keep it at 100 then.
And
It is what it is.
117,000 in edit this year.
Is that?
You're asking us to
is that
shoulder
for
some of that.
the
Yeah.
367?
I mean, we're trying to,
Yep.
we're trying to help too.
I think
I
it's
just,
fair.
All right,
But if it has to be,
So-
needs to be, it needs to
Is
be.
that for here and
I
Chestnut?
say both, yes.
Does everyone agree with that?
I'm
What's
good
that?
for both of them.
Both of
JC
them at
maintenance
100K?
too.
What's the second one?
where are we at now?
JC maintenance.
Well, we skipped the
Oh, you skipped the.
JC equipment repair and maintenance. Can we take that one back to the 13,000? Just drop that 650, or do you think you need it?
That's fine,
Okay.
to 13.
Okay.
And then 369 is the
Now we're on the
DC
lease
maintenance,
rental.
100.
Yep.
What's that lease rental?
They approved that at the 100. Oh, they did, okay. Yeah.
All right, lease rental went up 10,000.
What was that?
What are we rent, what are we leasing?
Pretty explicit.
Kenny, you know what we're leasing?
It may be copiers.
Copiers,
Mm-hmm.
so that's probably an agreement.
Yeah,
All right.
There was somebody, I think there was a, I thought there was a line with Weber that we talked about that yesterday.
So
see what,
50,
yeah.
oh, 50 on that one?
Yeah. Okay, so the animal shelter, did we decide to go back to 75?
Yeah.
I have it marked out.
Yep.
For 75.
This one's embarrassing, what do you do?
Oh,
Just a couple.
I came here to argue for that, but,
We're on soil and water, so,
Things change.
What are you arguing about?
The
soil and water.
Soil and water.
Yeah, we don't, I'm at least gonna argue for it. I mean, whether we fund it or not, it needs to be argued for.
Yeah.
We're last in the county, or in the state for funding soil and water. Soil and water,
Blast, we're the only one that does not.
I mean, we used to fund it. I mean, it's valuable. What it does, especially with the foresight and planning, it saves thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, every year just by maintaining, improving our water quality, our land. I mean, it's
well, we heard,
undervalued, and if we could find money for it, it would be great.
well, we heard yesterday about the surveyor and his,
Working with them.
working relationship with that organization,
We heard a
so.
lot, at the Ball Brothers thing about what the soil and water conservation does. That again, I do nothing about, so it's under, advertised, under marketed,
radar.
whatever.
I encourage you to go to their annual meeting. It is a very, very well-informed, leadership.
Well, I guess I'm good.
Would they be insulted if we started them at a little lower figure?
Fifteen years now.
This all started when the max levy hit in like, what,
I know, but how
2012
come
or
every
something?
year has
Well-
this been a conversation every year now?
I
Oh.
talked to Colby the first time last year. Colby came, I met him for lunch and we discussed it last year. And then they came before the commissioners, cause he wanted to kind of know the history, and so before I even met with him, I talked to Ron Quakenbush, cause I know Ron would know all the details, and it all happened when the circuit breaker went into place, and all of a sudden our monies got real tight. And so the council at the time, not only did they eliminate positions, but they eliminated organizations like this out of their funding as well. So, and ever since then, it's just not come back.
So what you just described was a situation very similar to what we're in now. So what I would argue, as much as they're needed and much value it is, this isn't the time to do it.
I would agree with Bill. I think if we put 25 in,
They're not gonna turn any assistance down, I would guarantee it. What I'd really love to see is another office, within this building, collaborate with them and, I mean, try to work this back into county government. But I know, like Councilman over there pointed out, this might not be the year to really get that accomplished. But it's gonna be something that I will fight for every year, because I think it's needed, not just wanted.
Saying 25?
I would say 10, if we're gonna move the needle. And I really didn't even want to say that, but
If we give 10, it's a start. I'll grant you,
I mean,
not near enough.
pencil a number in and realize that we can come back to it and cut it if we just can't make the numbers work.
Put 25 in for now.
Okay.
Are you good with 25 for now?
I mean, any number above zero, I'm gonna say is a start, but it's not gonna be
All right.
enough until
I'll make a note
we
in
bring them
mine.
back.
what did you say about the Meridian thing?
Oh, are we there yet?
Yes.
She gave us a new number that it actually is, what, 702?
359.
I got 309.
I don't know how to, I got 359.
I might have wrote it down.
702-359.
Where you guys at now?
Meridian.
Meridian?
Next one
What'd
down.
you do with soil and water?
25.
25.
Tentatively, 25.
Yeah, that's a tentative agreement.
While we're talking about soil and water, I know there was a lengthy conversation today about the drainage board.
Mhm.
I'm the commissioner appointment to the drainage board. I have been since I've been commissioner. And I would ask that if you cut salaries, cut mine and leave the other guys there.
Yeah, we didn't touch them
Okay.
earlier,
Well,
but
if it
Kind
comes,
of took
if
a
it
vote
comes
on
to
it.
that, and,
Yeah.
because I know you talked about $500, if you would just take mine away and leave the others,
okay,
if that happens.
Take
It
a note
went
of
4-3 as far as leaving it alone.
Okay, all right.
All right, so I have a question from here on out, 386 down to, well, really, pretty much everything.
Yeah, they're all 5%.
Just
you got your
back to
salary
2023.
increases.
Or keeping it 2023.
Well, wait a minute, what, from where now?
386 down to the rest of the page, they're all basic standard 5% increases.
386 to
We
398,
skipped-
I
We
think is what you're
skipped
talking about, isn't it?
institutional care. I want to address that because we
That's
did
386.
in August, just this, a couple weeks ago, appropriated $250,000 into, on top of that 300, for a total of 550. So before we move on, I feel like we need to address that. So that was one of those appropriations that were figured into the numbers that, the auditor's office provided to us. Institutional care goes back to, was this monitoring bracelets and stuff for DCCC?
Yeah.
Yep,
Oh, yeah, that's right, because they're expanding and doing so good in their program
yep.
of the early release, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Pre-trial release.
Yeah, you're right.
There's only a few,
That's the only thing in there?
there's a few smaller ones. I get one from like Randolph County where we have like an inmate that's housed there. There's also, like a hospital, like where people have been in there and there's like small,
Inmates.
yeah, for like floating.
Why do we have inmate housing in Randolph County, like home detention, I think?
Well, I
I
think,
couldn't insert that. I just
I
get
think
the
a case, Tony, the inmate that's been in Randolph County, that's for his protection. So if, and Tony can speak to this, but if they get an inmate that may be involved in something that's, life may be in danger in our facility,
Okay.
they go somewhere else.
Other than like put them in solitary, you just put them in a different facility.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen very often. A lot of times, what does happen is we'll just do an house one of theirs, so nobody's paying them.
Gotcha. All right.
250K increase, I guess I'm not following.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
The 250K, why did we need, I mean, it went up that dramatically?
That was for the
Yeah.
jail release program that we talked about at the council meeting.
Yeah.
Remember, they were giving us $50,000 invoices and. I think that was the
Well,
last invoice, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was
50.
I was here last month.
And when I talked with the sheriff, he said they had
Was
like
that a one-time?
330 inmates in the jail and almost all of them were serious offenders. They've been releasing everybody they could possibly release to home detention pre-trial.
Oh, and does it have to come out of this?
Well, the thing is, I mean, what was advertised was at 300,000, so we're in a situation like that. But insurance,
Back there again.
do we think, I mean, is 300 gonna be enough? Are we gonna be in a situation like,
When I had looked at it, that's just what was always budgeted in that
The,
account for,
the DCC then has, it's,
this past year has gone up.
it's gone up,
major.
dramatically, so
But
that's,
that 250 that was recently appropriated, you're expecting that that's gonna be needed next year as well?
yeah.
That's-
I would
I would
imagine
say
so, yeah.
if,
Cause it's not in the budget, cause it was just
What-
done last
what-
month.
What Jane told me is that it's trending the same. So for the past year, the jail release program has increased, which does take it off the jail. So their invoices are more, they're busier with the jail release program, and it's trending that it's gonna continue that way. And that coincides with the cases being filed, the crime, the jury trials, and all of that is all intermingled. It all is cohesive. So of course, that would make sense that hers has gone up as well.
We didn't
Oh,
know
the
any
jail
of
release
that
program
before
is up as
budgets
well.
were due?
no, they just came.
No, they just,
I mean, we knew the 250 just came, but I mean, we knew the uptick was happening.
I don't know her invoices.
She's also kind of
I was gonna
brand
say,
new in
I
what
don't know
she's
because
doing.
I was gonna say, I'm just,
Personally,
Yeah.
I mean,
In general.
Yeah,
everybody's
in general,
involved.
I
Just
think we
trying to figure it
knew,
out.
but she may not have known to increase that.
Yeah, this is her
Honestly,
first budget
the-
process.
If you look at the criminal justice system, our criminal justice system as a whole
It's all gone up.
has
Yeah.
just went through the roof.
Yeah, I'm not arguing that, I'm just saying,
All of
like, now we gotta go and reallocate that, just
Each-
like we did.
and as
I
a-
guess is my point.
That's-
You can't add it because of the advertisement.
When we
Yeah,
add
I get
it,
it.
then we gotta cut somewhere else,
yeah.
like we just did. But at the
However, in
same
the
time, we don't know
future-
if we're gonna have the money to appropriate next year.
Just to let you guys know, this is something that the, DLGF looks at is this, and it's now called developmental disabilities rather than institutional care. And we have always just done 300,000, but they allow up to, 1.5 million on that.
And as a reminder, this saves on the jail cost of housing. This is cheaper than housing the inmate
Yeah.
in
Absolutely.
Tony's jail. And even though it is a pile of money.
Take that 250 out of his.
Hey,
I'm not a speaker.
All right, so no matter what, we gotta at least leave it at 3, right? Minimum.
Yes. Well, I mean, it's gonna trend, they're gonna be back to see us.
I know, I just don't know where we're gonna find
I don't know
250
either.
to offset
Your
it.
issue is your advertised amount, because you've been hit for 500,000 now or something like
Yeah.
that. But you'd either have to make up the difference, or you're gonna have to budget lower and then deal with it in fiscal year 2024.
We're gonna have to know every appropriation going forward, that we've gotta, between now and sometime next year, that we've gotta find this extra 250 grand. We're gonna be real, prudent with what we appropriate.
I think I've said about a bajillion times that there may not be money to appropriate next year, so, I mean, that's what we've gotta,
Yeah, we're just- it's tough
I feel like I
between-
have to just keep saying it,
We've
just,
got 2 bad decisions, neither one of them are gonna be great.
no. Well, let's keep that one at 300 then.
1,563,859.
How can we even out the rest?
That's the max on that this year. But they would be allowed to raise that too. They max that out, that developmental disability each year. Just like they do the Meridian Services line, which is also called something else by the state. But, you know how I gave you the figure of the 702, 359? So
What did you say? It's not institutional care anymore. What did you say it was called?
developmental disabilities.
Let me ask you, do they got birthing parent in there as well? Since we're all
Now,
being
we're not
politically correct
gonna go into all that
and
here
all
at this
the
meeting,
common
Ryan.
language.
Nope, we're not gonna talk about that.
All right,
Not gonna do that. Okay,
So,
Poultry burial,
so from,
Now that would change.
387
That's why they changed it.
I could see changing that one.
Okay.
393?
to 393, let's keep those at 2003.
okay, thank you.
Meridian
2003,
Services
sure,
is now
let's go
called
back.
mental health.
Mm-hmm.
Returning fugitives, speaking more.
That's what he said, let's go find the budget.
What are we doing?
Line items probably didn't even exist.
Left it at 300. What's the soldier burial?
All of them stayed the, oh.
okay, so let's just remind everyone,
93.
let's just remind everyone on 394, returning fugitives, that in July, we appropriated $20,000 to that line.
If that was kind of like a fluke deal that year, right? Because every
This
year
year?
leading up to that had been like 5 grand.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but just, I wanted to make sure I put it out there. So everyone's aware.
Leaving it at 5 grand?
I mean, yeah, I mean, it's fine, but I just wanted it more,
Hold on a second. Tanya, are you caught up with us?
I was just going down the list. I thought we were doing them all at 2020
yeah, I was just,
2023, yeah, that's.
or 2020.
Yeah, we can take them back to 2020.
yeah,
we're gonna
fine.
party like it's 1999 real soon, so.
Yeah, so we're up to 394, and we're discussing 394 right now.
Okay, all right.
I would do 394 at the 5250,
Okay,
because I think we're showing, would you ask for another 20? Yeah, she asked,
I tried to figure out if, you know,
she asked for another 20, and they,
don't think they-
Sheriff's Department don't can't predict that.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, but they did say that that was like a fluke, like just all the stars aligned that year. Every other year's been five grand and we've never went over it.
I mean, it's up to you.
It's $250. I don't care
Yeah, it's
either
up
way.
to you. I'm just scared that
Let's do the
stars are
two
gonna align
fifty.
again.
Let's just
Yeah.
do the 24 number on that. All right, and then,
And it's about 250 per one, right? Or
How
600.
much was that? How much was your last bill? Do you
It
remember?
don't
No, it was
matter.
like,
Or my last bill was like $4,000.
yeah. it was-
396.
They're between like $4,000 to $5,000 each time.
All right, let's leave,
396,
It's crazy.
Yeah.
They don't give you much wiggle room there.
Eaton EMT is out of contract. It went up $500.
leave it at 10.
okay?
What'd we do with the examination of records?
Left it at 28.
28. And the rest are salaries.
Yeah, the rest are salaries.
Okay.
All the way to the end? Yep.
Yeah.
Tanya, is 104,
A 104 is zeroed out,
okay.
and it's switched to, B 104.
Okay.
Um, yeah, what did you get? Yeah, 506? 996, where's your 990?
I'm just gonna wait on you guys to let me know. On this one.
All right, here we go. All right, we were so close.
How much, what's the difference?
Yeah, I
What's
have
139?
89506.
Human resource assistant.
Those are,
That's Pam's, that's Pam's. Oh, well, it's zeroed out and so.
Let me make sure I didn't
I was
do
looking
something
for
on
it.
a
That's
salary or
reasonable.
something real quick. All
That's a
right,
Tanya question.
What is it? I'm sorry.
all right, so we got 37317.
It's right here,
30.
on page 44.
have a letter on them now, I think.
For 180,
It's in there, page 44, about halfway down.
Yep.
Right here, 139.
Wait, we
Not
got
halfway,
zero,
about
and then,
fourth
okay,
or fifth way
148.
down. A 139.
27.
Yeah, it's zeroed out and it increases.
No.
Where's it come from?
It comes from right here.
3152.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, right up here, human.
That's what I was looking for. I was looking for that.
Good on that one.
That's my number I have wrong, 892, 892, 6.
861.
Okay, let's check that. That's the number I had here like 8 times.
You guys get one?
All right, yes, we're at 11,890,996.
$1,125,613 over 2023.
One more time?
How much? 1,125,613 over 2023.
Now, where did we get on the advertising deal? Did we make that up?
Yeah, I
Advertised
was,
12 million,
Okay, that's right, that's right.
3,473.
As
and,
soon as you said that, it's right in front of my face.
yep. Yeah, we're good there.
Oh, we gotta do time with that.
Yeah, that's,
How long is that?
It shouldn't take very long.
That's
good.
Famous last word. We'll get started with Tommy, I guess, because we're open. And then-
Everybody
that's
good?
part of the commissioners, I mean.
Yeah.
It's under Commissioners Highway and Engineering, so,
You done with us?
yes,
Okay,
page 57.
thank you guys.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you for working with us on all those.
Absolutely.
Well, let's get back to this year. And you did a great job on your first budget.
Oh, thank you.
So, good job.
We don't know yet.
Thanks, Ryan.
Yes, sir.
We'll find out here in a second.
What time are you starting tomorrow morning in case we'd want to leave?
7:30.
No. Are we good with 8:30 again?
Yes.
I have.
Is that okay with you, gentlemen?
Does Tanya need time to catch up?
Yeah, we'll let her catch up here. We're just talking about tomorrow. Is 8:30 a
I
good?
mean, does she need a couple hours in the morning?
Oh, do you need extra time in the morning, Tanya? Do you need us to start later?
Well, I can stay tonight and finish that one I didn't get done. And that, I've got them done.
Okay.
And back to 2023 with FICA and PERF, and the ones that we didn't, we already accounted for, like I already did the FICA and
Yeah.
PERF. So I don't think so.
You're okay if we start at 8:30?
Yeah. It just makes, like, I just have to get here, and then I got people emailing me and stuff.
Do you wanna make it 9?
Trying to get back, no, I'll just do what I did today, and
Okay.
get here at 8 and try to get those taken care of before I get up here.
And
We can make it 9.
just for the running update, we are currently over 2023 budget, $1,722,000, 655. So 1.722 million over.
Now, usually tomorrow we don't work, like, late night.
No.
Will we be working late night tomorrow?
No, we,
Really
once,
don't, yeah.
once we wrap up today, we'll only have the budgets that we don't get to. And then we'll be done. We'll take a break and let you guys rerun all your numbers and check the FICA and perf and all that jazz.
Mm,
And we'll pick a date tomorrow that we'll agree to come back next week.
okay. I just wanted an
But we'll give you a
idea
couple
on
days to like,
night. I
it will
guess.
be, hopefully, we could be done by lunch tomorrow.
Even better.
I know, we don't have that,
Matthews has a covered bridge festival track. we need to
All right.
get to.
Okay, let me get.
Okay, so
this
to answer
done.
everyone's question, 8:30 tomorrow, and we'll start back in on here with the budgets we did not get to today. And then we'll pick a date when we're done tomorrow, when we come back. All right,
You're up, batter up,
What page?
57. Is that correct?
Yes, 57.
with this Cume Bridge engineer.
This is the engineer's side of it.
So you've been here all day.
We have. And we appreciate you staying to get us in.
That's okay. I mean, we're here, so might as well keep trucking along. So we've been sticking with the 23 numbers on your, let's see, overtime stayed, FICA perf, those won't go up, right? Because we're staying.
The
at
only adjustments that were on here were, salaries, insurance, FICA perf,
Your health insurance is the same, is that okay?
Well, we don't have a choice. It's advertised.
yes, because last year she had somebody on a family plan. This year they're only on a
I remember
single.
you saying that now, thank you.
So we do need to address the life insurance increase on 176. So account for that. Otherwise, we're good.
So what's the number?
Stand by.
5,000.
Stand by. It shouldn't be very big.
Let's do
Let's see, 1135.
I'm gonna add $40 to that.
Yeah.
$40.
So, oh, let me refresh. I'm getting tired here.
So, this is,
It makes it 734. That's not right.
It is.
Yeah, it is 898. Well, no, we got
938.
938.
So you guys are going back to
Yeah.
the 23
Yeah,
budget,
I
even
want-
though this doesn't,
I wanna ask.
It impacts our max levy.
Okay.
So Cume Bridge is part of the max levy. It's not in county general, but all of the funds, so reassessment,
Yes.
Cume Bridge. What am I forgetting here? County general and why am I having a brain fart?
Health department, health.
Health, Board of Health,
Life insurance,
Board of Health.
$40.
Okay,
But I guess we can ask the question,
that's okay.
if we have to watch these Cume Bridge numbers too, right? To get to the cuts that we have to make in county general.
No, because they're not gonna affect your.
I would make the argument that
So we can stay at
we
24?
accept their 2024.
All right. All right, we'll do 24.
That includes salaries?
That's what we're asking.
Oh,
I think so.
Does that impact our, I mean, they're part of the max levy. That's my question.
Yeah, isn't this part of our max levy?
That's what I just said.
So we don't wanna raise
That's why I was asking.
we don't wanna raise our salaries if it's against our max levy.
That's why I'm asking.
I think we're back to that number you just had where we have to raise the life insurance.
Well, again, that's why I'm asking.
I mean,
Nobody's answering.
No one's giving me an answer, I know.
I
Right?
mean, how,
If we give these increases that are in Cume Bridge, that impacts our max levy.
Why don't I make a phone call in the morning? Start on, try to find out.
but I don't think it's gonna, because we've already put it in as of the 2024, and the rates were figured based on
Is there a rate based?
levy, or, yeah, rate, I'm
They're
sorry,
rate
Cume Bridge,
based.
we're talking Cume Bridge, right? At, wait, 0.067.
I just wanna try to continue maintaining these pay increases where we can.
that's the question.
That's what we're asking.
Yeah, but if
Yeah, I
that's
get
our
it.
levy, then
If it impacts the levy, then we gotta be mindful of that. Cause it all, I mean, that's part of the factor.
But everything we factored in was already based on the advertised amount, which was the 2024 amount, and then the, how we did the rates, you know what I mean, and the,
Well,
my
the
brain's
fact could
not
go down
working
because
for
it's
the
based on the
paper.
assessment, so if the assessment goes down, that number could go down. And we estimate 5%.
Yeah,
So let's
that's
stick with,
true.
okay, so we're sticking with 24?
why don't you let Ed make a call?
I
in the morning?
mean, they do estimate the increase in assessment.
Okay,
So, anything in Cume Bridge, if the assessment goes up, then you're looking at more percentage times what we've already factored in on that Cume Bridge. So, like I said, last year, you adopted at 2.5, it ended up going up 2.8.
mm-hmm.
So, yes, I mean, it does,
So Coon Grade got more, but the
General got less, right.
right.
And that could happen again this year, or it could just also happen.
And I mean, it can be switched around and it can be taken off Cume Bridge, but it has to have the commissioner's approval to do that. You know what I mean? If it comes down to that being,
Changing the,
that, yeah, that we wanted to change it from
hey,
where.
Matt, we'll see you later.
Have a good try, Matt. Why like
Hey,
that?
good.
So I think the best answer is yes, it can impact because we don't know what those assessed values are yet. And good example of last year was losing 331 in the general Cume Bridge based on the fact that it's rate driven.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe part of the reason last year that it went down or affected county general more was because of the penny
The increase, yeah, that's the rate.
They did raise it last year.
So last year was the first year on that.
And that's why it impacted so much on the general fund.
Well, it's still just it's like we estimated on the paper that we gave you.
Mm-hmm.
If you take your chart, okay,
Hunting it down.
and your Cume Bridge is sitting at 2,878,590, which is what it ended up going up to for 2023. You take that by say it's 5% increase. That's gonna add on, that's where we came up with like the 143,930 amount on your paper, is because we just estimated like a 5% increase. If that happened, that means another 143,930 would go to Cume Bridge and be less in county general.
Tommy, I was prepared to sit here and argue with you all night, but it just dawned on me that tonight's opening day of NFL season.
Oh my
Let's go with
gosh.
2023. I'm gonna get my bet in.
I was gonna say, you're probably itching to,
And it is, and the rate did
What's the
go up,
balance on
and
that,
it
Bob?
is
Because
still
of the
there,
penny.
and that's where it's sitting
Yeah.
Chiefs minus four,
Hey,
by the way, Becky.
Yes.
What's the balance on that fund?
If it's
At
rate driven, that's out of our
0.067.
control, correct?
Right, I mean, it's gonna be, whatever
Yeah,
those
whatever-
values come in at,
Whatever the rate is, that's what we have to appropriate.
0.067 is the Cume Bridge rate, and
We won't know the cost rate until January.
usually December.
That's been as late as January, spent that thing.
207,250.
So the funds are there, if you want,
So let's do
go
it.
with the
24?
24.
No, we had to spend whatever the rate was.
Well, that's, that determines the amount of money. I'm just saying there's money in the fund already. So if it goes less than the 5%, there's still extra funds available to support this 24 request.
Okay, I have a
I
suggestion.
thought whatever the rate was, that money had to be spent and it had to be appropriated to the accounts as they've been outlined. I thought that's what I was gonna.
You got two or three different things there. First is the rate is determined based on the property tax assessment. We won't know that until the end of the year.
Okay,
And then that determines the amount that that fund would receive,
okay.
okay? So once that money is received, it would go into the
Okay,
fund.
so all that money that has been received, that doesn't have to be spent in the 2024 calendar year?
No, it's gonna ability to accumulate.
Yeah,
Okay.
It's one of the few that actually has a savings account,
because you wanna build that fund, so you maybe don't pay cash for it,
a bridge.
for example, versus, borrowing money, having debt. So they allow you to accumulate that money up so you can build that bridge.
Yeah, it's one of the
But
few you can accumulate.
And why, it seemed like we were arguing that we couldn't adopt the, 2023 budget because we'd advertised a higher number and that was all rate driven. I'm just getting turned around here.
So what was advertised was the 24 budget.
Yeah,
No, the question was whether or not it was gonna have an impact on our max levy,
Right.
because that's what's causing the issues with having to do all the cuts. Because our max levy is
Low,
capped below.
but everybody else we put back at the 2023.
right. That's what we're just trying to figure out. If we keep it, but Tanya's saying since we advertise at this 24, that our numbers on our spreadsheet,
reflect that.
Reflect it.
That's basically what I'm saying, but at the same time, it is rate driven, and yes, it can
change.
change and increase more and take more
Could
from
impact your-
county general, so.
Impact the bottom line, but you have
And
no
nothing we do
control over
affects
that,
it.
because that's based on this.
Because that's the rate, and the state says, here you go.
So if that number goes up a lot, that means you're gonna have to come up with more money, because it's gonna decrease your general fund money coming, be approved by the state. in November. But you won't know that until December, January.
After this budget.
Welcome to
government.
Welcome to government. It's screwed up.
The
Football bats
certified
aren't screwed up
net
as it
assessed
is.
values, we're getting closer on those,
Mhm.
because all the TIF stuff has to be approved first and
Yeah.
go through that rigmarole, but we're getting closer on the CNAVs.
Go ahead.
Oh,
You said you had an idea.
Okay, so my suggestion is if you don't feel comfortable, because not knowing the what ifs, if we would, on the Cume Bridge, if we would go through on Angie's engineering budget,
Mm-hmm.
if she could cut the $8,651 somewhere in her line items to give those raises, would you be okay with that? And then on, my bridge side, which would be 35,869, if we could come up to see if we've got some extra money in the line items that we can cut from those, that would still leave you back at the 23.
Yeah, I'm willing to hear
That-
that out.
That's if you guys are at the what if. You don't know for sure what the rate's gonna come in at. And so it's not affecting the max levy.
I'm good with that.
Yeah.
I am as
So
well.
you're good with us going back, seeing where we can make those cuts to make the 23 budget?
Yep.
Okay. And do you want those tomorrow?
You have
If
them
you
if you have
can.
time.
Sure.
All the time in the world, right?
It
I
might
do,
interfere with your eating
Because
bonbons, count license
ideally,
plates.
Carrie, I know, right? Ideally, if we can just, when we wrap up tomorrow, and just let them have some time to like start running all the other numbers, because I mean,
Yeah, they're
that
gonna
would be
get
really,
back to us and give us more bad news.
Okay, yep.
yeah. Do you want to do that? So we'll do that with both of the
So
Cume
that
Bridge
would be,
engineer
yes,
and
that would be
yours.
on page 57, which would be the engineering budget.
Mm-hmm. And then the
And-
other on,
And also,
58.
yeah, 58, 59, and 60, which,
well, we're only really worried about the Cume Bridge part.
They're both Kimber.
they're both Cume Bridge,
Oh, I
one's
see,
for
I see.
engineering,
Yep,
one's
I got it.
for us.
One's 190 and the other one's 400.
Okay.
But that's the one that the state combines and looks at just
Yep,
the
although
one.
we have it separate. Got it.
Your numbers again that you said.
Oh, the cuts,
Fine.
which would be on the Cume Bridge would be the $8,651.
8,651.
Yeah, which is the requested difference.
Oh, okay, okay. I see what you're saying.
And that is the requested difference on page 60, which is 35,869.
Okay. Cool. We'll see you tomorrow on those two.
On those two, we got some more.
Yep, let's hop over to page 66.
66 is no change.
I'll say, didn't that one stay the same?
We like that. So stand by while I update the spreadsheet. I promised Matt that I would send him in all the updates. So let me just make sure there was no change. And,
And this is outside of max levy anyway.
yep. I just want to stay on top of,
291.55 wrote down, any idea?
I have nothing written on that page.
I
I have a check mark.
Oh, I have a check mark on the side of my page too for some reason. Probably because we were just saying okay.
Said
Yeah.
same.
All right, so 72.
72, this is, the highway budget, which is not, doesn't affect your max levy
Correct.
or county general. So with that, can we go with the 24 numbers? We do have that in our budget to fund that.
I'm agreeable to that. Council,
yes.
you want that number, Eugene?
Yes, please, Becky,
Oh, you want the cash?
if you wouldn't mind, please.
1176. Oh, you wait, what funds it? Carrie, what funds this account?
Motor vehicle, highway, MVH.
7,000.
Is that something like license or like what are we?
Just the wheel tax?
No, the wheel
Not the
tax.
wheel tax.
That's-
This is,
Has its own.
like fuel tax,
Okay.
stuff like that from the state.
It's our proportionate share of
Yes,
gasoline tax.
The
and
gas
things like
tax.
yes.
All right, I'm gonna make a note of that. Gas tax.
Are we going with them?
And we are paid that monthly from the
We're
state.
keeping 24, Ryan.
Right,
And
just
this
matter.
one is from the
Okay.
gas tax.
Yeah.
And they do it, right?
No big deal,
Pave
just,
another 50 feet of highway.
it's $4 million.
You could pave another 60 feet of highway now.
Tommy's getting busy. Thank you.
Stand by while I math for a bit. Cool. All right, and then we have 92,
And 92 is the wheel tax.
and that's just, that's
No,
straight.
yep, $1 million.
For the record,
For the record, that is only used for
Yes.
paving, chipping, sealing.
Thank
No
you.
salaries, no equipment cost,
just
Just the
paving.
asphalt.
just roads only.
Can you do the chip and seal with that money too?
Mhm, yep.
And the
I thought
state
you were.
recommended $1 million.
Yes. We get a little bit more than that, but that's saved over to help plenish for the next year. Because we get that monthly as well.
All right,
What fund does your salt and sand come out of?
The local roads and streets,
Okay,
it's,
I did. I couldn't remember if it was LRS or.
yeah, we, 237,000
Commissioner.
for next year.
Yeah, I just couldn't remember what fund it
Mhm.
was.
Well, I
That
need
a
that
wrap?
number too, but I need the.
Huh?
I remember looking at it.
Yeah.
That's it, right?
That's it. Thank you
Cool,
guys, and I'll
thank
see you in the
you.
morning.
Sounds good, we'll
Thank
be
you very
here,
much.
so,
Thank you, everybody,
All right.
for sticking with us. And
thank
Tanya.
you. So friendly reminder, we're back here at 8:30 in the morning tomorrow. We will finish going through the rest of our schedule here. Hey, Peanut Gallery.
Everybody listen up.
And so we'll go through the rest of this, and as soon as we're done with that, we'll wrap up for a couple days. Give the auditor's office some time to compile some final numbers, and then we'll know where to go from there. So we'll see you in the morning. Thank you.
Jim, you can't-